Hello, everyone, and welcome to the third Asia-Pacific Day for the Ocean. My name is Irene, and I'll be one of your 5 technical facilitators for today. Thank you very much for joining us. I am going to click record right now. This meeting will be recorded. Please make sure to connect your audio so that we can hear from you throughout the session. A reminder that since we have participants joining us from various different locations around the world with perhaps varying levels of internet connectivity, we'd greatly appreciate it if you can keep your microphone and camera off when you are not speaking to preserve everybody's internet bandwidth. There will be a summary of today's session shared around later, and we really encourage you to use the chat box to submit questions, comments that you might have for the discussions that are going on. I am now very happy to pass the floor over to our moderator today, Mr. Stefanos. Mr. Stefanos, over to you, Stefanos.
Thank you very much, Irene. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and honorable participants, good morning, good afternoon, good evening across your different time zones in more than 60 countries joining us today and more than 500 participants. Welcome to the third Asia-Pacific Day for the Ocean. This event is hosted by ESCAP in collaboration with other UN agencies and partners organizations. My name is Stefanos Fotiou. I'm the Director of Environment and Development Division at ESCAP, and I'm very honored to be your moderator for this day. Before we begin with the opening session, I would like to give an overview of our program very briefly. We have a very substantive agenda today. After our opening remarks by ESCAP Executive Secretary and the Executive Secretary of the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission, we will welcome the keynote address by the President of the Republic of Palau. Following the opening segment, participants will engage in 4 different interactive dialogues that they will cover: fostering tourism and fisheries for sustainable development. Dialogue B will be on sustainable maritime connectivity. The third dialogue on ocean accounts, data and statistics. And the 4th dialogue on solutions for land-based marine pollution. After these thematic sessions, we will gather again in the plenary room to continue our conversation. And we will continue our conversation by having messages from the IMO Secretary General and Ambassador Thompson, and a rapporteur from each of the interactive dialogues will share the highlights of their respective discussion with the rest of the audience. Furthermore, we will welcome an intervention from IOC and the insights of the youth perspective. But before we continue, we would like to show you a very brief video to underscore the significance of the ocean for Asia and the Pacific and our work on ESCAP. Irene, please project the video.
While Asia and the Pacific face an unprecedented moment, our region cannot lose sight of its long-term goals. At least 200 million people in Asia and the Pacific depend on oceans for their livelihood. Oceans are fundamental to economic development and also bring harmony between people and the planet. But overfishing, maritime shipping, and a crisis of pollution is putting this essential shared resource at risk. Conserving the oceans is Sustainable Development Goal number 14. And to deliver on this promise, we need to accelerate action. Going forward, we must promote sustainable fishing, improve maritime connectivity, reduce pollution and plastic waste, and broaden access to ocean statistics and data. Getting this process right is fundamental to achieving the entire 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. If we succeed in delivering SDG number 14, there will be a multiplier effect upon the success of other SDGs. So let's endeavour to preserve and protect this vital shared environmental and economic resource for future generations. The inhabitants living above and below the water depend on it.
you very much, colleagues, for projecting the video. After this inspiring thoughts, it is my great pleasure now to invite Ms. Armida Salsiak Ali-Zakbana, Undersecretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of ESCAP, to deliver her welcome address. Ibu Armida, the floor is yours.
Excellency, Mr. Tommy Remengesau, President of the Republic of Palau, Excellency, Mr. Simon Covey, Minister of Justice, Communication and Foreign Affairs of Tuvalu, Mr. Kitaklim, Secretary General of International Maritime Organization, Mr. Vladimir Ryabinin, Executive Secretary of the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission, UNESCO, Ambassador Mr. Peter Thompson, UN Special Envoy for the Ocean, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to extend my warmest welcome to all participants to the third Asia-Pacific Day for the Ocean. Our oceans are the lifeline of tens of millions of people around the Asia-Pacific region and offer enormous socio-economic opportunities and welfare. Conservation and sustainable use of ocean, seas, and coastal areas are key drivers in advancing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The ongoing COVID-19 pandemic has increased the burden on communities and vulnerable groups as they continue to face existing long-term negative impacts of climate change and environmental degradation. This crisis has not only exacerbated the socio-economic challenges, but also impacted livelihoods of people. Those are dependent on ocean, seas, and marine resources, causing severe challenges to the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, may I now highlight several policy areas related to ocean for Asia and the Pacific. There is certainly an urgent need to step up efforts to manage marine resources sustainably. The sustainability of our fish stocks is fundamental to food security and nutrition and to economies. There is a need to effectively implement and enforce the port state measures to prevent, deter, and eliminate illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. There is an urgent need to focus on reducing single-use plastic. Time is now to embrace sustainable social norms that transform our addiction to single-use plastic. Leveraging the digital technology to monitor and manage plastic waste is now possible and essential. There is also an urgent need to scale up efforts to rely on safe, secure, and efficient international shipping industry. Enhanced regional cooperation can support in improving accessibility of affordable shipping services, accelerating digitalization of maritime and port services, securing transport safety and social conditions are a necessity. While we recognize that we can provide comprehensive decision-making supported by integrated ocean data solutions, there is a clear case for collecting and sharing more comparable and integrated data on oceans. Lack of availability of data for SDG 14 has limited the ability to provide adequate policy responses. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, with the above background, may I now focus on 4 policy issues and directions for your further deliberations. The first one is to accelerate international and regional cooperation and enhance multi-stakeholder engagement to manage tourism and fisheries. Promotion of a common Pacific brand, for example, to raise the global profile is an important step forward. Second, to encourage sub-regional and cross-border initiatives around the river basins to reduce the single-use plastic. ESCAP is supporting the ASEAN Framework for Action on Marine Debris to undertake an innovative project, Closing the Loop. This initiative is facilitating local governments to prevent plastic waste pollution and leakages entering into the ocean using remote sensing and artificial intelligence. Third, to enhance sustainable regional maritime connectivity. Through ESCAP's Regional Action Program on Sustainable Transport Connectivity, and capacity building program, member states can forge strategic partnerships within the regional and global standard setting organization and stakeholders. Fourth, to promote regional cooperation activities for effective ocean governance. ESCAP's Global Ocean Account Partnership is supporting member states to measure and manage progress towards sustainable ocean development. Vietnam, Malaysia, China, Thailand, and Samoa are countries that are part of the development of Pilot Ocean Account Initiative. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we mark the 75th anniversary of the United Nations, I call on the regional stakeholders to strengthen cooperation and in the promotion of the conservation and sustainable use of the ocean, seas, and marine resources for sustainable development in our region. We are counting on your continued leadership. We have enhanced our support to countries, in particular the least developed countries, the landlocked developing countries, and small island developing states, as well as developing middle-income countries, in sharing experiences and adaptation of good practices across the region, including on our ocean-related initiative. ESCAP, together with colleagues from all UN systems, are committed to further strengthen and facilitate the ocean-related work with member states, our multi-stakeholders through dialogue and technical assistance program as we embark upon the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development 2021 to 2030. Today, I look forward to hearing more from you on your policy solutions to accelerate progress on the delivery of SDG 14 and the protection and sustainable use of ocean for our communities in Asia and Pacific. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ibu Armida, for highlighting the ESCAP's commitment to find solutions to the challenge of the marine ecosystems. Let me also share with the participants that you had the chance to initiate actually this Asia Pacific Day for the Ocean at its first session, and we were very happy because it was one of the first meetings that you chaired as in your new role as ESCAP, and your leadership has also, I think, made the member states to continue supporting the work of ESCAP on ocean and to make the Asia Pacific Day for the Ocean an institution. I would like now to welcome a message from Mr. Vladimir Ryabinin, the Executive Secretary of the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission and Assistant Director General of UNESCO.
Excellencies, colleagues and friends, all courtesies observed. Let me first of all start by thanking the Economic and Social Commission of United Nations for Asia and Pacific for already hosting the third Asia Pacific Day for the Ocean. As Executive Secretary of IOC, I am very happy to learn that in May 2020, despite all gloom and doom of the COVID pandemic, the ESCAP member states adopted a resolution to promote the conservation and sustainable use of the ocean, seas, and marine resources. So they also call on strengthening partnerships with different organizations. So IOC is really standing ready to cooperate with you. Indeed, modern leadership is in partnership. So I would like to thank also the Secretariat of ESCAP for excellent cooperation with IOC. And I would like also to say that, of course, IOC has a thriving regional subcommission for Western Pacific, WestPac, that is also stands ready to work with you. So a little bit philosophically, I would like to state that our world is becoming more and more science intensive in terms of how it can be managed. And the Montreal Protocol, for example, is an example of successful solution to a highly science-intensive problem of the fate of the ozone layer. So now the overarching issue is how we can strengthen the science so it would be really able to help us manage the ocean and the world in the ocean. And ocean is a very good platform for investing, because spillover effects in positive sense will occur in many dimensions, in peace maintenance and fight against crime, in the domain of well-being of people. So the decade is an attempt to have a revolutionary transformation towards managing the ocean sustainably on the basis of a capable science. This is how I would interpret the short version of the decade vision, which simply reads: the science we need for the ocean we want. So, in the result of highly inclusive process, consultative process, IOC involved thousands of people, hundreds of organizations, dozens of countries in designing the plan for the decade, with meetings conducted in every basin of the world ocean. And now the plan is with United Nations Assembly. It has 7 societal outcomes, which are qualities not of the ocean, for example, clean ocean, but also qualities of people in their relation with the ocean. That is, for example, the societal outcome of intriguing, engaging ocean. So the plan is only, though, a framework. And now the time has come to formulate the science feeling of the plan. And on the 15th of October, IOC issued the first call for decadal programs and also supporting contributions. So with this call, now is the time for the actual design of science. In this particular case, I would like to refer to you the work of the high-level panel Sustainable Ocean Economy, which was founded by Norwegian Prime Minister, and which there was an attempt not only to analyze the requirements of the hardest science, like, for example, genomics, but also how to bridge this to the societal issues like equity, like national accounting, preventing crime. So it is the fusion of natural sciences and social sciences that will be making the decade a success. And that is exactly the sense of that transformation. So this period of analyzing the information and the proposals is now starting. So we need managed ocean. The ocean can be managed in terms of geography, coastal zone management, exclusive economic zone management through maritime special planning, management of areas beyond national jurisdiction, for example, by installing marine protected areas. Management can be done disciplinary in terms of fisheries and aquaculture management, adaptation, mitigation of climate change. The science support to this management should go from observations to research, production of data, to transformation of science knowledge into policy and actions. So we also need motivation. We need behavior change, and this may be reinforced by ocean literacy. So I think we have the totality of approaches, but now we should all make it all moving forward. So also, what is important, we would like to be inclusive. We cannot leave anyone outside of the process. No one is behind. So this requires energetic partnership and also focus on capacity development. I hope very much that your meeting will help ESCAP region to propose excellent regional programs for the decade. And we stand ready to assist you and consult you in this process. This will require probably a couple of iterations. So I wish you good luck in this, because this is a very difficult process. But IOC and its Westpac are with you. So let's do it together. I think we can make it and move towards the ocean we need for the future we want, including in the region of Asia and Pacific. Thank you so much.
We really appreciate the remarks from the Executive Secretary of IOC, and let me reiterate ESCAP's commitment to the UN Decade for Ocean Science. So, ladies and gentlemen, after these opening remarks, it's now time for our keynote, and it's my great honor to greet His Excellency Tommy Remengesau Jr., President of the Republic of Palau, to deliver his keynote address. Excellency, welcome to the Asia Pacific Day for the Ocean, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Undersecretary General Armida, Excellencies, members of our Asia Pacific family, children and friends of the ocean. First of all, I'm very happy to be amongst you today. And I want to extend thanks for all of you for coming together and really keeping the focus on the ocean. I know that we are all in a very challenging situation with the COVID-19 pandemic, but we must never lose sight of the health of the ocean as an important goal for us to always consider and not put aside. So with this, I do thank everyone for your coming together, for your input, and I look forward to the outcome of this Asia Pacific Day discussions. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, in just a few weeks' time, we will reach the end of 2020 in circumstances that none of us could have anticipated. This was to have been our super year for nature, especially for the ocean. It was the year to have prepared and put into motion a new approach to meet the challenges of our climate crisis and ocean emergency. But in just a few weeks' time, we will only have partially achieved or failed to achieve the global biodiversity targets that we set ourselves in Aichi a decade ago. The Global Biodiversity Outlook, published last month, provides a sobering reading. 4 of the targets that make up Goal 14, the ocean goal of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, will mature at the end of the year. But we are unlikely to have met this either. In Palau, my friends, we see the signs of this failure. Our pristine paradise is being harmed by the pressures of ocean warming and acidification that are only set to increase. As the IPCC Special Report on the Ocean highlights, even if we keep global warming to below 2 degrees Celsius, 99% of the world reefs will suffer damage. Coral reefs are Palau's natural infrastructure, as they are for communities and countries across the Asia Pacific. They are the foundation of our marine ecosystems, the diversity and health of which is what our ocean economy is based upon, from tourism to fisheries. And so we need to make every effort to reduce emissions, keep below the minus 1.5 degree goal alive, and reduce the stresses on our reefs to build their resilience against these shocks. Yesterday, my friends, we celebrated the 5th anniversary of the passage of the Palau National Marine Sanctuary Act. The sanctuary, which includes 500,000 square kilometers of ocean, was fully implemented this year. One of its core objectives is to build ocean resilience to support our reefs and fish stocks. Ultimately, the sanctuary will support the development of a domestic fishing industry that will reap the spillover benefits of protection. Elsewhere, there are signs of ocean hope like the sanctuary. Just last week, we saw Samoa announce a commitment to protect 30% of its waters. Building on these examples, I call on other coastal and ocean states in the Asia Pacific to step up as stewards for the sustainability of our ocean, to commit to protecting 30% of our ocean by 2030. It is clear that we need to transform our relationship with the ocean. The transition towards a sustainable ocean economy. I do want to highlight 3 economic areas where this can happen. The first is in how we manage our financial resources. In Palau, I have asked our pension fund managers to turn their attention towards impact investing and to account for economic and social governance risk, or ESG risk. We cannot be investing in the same activities that undermine the health of our climate and our ocean. My friends, to put it bluntly, let's put our money where our mouth is. Secondly, a new blue paper commissioned by the Ocean Panel highlights the urgent need to close the sustainable ocean finance gap. In the last 10 years, less than 1% of the total value of the ocean has been invested in sustainable activities. The cost of not conserving and sustainably using the ocean are high, very high. We need our development partners, international agencies, and the private sector to scale up your efforts to set new sustainable ocean financial standards, correct market distortions, and explore new financing mechanisms and tools, especially those that are fit for small country context. Thirdly, I want to commend ESCAP's leadership in advancing the growing partnership for ocean accounting. Setting a course for a sustainable ocean economy depends on making decisions with all of the ocean economy in sight. It depends on being able to take proper account of the natural capital of our ocean and how this supports its livelihoods and welfare, not just GDP. But ocean accounting is also where partnerships to share best practices, because many of the ocean states of our region are also ones with limited statistical capacity. In this pandemic, my friends, when we are all deeply trying to cope with its health and economic consequences, the ocean can be a guide for our recovery plans and efforts. But the ocean cannot fall out of our focus. We must take this opportunity to invest in actions and sectors that enables us to build back bluer. Tourism, fisheries, shipping, aquaculture, and nature-based climate sectors. All sectors of the ocean economy need to become part of the sustainable ocean economy. And as we begin the decade for ocean science, we also need to invest in and build partnerships that advance our scientific understanding of our ocean. That is the only way to realize the ocean we want. Listening to what science is telling us and sharing best practices. We can balance protection and production for equitable prosperity. This is the core message from the Ocean Panel, which I co-chair. Indeed, the Ocean Panel has a distinct Asia-Pacific flavor. Among the 14 heads of state and government who make up the panel, I am joined by the leaders of Fiji, Australia, Japan, and Indonesia. In 5 weeks' time, on December 3, we will be launching the panel's agenda that sets out a range of consensus recommendations for transitioning to a sustainable ocean economy. The elements that I have mentioned here today on ocean finance and accounting are just part of that agenda, which we ourselves will be putting into action. And we invite all ESCAP's membership and stakeholders to join us in this, turning this agenda and a sustainable ocean economy into reality. Thank you, my friends, and kumpan sulam.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Thank you very much for your very inspirational speech, your pragmatism on where we stand, but also your optimism and the vision on how we can become better. Your government has indeed demonstrated its commitment to the protection of the ocean with clear actions, such as the Palau National Marine Sanctuary Act. We appreciate your motivational address, and rest assured that we will continue working closely with your government and also all the small island developing states to protect the ocean for sustainable development. Thank you very much. So dear participants, after these powerful opening interventions, we would like, before we're going to the breakout rooms, to have some interaction with you and to hear your voices on a couple of questions we believe are quite important. So I would like to ask from our technical facilitator, Irene, to explain how to use an interactive tool to hear some thoughts from your side. Irene, please.
Thanks, Stephanos. So in order to participate in the Menti, please open a tab on your browser, or you can also do this from your mobile device if you find that that would be easier for you, and type in menti.com. This URL is also on your screen right now, on the top of your screen, and use the code and enter the code 1471402. Once again, these instructions are also on the screen in front of you, menti.com, and the code 1471402. Over to you, Stephanos, if you want to give a little bit of background around the question itself.
Thank you very much, Irene. And while we're waiting the participants to log in, the first question is, in your opinion, what are the most pressing challenges for the protection and sustainable development of the ocean in Asia and the Pacific? And as your responses are coming in, we see them taking shape in the screen. And I think we already see the centrality of the climate change issue. His Excellency, the President of Palau, mentioned how much we need to redo whatever we have to do to stay below the 1.5 degrees. And there was no better way to augment this message from the President by having you, all of you, putting the climate change in the central spot of the most pressing challenge. I want to say here that indeed we should not see the climate change and the biodiversity crisis as two different crises. It's one crisis that it has to do with the sustainable management of natural resources and the way we have developed our development paradigm so far. And we see that around climate change, we're having the issues of overfishing, pollution, overfishing, plastic pollution is coming again very strong. So there's a very, very big array of challenges that we need to indeed address. And if we see some of the keywords here, deep sea mining, plastic pollution, sea level rise, disaster risk reduction, I think that we're going to have a lot of time in the 4 dialogues to address them. So thank you very much for the participation in this first question. I would like now to go to the second question, which is, what are your expectations for our dialogue today? So what do you expect to get, what do you expect to take from this dialogue? Please put your answers as previously.
And in order to do so, I already see that the responses are coming in, but in case you need further instructions, in order to see this question, you might have to refresh your browser. Back to you, Stephanos.
Thank you, Irene. So, very interesting ideas starts to emerge. Inspiration right now at the center. So it's good that we are all looking for inspiration. I think the welcoming remarks from Ibo Armida, from the Executive Secretary of the IOC, and of course the keynote of His Excellency the President of Palau has already provided some inspiration. But we do need this inspiration so we are able to go to action and find solutions, as you indicate here. And solutions that they will need to be based on knowledge, solutions that they will enhance the collaboration, they will take best practices and they will make them work in practice and in big scale. We need also, as you mentioned here, to focus on sharing knowledge. There's so many good things happening all over the world about the protection of the ocean. So this is a place that collaboration and probably the continuation and the beginning of partnerships could happen. So thank you very much for these messages. It is quite motivating to feel the spirit in this virtual room and the shared commitments for the protection of the ocean. So colleagues, it is time now to move to the interactive dialogue rooms, where you will have the opportunity to talk about collaboration, about partnerships, about solutions. And I'm looking forward to the messages and recommendations from the rapporteurs after the breakout rooms at the final segment. So I hope you will have a very productive dialogue. And before you go to your rooms, I would like to ask again our facilitator, Irene, to come up with some housekeeping announcements for you on how you will participate in the rooms. Irene.
Happy to. Thank you, Stefanos. So you do not see the breakout room option in front of you yet because I have not opened the rooms. But in a little while, once I click open the rooms, you will see this button breakout rooms at the bottom of your screen. Please go ahead and click it. Once you click the breakout rooms, you will then see the names and the full titles, not just interactive dialogue, but the full titles of the interactive dialogues that you have signed up for. And then once you hover over the names of the interactive dialogues that you've signed up for, you'll be able to click join. So I will open the breakout rooms now. If you, for whatever reason, do not see that button, please go ahead and write to us in the chat to let us know. Otherwise, please move to the session that you have signed up for now and have a great conversation.
Thank you, Irene. I see that the number of the people in the main room is reducing, so it means some of them are joining already the interactive dialogues. Again, just to repeat what you said, if you don't see the breakout rooms button, which is next to the record button, please put a message and Irene and the other colleagues will direct you in the room that you would like to participate. Still people joining. Irene will already have some messages from Tekao, for example, that they don't see the button. Colleagues that you don't see the button, please say in which room would you like to go and Irene will assign you there.
Yes, I'm slowly going to go through each request one by one. So please hang tight. I appreciate your patience. Kate, Philip, I do not see you in the participant list. So please write what room number directly, which interactive dialogue you are supposed to be in so that I can assign you there directly.
I just started the recording.
Okay.
And if you have any technical issues, just send in the chat.
Sure. So we're ready to start.
I don't see Manu in the room.
You can see Manu.
You can?
Hey, Malo Lele Manu.
Hello, Lele Taholo, and a good fellow afternoon to all of you. Minister Simon Kofi and Josefa, good afternoon.
All right, so with your permission, we shall start now. And I'd like the Honorable Minister and Oliver to have your cameras on, but all should be muted. Greetings from Fiji. I am Josefa Mayava. I'm the head of the ESCAP Pacific office based in Fiji, and I will be your MC for this session on fostering tourism and fisheries. For this session on fostering tourism and fisheries for sustainable development. We are fortunate to have an excellent lineup of eminent speakers and panelists who will share their national and regional perspectives on the sustainable use of oceans for and through tourism and fisheries. With a focus on small island developing states, we hope to examine and identify strategic entry points for regional collaboration in support of the Decade Program for the oceans in general and sustainable tourism and fisheries in particular. Also we seek recommendations for concrete regional actions, particularly in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic. So we will start off with the opening remarks by His Excellency Mr. Simon Kofe, Minister of Justice, Communications and Foreign Affairs of Tuvalu. Mr. Kofe has a bachelor's in law and master's in international maritime law and was a senior magistrate in Tuvalu before becoming a member of parliament and now minister. Honorable Minister, thank you so much for joining us to mark the third Asia Pacific Day of the Oceans. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayava. It's good to see you again. Excellencies, Director General of the FFA. Good to see everyone this afternoon. I am extremely grateful for the invitation to join this virtual forum celebrating the third Asia Pacific Day for the oceans. I'm especially pleased to be taking part in this innovative series of interactive dialogues on marine issues. I had spent some years working as a legal officer for the Fisheries Department of Tuvalu, and I also have a background in international maritime law. So given that today's interactive dialogue topic on fostering tourism and fisheries for sustainable development is an issue of extreme interest to me. Tuvalu does not command a major tourism industry. However, I do acknowledge the massive importance of tourism to the economies of many nations in the Asia-Pacific region. With the impacts of COVID-19, we have seen how the tourism industry has been intensely impacted. And this has undoubtedly prompted us to reconsider what it means for tourism to be sustainable and to exist as part of sustainable development. With the border closures due to COVID-19, the hotels and lodges in Tuvalu have had to refashion themselves to attract greater consumption by domestic communities. This is perhaps one way in which we can rethink the place of tourism in sustainable development. We can look to the local and consider how our own communities can be more greatly benefited by the services tourism provides. In vast contrast to tourism, fisheries is one of Tuvalu's main revenue streams, providing 30 to 40% of national revenue. Our exclusive economic zone is massive at approximately 700,000 square kilometers, and fostering fisheries for sustainable development is a critical issue for the government of Tuvalu. In fact, our 2020 Tuvalu foreign policy identifies fisheries as one of our 4 key development sectors for the nation. In tune with today's interactive dialogue topic, Tuvalu's foreign policy objectives stress ensuring the sustainable and beneficial use of living marine resources and promoting local and regional fisheries. Currently, a major portion of Tuvalu's fisheries revenue comes from the sale of fishing licenses. However, although we must ensure that Tuvalu's fishing licenses reap economic benefits for the nation, we must also ensure the sustainability of marine resources to fulfill our moral responsibility to our neighbors in the Pacific, to distant water fishing nations in Asia, and to the global community. In managing our fish stocks, we are safeguarding our future and facilitating a marine environment that will continue to prosper over the long term. In Tuvalu, we talk about stewardship, as we said in Tuvalu, atafai. It is because we consider ourselves stewards of the Pacific Ocean that we hope to foster sustainable fisheries. It is for the same reason that we advocate for ocean management that is proportionate and equitable. Small island developing states like Tuvalu should not be solely responsible for protecting our vast exclusive economic zones, especially when other nations fish in these zones and benefit from the protection we provide. Shared, proportionate, and equitable global responsibility is key to cultivating thriving fisheries for the benefit of all. Importantly, however, we are not only looking towards foreign nations to provide fisheries revenue for Tuvalu, we are also consistently striving towards the goal of promoting domestic fisheries, both in Tuvalu and throughout the Pacific. We support the foreign nations who purchase fishing licenses to use our waters, but we also recognize that the long term and for economic sustainability, Pacific fisheries must be at least partially owned and operated by Pacific peoples and for their benefit. As with tourism, COVID-19 has taught us many lessons about fisheries and sustainable development. The purseine fishery for tuna has remained viable during the pandemic, but the longline tuna industry has suffered with a major drop in demand and price for products. The number of longline vessels purchasing licenses in Tuvalu has decreased dramatically as well. Although both purseine and longline industries are expected to recover post-COVID, the experiences of these industries shows us the need to think both domestically and internationally in order to think sustainably. This is similar to the point on tourism I discussed at the beginning of my remarks. Selling fishing licenses and partnering with distant water fishing nations is important to our fisheries, but fostering fisheries for sustainable development must focus on the domestic population as well. Given the food security issues highlighted when Tuvalu closed its borders due to COVID-19, we expect that food security projects to increase tuna catch in coastal waters will create new opportunities for small businesses and livelihoods. It is my hope that this will lead to a larger and more thriving domestic fishing industry for Tuvalu in the future. I hope through these very brief remarks that I have underscored some of the key issues for fisheries and tourism in Tuvalu, and I look forward to the exciting discussions that will undoubtedly take place during today's interactive dialogue. Thank you and whakatailas.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister, for those very inspiring remarks, comments. I particularly liked your reference to the moral and stewardship responsibility of Tuvalu, not only towards its people, but to the other Pacific Island countries, as well as to distant fishing water nations who depend on fisheries, the stocks in the Pacific a lot. So I commend you for these really great remarks to set the scene for our discussion today. I will now ask my colleague, Oliver Pattison, Chief of Countries with Special Needs, the Macroeconomic Policy and Financing Development Division of ESCAP, to present the key findings and updates from the Countries with Special Needs Development Report called Leveraging Ocean Resources for Sustainable Development in SIDS. Oliver, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Josefa. I hope everyone can hear me now. I'm sharing my screen, this presentation. Dear viewers, it's my pleasure to join this interactive dialogue on the third Asia-Pacific Day of the Ocean and to provide an overview on tourism and fisheries for sustainable development. As you just said, Josefa, these are some of the key messages of a report that we published earlier this year, the Asia-Pacific Countries with Special Needs Development Report 2020, which is entitled Leveraging Ocean Resources for Sustainable Development of Small Island Developing States. With almost a third of the implementation period of the 2030 agenda having passed, stocktaking of available data suggests that small island developing states are on track in our region to reach Goal 9 on building resilient infrastructure, promoting inclusive and sustainable industrialization, and fostering innovation. They're also on track to reach Goal 12 on sustainable consumption and production patterns. Significant progress has also been made in reaching Goal 3 on ensuring healthy lives and promoting well-being for all. And I think this is evident when looking at some of the preventative measures that countries introduced to cope with the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic. In fact, to date, only 6 small island developing states in our region had confirmed COVID-19 cases, and the overall human cost is quite low so far. As a group, however, insufficient progress has been made for most other goals. Acceleration is needed for Goal 13, which aims to take urgent actions to combat climate change and its impacts. This is truly a challenge that the small island developing states face because they're of course highly vulnerable to climate change and to external shocks and extreme weather events. In addition, Goal 8 on promoting inclusive and sustainable economic growth, employment, and decent work for all needs greater attention, as without sustainable growth and the availability of decent work, countries won't be able to reach many of the other goals. Although small island developing states generally cover small areas of land, which are often dispersed across hundreds of islands, many have large exclusive economic zones, as we heard before. And in these zones, they have exclusive rights for the purpose of exploring and exploiting, but also conserving and managing natural resources. The abundance of these resources clearly needs to be leveraged more effectively to support sustainable development. And with fisheries and tourism being closely related to these abundant resources, these two sectors are clearly potential drivers of economic development and sustainable development in the small island developing states, but also of other littoral countries in our region. Now, let me come to tourism first of all. Tourism remains a particularly important driver of economic growth. It increases economic activity, it creates and sustains jobs, attracts investment, and reduces poverty. For small island developing states, tourism is one of the most economically viable sectors, despite the disruptions caused by the current COVID-19 pandemic. Tourism is already the largest sector in a number of economies, including Cook Islands, Fiji, Maldives, Palau, and Vanuatu. And in 2018, tourism employment comprised 45% of Palau's workforce and exceeded a third of the workforce in, for instance, Niue, Cook Islands, Vanuatu, and Fiji. However, once the COVID-19 pandemic has been overcome, the tourism sector will need to address more carefully economic, environmental, and socio-cultural sustainability concerns. For instance, strengthening the linkages between tourism-oriented sectors and other sectors would permit for more beneficial spillovers and would enable economies to benefit more from tourism. At the same time, there's a careful balance between fostering tourism and protecting fragile ecosystems, as well as indigenous cultures, which can come under threat from over-tourism. As we know, let me just go back here. As we know, the immediate impact of the COVID-19 pandemic has been felt through a sharp and unprecedented decline of international inbound visitors to Asia and the Pacific. This is, of course, a result of the quarantine measures, travel bans, and border closures, both in tourist source countries as well as destinations. According to the latest report of the United Nations World Tourism Organization, global international tourism arrivals collapsed by 70% in the first 8 months of this year, which was translated into a loss of about $730 billion in tourism receipts globally. We can also see here that the impact has been the largest in Asia and the Pacific, which witnessed a decline of more than 3/4 in tourism arrivals. And within the Pacific, arrivals to Fiji dropped the most, collapsing by more than 65% in the first half of the year. While tourism may not come back in the short term, small island developing states can rely on fisheries as another driver for sustainable development. Fisheries, which can be broken down into offshore, coastal, aquaculture, and freshwater fisheries, are extremely valuable for a number of the small island developing states. Offshore fisheries in the Pacific is by far the most important of these in terms of the value of fisheries production. And in fact, the Pacific sub-region provides approximately 55% of the world's tuna supply. Overall, fisheries provide employment, government revenue, as we've already heard, and food, thereby contributing to reducing household poverty. Access fees that vessels from distant water fishing nations pay are often the main source of public revenue for many countries, many governments. And for instance, in Kiribati, for instance, these fisheries contribute as much to 75% of government revenue. Now, in Asia and the Pacific, the health of oceans in general, but also fisheries in particular, is fragile, and the challenges of sustainably managing fisheries are intricately linked to sustainable conservation of oceans. We highlight in our report overfishing, data gaps to manage fisheries, and climate change as being among the great challenges. Conservation projects with factual, transparent, and harmonized data are needed. And governance is also needed to prevent the depletion of stocks and to preserve natural environments. Marine protected areas and the improved monitoring of illegal, unregulated, and unreported fishing can play an important role here. And finally, regional cooperation should be strengthened. For example, the regional protocols that the fishing sector introduced at the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic were developed through a strong partnership with member states of the Pacific Islands Forum's Fishery Agency. Now, coming to the summary and the kind of key messages of this report, I think while the Asia-Pacific small island developing states have made progress clearly towards some of the sustainable development goals, now is the time to accelerate action and to implement the 2030 agenda by taking full advantage of the blue economy in a sustainable manner. Fostering their tourism and fishery sector is a way forward for many of the small island developing states to capitalize on their natural endowments. But there are, of course, a number of overarching challenges that need to be overcome. One is the lack of factual, transparent, and harmonized data that I referred to. Such data are required to fully understand the status of fish stocks and fishery practices. Ensuring the sustainability of this crucial sector would also require enhanced and international and regional cooperation, as I mentioned on the previous slide. This would enable the numerous international instruments that have been put in place to create ambitious targets for the protection and sustainable use of oceans would be needed to turn these into tangible results. But finally, the immediate priority is, of course, to address the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. We do think that this provides a historic opportunity to advocate for sustainable resilience, for policy choices that are ultimately pro-environment, pro-climate, and pro-poor, and that do place people's rights at the center. So if the pandemic does progress on the global roadmap for a more inclusive and sustainable future, if it spurs progress, we do think that it might provide an opportunity to better respond to future crises. So I'll hand over back to you, Josefa, concluding this presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Oliver, for your presentation. I think the recommendations are quite clear, and we will now move on to our panel discussion. And I would like to ask Taolo Kami, thank him for agreeing to, who is the Fiji representative for oceans and the conservation specialist or expert from the Pacific, who's agreed to moderate this session. Taolo, please go ahead and introduce your panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, and malo lelei, bulavinaka, everybody from Fiji. Welcome to today's interactive dialogue on fostering tourism and fisheries for sustainable development. I think the introductions have been done, and we'll move on because of time. But I'd like to start the panel. I'd like to thank, first of all, acknowledge the presence of His Excellency Minister from Tuvalu, Simon Kofe. And good to see you again, Simon. And then before we start, I'd also like to acknowledge ESCAP for the presentation we've just heard, and then bringing us together to discuss an issue that's paramount in terms of importance to the Pacific Islands region and to Asia Pacific as a whole. And we've got an amazing panel with us today to provide national and regional perspectives for innovative actions towards the sustainable use of oceans for tourism and fisheries, as well as to respond to the report. I'm particularly pleased to welcome our members on the panel. So starting, I'd like to welcome Ms. Christina Leleangale, Manager for Sustainable Tourism and Research from the Pacific Tourism Organization. Our second panelist is Dr. Manu Tupo-Ruzan, Director General, Pacific Islands Forum Fisheries Agency, and she'll be speaking on regional cooperation on fisheries in the Pacific. And then finally, we've got Dr. Emma Camp, the Great Barrier Reef Coral Nurture Program and United Nations Young Leader for the Sustainable Development Goals. And I'm going to ask our panelists to begin by providing their perspectives for innovative actions towards the sustainable use of oceans in their respective areas. And then we'll move on to the discussion and question and answer session. You can ask questions while the discussion is ongoing through the Zoom platform and using the chat and the text on the side. We'll collect your questions and I'll come back on selected questions that we can put to the panel. But let's start it rolling. And I'll start with Christina. Christina, if you could just start us off with the perspective focusing on the tourism sector. And, you know, we've seen the numbers, we've seen the different impacts across the Pacific on each of our Pacific countries, especially. And I'd like to just appreciate if you could highlight how your organization is addressing the challenges posed by COVID-19, the COVID-19 pandemic, and other challenges that have been exemplified or amplified by that. The floor is yours, Christina. Malo.
Yeah, Vinaka Taholo, good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Minister and FFA Director General, as well as our esteemed participants and panel members for today's discussion. First of all, Talofa and Pacific greetings from the Pacific Tourism Organization based in Suva. Thank you very much for the opportunity to again be part of the dialogue. And so for the purpose of today, and I just wanted to highlight first that, you know, at the Pacific Tourism Organization, we've just completed our board meeting yesterday, our first virtual meeting for 2020. And there's some very exciting developments coming up in terms of how the sector will be moving forward, especially when we're looking at the pandemic and how we will be supporting our member countries. SPTO, in consultation with our member countries, have been working really hard in terms of looking at how we can look at resetting, replanning tourism, you know, with, in particular, with how we've seen so many challenges across our member countries. We have countries that are developed like Fiji and Vanuatu and Cook Islands, and then right down to our small island states, and really appreciate the feedback from the Honorable Minister with regards to how you also have your views about Tuvalu and sustainable tourism and the importance of looking at how we see the future of tourism in the Pacific. Since the pandemic, we've looked at different areas and also considering the priority of our members as the pandemic evolved, when we were looking at first of all, the impact of the pandemic on the tourism workforce across the region. We can understand that a lot of our bigger countries are struggling with the unemployment rates. And so there's been some efforts going into supporting capacity building programs, one of which includes a collaboration between SPTO and the United Nations Capital Development Fund and APTC in providing virtual training opportunities that will support those workers who have been laid off or have lost their jobs from tourism. And this is currently being rolled out and led by APTC as a training provider in the Pacific region. We're also transitioning a lot of our training programs and capacity building programs in the form of work attachments and in-country trainings to virtual platforms in consultation with our member countries as well. So there's a lot of effort going into that area, but also looking at enhanced support for information sharing. So as a regional body, we're also pushing out a lot of information that will be quite useful to support the sector in rebuilding back better. And so this is through a webinar series that SPTO coordinates with its global, regional, and national partners. And so those are some of the examples of what we've done in terms of support for tourism workforce development. One important area that we're supporting as a regional body is looking at market research. With the pandemic, there's a lot of changes that we're expecting from our key markets as well as emerging markets, and New Zealand government has supported a market research in the top two markets for most of our countries, which is New Zealand and Australia. And that highlights what the market changes will be in terms of looking at preferences, the changes in preferences, and what the people will be looking, what tourists will be looking at post-pandemic. So you're looking at what they will need in terms of health and safety, regulations, and guarantee when they travel again. Thirdly, we're also advancing the work on setting up our regional policy platforms and an example of this is SPTO moving into developing a regional sustainable tourism policy framework, but also looking at supporting our member countries in measuring the impact of tourism. And that's quite important because what we've planning now is developing a Pacific tourism statistics strategy, which is also quite important when we're talking about tourism and the impacts of tourism. It's quite different across the member countries. And so I can confidently say at the moment we do not have the data that's required for measuring the impact of the sector on our different countries and different niches or tourism developments in the countries. And so we need to be building that platform to collect the data, interpret, and also inform our future policies. So those are quite important for us as a regional body. And then, of course, we have regional cooperation efforts with the crop agencies. We're incorporating a lot of lessons or what we're currently learning and will continue to learn from the pandemic into the 2050 Blue Pacific strategy. And that's an important work that SPTO is fully supportive of, but also supporting all our other crop agencies through the different platforms available for regional ocean initiatives. That's quite key. And also relooking at our own structures. Every year we have a Council of Tourism Ministers meeting. Currently, the Board of Directors and our national tourism organizations are relooking at that platform to further engage our leaders in post-pandemic in terms of how we look at tourism as a holistic sector, looking at the sustainability of tourism, noting that in our 5-year strategic plan that we've agreed to as a region, we're looking at sustainable tourism. So when I talk about sustainable tourism, it's looking at the economic impacts of tourism, but also the social, cultural, and the environmental aspects of tourism development on our countries. That's very, very key in moving forward, and it's exciting times. Although it's the economic impact now on our region is quite substantial, but we see this as a golden opportunity to reset the planning of tourism and see what's best for us. The key really also is with our countries, and if we're looking at sustainable tourism, tourism should really be guided by our people, and it should be a people-centered sector. And so we've come a long way in terms of development. I guess, we all understand that economic impact has been at the forefront of how countries in the Pacific have developed tourism, but this is a golden opportunity for us now to relook at what's more important, how can we draw that balance, and how can we support private sector, communities, and all the stakeholders involved, including our donors as well, to come on board and support tourism to be a better industry post-pandemic. So maybe with those comments, I can end it there, Taholo, for now, but I'm more than happy to share further during the dialogue today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christina. And I'm sure you've got, there's interesting questions on this one. I can see the importance of tourism to our small countries, some more important to some, and to others, we can see them as emerging or this whole opportunity to rethink. So please send your questions in on the chat or as directed, and then we'll come back to you, Christina, on any key questions from our audience, participants. But we're going to switch to fisheries now, and I'm going to ask Dr. Tupo and Manu if you could share perspectives and insights on how the Pacific Islands Forum Fishing Agency is contributing to making fisheries more sustainable. Thank you, Manu.
Full screen. Don't show the notes. Full screen. Am I off mute? Thank you, Barbara. Thank you very much to our expert facilitator, Taholo, and also a warm good afternoon to all of you from Honiara, the home of the FFA Secretariat. We acknowledge the Honourable Minister of Tuvalu, Simon Kofe, and we are grateful for your leadership and deep commitment to sustainable fisheries. We're also thankful to Josefa and the amazing ESCAP team for providing this opportunity for FFA. It's an honor for us to join you in this important event for the third Asia Pacific Day for the Ocean. And we all recognize, as has been highlighted by several of you, the unprecedented environment within which we operate. And what we recall from FFA's side is the statement made by our honourable ministers when they met in August about how the current situation makes even more important the continuation of our tuna fisheries sector operating effectively. And that has also been underlined by Honourable Kofi. It's central to our economic recovery from this pandemic, and it is also critical for the future of our people, again underlined by the Honourable Minister. And now more than ever, the importance of our cooperation. Move to the next slide. Just in this short presentation, we'll talk about three key areas. The first one in relation to FFA's work to contribute to sustainable fisheries. And then again, embedding that in the context which all of us face and the challenges that we're facing with the impacts of COVID-19 and the responses that the membership have made to the pandemic in two of the areas that are set up on screen. Then looking specifically at the opportunities for collaboration. At the outset, FFA was established in 1979 by our Pacific leaders, making sure that we bring our people together to work on common matters related to tuna fisheries and achieving together and ensuring that we achieve the greatest benefits possible for our people. And in our strategic plan that came into effect just on 1 July recently, our ministers have echoed that vision in stating that our people enjoy the greatest possible social and economic benefits from the sustainable use of our offshore fisheries resources. So our ministers have put front and center sustainable fisheries, and we note that it's the theme of this gathering. And so how are we to achieve this vision? In the strategic plan, it makes very clear that we are to invest in our people, empower our people to achieve 4 high-level goals: to maximize economic returns, enhance social returns, and also combat illegal fishing. And we can only achieve that through regional solidarity. Our moderator, Taholo, highlighted earlier about regional cooperation in the Pacific, and we underline from FFA that this has been the cornerstone of our success for the past 40+ years. And it is the only way that we can make a positive difference on the lives of the people we serve. And it is the only way that we can ensure that the Pacific is stable, secure, and prosperous. Using our greatest asset, our people, through our greatest tool, cooperation. FFA has 17 members with over 30 million square kilometers of exclusive economic zone, which comprises over 20% of the world's EEZs. Last year recorded our highest catch of nearly 3 million metric tons in the Western Central Pacific Ocean, which is about 55% of the global tuna catch. Now, when we think about the Western Central Pacific Ocean, we're aware that it comprises both FFA members and those that are not in the FFA membership, for example, the US territories and the French territories. But if we carve out just the FFA membership and what's taken from their waters, it provides 1/3 of the global tuna catch, which is about $3 billion US. In terms of government revenue, This is over 550 million US dollars and continues to trend upwards. That is a record high for our membership. Also, with employment in the tuna fishery sector, this is over 22,000 jobs. And again, it continues to trend upwards. Honourable Minister highlighted food security, and that is one of our key goals as well, to ensure that our work continues to contribute to local food security needs. Also highlighting here that FFA members are very proud to be home to the best managed tuna fishery in the world, as well as the largest tuna fishery in the world. And this visual highlights that better than I could describe it. Basically, what the scientists say that our 4 major tuna stocks are in the green. They're all biologically healthy, but unfortunately, when we compare that to other regions, it's not the same elsewhere. It's not just about economic sustainability and environmental or biological sustainability of our resources, but as highlighted by the Honourable Minister, the moral responsibility, the social responsibility. And as pushed by our membership, the Tuna Commission, which is the regional fisheries management organization for the Western Central Pacific Ocean, our region, at that Tuna Commission 2 Decembers ago, we pushed for a resolution for labour standards for crew on board fishing vessels. And the years before that, we pushed for observer safety measures on fishing vessels. So this is something that is a priority for our membership. It's not just about the money. And last year, our honourable ministers adopted minimum conditions of access to our waters relating to standards of labour for crew on board vessels. And it doesn't apply just to foreign fishing vessels, but walking the talk and applying that also to our domestic vessels. And Tuvalu, for Honourable Minister's own home country, they're one of the leaders in implementing these labour standards. So it's not just being complacent in terms of the human side to our work and ensuring that the standards are there for those who we authorize to fish within our waters, but also one of the challenges that was highlighted at the start of our session of the meeting, and this is in relation to IUU fishing. And there was a study commissioned by FFA in 2016, which is to be updated this year, which gave an estimated value for a landed fish that's caught through these means to about, well, it's over 600 million US dollars. And in terms of the economic loss to our countries through excess revenue, that's over 150 million US dollars. What was also revealed through this study is that over 95% of our IUU challenge, it's not unlicensed vessels, it's actually vessels that we license who fail to report their catch properly or don't report or misreport. And so what's been the response of the FFA membership to this? And what they've developed over the last 4 decades is a suite of tools, and it's important to not read any of them in isolation. They all work together. It's an integrated framework of tools which we draw from to combat illegal fishing, starting from the tools to monitor the fishery, such as the regional surveillance picture that we house at the center here, which maps out on a screen all the vessels that are registered in the region and tracks them through satellite, through the vessel monitoring system. Those are examples of the monitoring tools that I've just stated, but you've got the fuller picture on screen. Leading also to the control tools we have in place, such as legislation, measures related to what happens in port, and also importantly, undertaking surveillance of the vast EEZs through, for example, our aerial surveillance program, and always providing support to national level those who enforce their laws and measures. Now, very quickly, I'll touch on the COVID impacts on these tools. The observer program has had to be suspended paramount consideration was the health and safety concern for our nationals and repatriating our observers. For port states, instead of having to transship in port for percent vessels, allowing them to transship at the discretion of the port state, determining which area in their waters and under what conditions. We are funded by the Australia Department of Defence generously to manage the aerial surveillance program of 2 planes, and that was temporarily suspended from March when the pandemic hit, or was announced as a pandemic, to 30 June. And there's been an impact on our regional surveillance operations. Instead of the boardings, for example, sightings of vessels. So how have we responded to that? I mentioned earlier the regional surveillance picture, the satellite tracking of vessels, and using that ability to innovate, as is one of the key topics of our session. And nothing like a crisis to do things we couldn't do before, but forcing us to think creatively within the limited limitations that this pandemic has created. So contact tracing of vessels, including when they transship or bunker at sea, and to find any potential IUU activity through vessel monitoring system, and another system which is used for primarily for search and rescue, but we use to complement vessel monitoring system, which is stated up there as AIS, Automatic Identification System. And using any information that we have within a certain time frame, the last 30 days of any vessels that have been in COVID-affected countries, when they enter our members' waters or enter our members' ports, that information is pushed out to all of our members regularly. Our regional operations are also back up and running with partners from Australia, New Zealand, US, and France. And also the COVID responses I've mentioned earlier, the safe repatriation of our observers, and having removed that tool, an observer on a vessel, to independently verify, catch, and information from the vessel, including compliance. What it's done for the FFA is expedited the work that we do to have a regional tool related to electronic monitoring and electronic reporting. And we've got a number of our countries who are already leading the way at national level on these two, but making sure that we can harmonize this across our membership. As was mentioned earlier by Oliver, the development of COVID-safe protocols, and emphasizing here that no one achieves anything alone. These safety protocols, like all of our other tools, it was a collaborative effort with the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade Australia, the PNA office, one of the sub-regional bodies, a key within the region. Our sister organization, the SPC, worked together with us to develop those. And it's intended to be used on fishing vessels or when vessels are in port, the types of protocols you'd follow to ensure the safety of all those persons involved.
We're going to have to just wrap it up.
Sure.
Please.
Thank you, Taholo. The impact on our economic and social benefits, you would have heard about the impacts can't go out to the markets in Japan, US, our traditional markets, so looking inwards and being more innovative, looking at the markets in Australia and New Zealand, continuing to find those ways to contribute to food security. Also importantly, the impacts of COVID on women during this time. In terms of the opportunities for collaboration, cannot underline enough, and it's been said by other speakers, sharing information, how do we make sure there's those mechanisms for data access, cooperation at all levels, and as underlined by our Honourable Minister, it is a shared responsibility. So in conclusion, not forgetting why we do what we do and why we must give it our best, our people. Thank you.
Thank you, Manu, and that was quite thorough. I think I've got some new insights again on reminder of the incredible role that FFA plays in this space. There's a question here on satellite-based surveillance, and I think you've answered quite a bit that the Pacific has got some leading solutions being run at the regional level, but I'll leave that open for question time. But we're going to cross to our third panelist, and I'll invite Dr. Kemp to lead us from here. And I just hope that we can stick to 5 minutes on this one. and just open it up for questions. Thank you.
Cool. No problem. Thank you, Tahulo and Christina and Manu for the presentations. They were great. And before I begin, I'm here in Sydney. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land and seas and where I present today, the Gadigal and Bidjigal people. I'd also like to pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. I'm a marine biologist and climate scientist here in Sydney. And I also currently hold an honorary position with the UN advocating for youth engagement. So again, that's kind of one thing I just wanted to put up front is when we're thinking about all these solutions, and I'm going to kind of touch on 2 case studies from here in Australia today. But yeah, really making sure that when we're thinking about the impacts and how we're going to kind of move forward and try to reach the goals of 2030, that we're making sure youth really have a meaningful voice at the tables and the discussions that are going on. So just to be brief, I'm going to draw on initially on an IUCN report that I was part of the team commissioning here in Australia, and I appreciate, I guess, before I begin that being here in Australia, the socioeconomic conditions are very different maybe to some of the other small nation states, but I really fundamentally believe that some of the take-home messages that have come out of the report and some of the work that we're doing here is applicable across nations and can actually help us to achieve the goals that we're all trying to do for 2030. So the IUCN report that I was involved in was actually really timely placed because it was called Healthy People in a Healthy Planet, and this was initiated before the pandemic came out. But what some of the take-home messages were from that was that human health is obviously inextricably linked to the health of the environment, and I think many of us here are well aware of that. But actually, if we look at policies and we look at procedures and mechanisms, there's actually a big disconnect between things that are going on in, say, in the health sector in our countries and that of the environment. And so actually trying to really make a conscious effort to pull sustainability in from all different angles of policy, I think is one real key take-home message for that. Sharing of data, we've repeatedly heard that. That's something else that came out of that sort of presentation. The other has been ensuring that we not only think about, when we're thinking about, activities, that we're thinking kind of innovative solutions. And this really brings me on, I guess, to what I want to talk about mainly today, which is a case study here in Australia called the Coral Nurture Programme. This was an initiative that I founded with colleagues here in 2018. And this is a tourism-led initiative that collaborates with science, but it was driven by the needs of stakeholders. So it wasn't driven by the needs of government or the needs of scientists, it was driven by the needs of the stakeholders, in this case being tour operators on the Great Barrier Reef who were visually seeing the degradation of that habitat. And so then it was saying, okay, how can we collaboratively come together to not only ensure long-term ecosystem functioning and stability and hopefully rejuvenation, but also socioeconomic security for the tour operators, particularly at the moment. And this was, set up again pre-COVID. So some of the things that, why this was very successful and one of the kind of values of this type of collaboration is that it brings in innovative science. It's bringing in, looking at genomic and lots of really cutting edge scientific techniques to try to understand resilience of our reef ecosystems and how we can actually not only start to rejuvenate them, but ensure that they are more tolerant to the stresses that climate change is going to throw at these systems, such as warmer temperatures and ocean acidification. But importantly, it is a collaborative effort. And so the tour operators are providing site access. They're providing the historical knowledge of these locations. They're providing access to the sites. They're the ones physically doing a lot of the monitoring. They're also the ones that are actually doing the rehabilitation of these sites in partnership with the tour operators. Importantly, this is also allowing ocean literacy and education to go ahead with the expanse of guests that come through there. Again, that it's allowing more access to data collection that the science community wouldn't have if they were operating in silos. So by working with the stakeholders, it allows us to get more data and more repeat measurements, because those are the operators that are out there and know the site. It's capacity building because it's diversifying the funding revenue and the streams that tourism has relied on historically, and I'll touch on that very briefly to end. Also, it's given us the capacity to really build on Australian First Nations knowledge, and we have several Indigenous partners on this project that are being able to bring the knowledge that they have for thousands of years of these sites, that for us to then build and target specific areas for the scientific research. So it's really bringing together different stakeholders for the benefit of the ecosystem and ultimately the functions of that. And I guess really quickly, to keep us on time, where I want to kind of end on is what this has done is it's allowed, by having this collaborative, areas working together, it's allowed us to diversify funding schemes. It's allowed us to look at different sustainable financing schemes. It's allowed us to look at hotelier industries who are interested in applying some of the schemes that we're working with. And this has been particularly important because of COVID-19. Here in Australia, tourism is a substantial part of the economy. Over 20,000 jobs have been lost. That was just in August, up to August from the COVID crisis. So what we've been able to do is actually repurpose tourism for science. So the tourism boats that haven't been able to go out because they don't have the tourism infrastructure there, we've been able to seek funding from the government and other agencies to actually repurpose those vessels so that they can continue, albeit at a lower level, still get funding come in, access these sites, continue data collection, continue site rehabilitation. So again, this is something that we are really proud of, and we're looking, to see how else this can be expanded throughout other nations. And I think there's a lot that we can improve on, but a lot to learn from what we've done. And I'll keep it brief there so that we've got time for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Emma. Much appreciated. I think you brought in this case in our EEZ space, and then coming closer inshore, the importance of our coral reef ecosystems and the fishery. That's part of that. And I've got some questions coming up on the screen. I'm going to go to questions. I'm going to ask those who are asking questions to stay within the topic. There's so much we could talk about, but unfortunately, I can't talk about aquaculture and things like that here, unless it's tied to the presentations we've been doing. I'd like to sort of bring out really quickly that there are some common responses that's coming up between what we're hearing from the tourism sector and what we're hearing from fisheries and what's happened with COVID. And we're hearing things like capacity building, sharing data. It's almost like this opportunity to catch up and to redirect resources and energy. Collaboration's been coming up. But let's switch to some questions that I've seen here. I've got one here for FFA from Lynn. And Lynn, you can, if you want to show your face there so we can see you, or is it Leanne? How are you engaging with Asian countries where many vessels originate for stronger enforcement from or by the source countries? Manu, I think that's you.
Thank you, Taholo, and thank you to Lynn for the question. So how have we engaged with Asian countries? And it's true, several of the fishing vessels that operate within the region are from Asian countries. We do see them as important partners, and so active cooperation is key to ensuring that they have buy-in to any of the enforcement measures that our members have put in place. And that happens at a few levels. At bilateral level, a member will have their own bilateral negotiations with any of those partners. But what I'll speak to is from a regional level. And I mentioned in the presentation that there is a commission for this region, the Western Central Pacific Fisheries Commission, the Tuna Commission for short. And it's in that forum where we have a platform to engage really well with our partners to set in place robust monitoring, control, and surveillance tools. And what the membership have always gone into that forum with are the tools that I highlighted in that diagram, getting our own house in order for the types of enforcement measures that we'd like to see within our waters, and using that to force the Commission to adopt compatible measures for the high seas, and ensuring that in our region there is compatibility in the types of monitoring, control, and surveillance tools that are used for enforcement. So that's how we've engaged with our Asian partners or any of our partners in that Tuna Commission. And it's not just in the annual meetings that are held, but ahead of those, through bilaterals between, say, Japan, with the FFA membership ahead of those meetings, and coordinating ourselves, gaining a better understanding on where we each come from, because that's the only way. It's true what our expert moderator has highlighted. There are synergies and key themes across the three panelist speakers in terms of sharing of information and intelligence, and creating those mechanisms so that we can continue to share lessons learned, not just looking inwards at the region, but really pleased to see other comments from other regions on where we could collaborate. Thank you, Taholo.
Thank you. Again, if there are questions on tourism as well, the part of the panel, an important part of this panel. But just another quick question here that might tie up a couple of other comments. And Manu, just very quickly, how well are we doing with satellite technology and the systems that we are applying in the region with managing fisheries?
Great question, Taholo. And I mentioned the vessel monitoring system. That is a fundamental tool that our members have put in place to track all the vessels registered with FFA. And you cannot be licensed unless you are on this register and already polling to this satellite tracking successfully. And that's just one of the tools in terms of technology. I mentioned earlier, we're not complacent. We're continuing to push ourselves. There's all sorts of technology that are coming into play, which we're still exploring, such as artificial intelligence, machine learning. Those are the types of tools that can help us, for example, when there's a lot of data coming in from electronic monitoring, from videos, that we are able to have machines that have learned certain algorithms that they're able to help the human analysts. But that is an area which we're still exploring. There's another tool that we're exploring with Canada on dark vessel detection, and a suite of other items, but I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I can't, I've got a couple of questions that I think will again sum up some of the questions coming up here, but we talk as island states, and we share with Asia and the rest of the rim of the Pacific Rim this massive Pacific Ocean space. And I think one of the things that came out in COVID is that in spite of being large ocean states, that once tourism closed down, and then we've had some stress on our coastal fishery, and then of course the tuna challenges of sustaining the longline fishery, etc. The realization that for many of us, there's so much more we could be doing with an ocean economy, which was also raised in the introductory speeches today. And I just wonder, beyond tuna, a quick question here to any of you on the panel, but beyond tuna, what else can we be doing about the rest of the fishery? And so there's a coral fishery, reef fisheries, Pacific question here, but have we done enough in terms of high value non-tuna fishery? Shall I leave that floating? And we can come back to that. And I'm going to go to Christina on the next one on tourism. And Christina, there's this, I really like how this opportunity catch up on how you deal with data and capacity building, etc. And I see the same thing again with fisheries. We've got two sets of countries. The countries that are really strong tourism, and then we've got a whole set of countries that they almost haven't felt an impact because they're not tourism dependent. Solomon Islands, Papua New Guinea, etc. So what are we learning here in terms of, say, for Fiji, the tourism dependent countries? I noticed the minister said, more local, more locally owned. And then for the ones who want to emerge into tourism, that see a future or a big opportunity, stunning countries, no industry. What are we learning here?
Thank you, Taolo. For the sake of time, just like to briefly say that, we've seen that with Fiji, a lot of people have lost their jobs, and you can also see the type of tourism that Fiji has developed over the years. There's a lot of foreign investment in Fiji when we're looking at tourism development. And so a lot of our people have moved from the islands, the outer islands, into the tourism centers to get employment. And I think this is where some of the issues are lying at the moment. But what we can see really is that some of the small locally owned businesses in Fiji have restarted opening up to the domestic market, but also to the domestic market and whoever can come into Fiji, for example, at the moment. And I think we are seeing a level of resilience from smaller community-focused and locally owned and managed tourism businesses in Fiji. So an example here would be Leluvia Island Resort in Fiji. They engage a lot with the communities. They also have established themselves as a very sustainable tourism business over the years and have been working really hard on reaching out to the wider population, the expat market, but also, really bringing in that, Fijian culture and the environmental aspects and the assets that surrounds Leluvia Island Resort. And I think they've done really well in that respect. And we can see that they're really coping well and that they're able to restart back in the case of a pandemic. When we look at smaller island states like Tuvalu, Kiribati and others, they're not affected as much as Fiji and Cook Islands and other bigger countries, but we can definitely see that there's opportunity for small island countries to learn from the experience of the bigger countries and work on their tourism policies going forward. I think that's the opportunity there for those smaller countries to learn and position themselves well. And I really think about, the impacts of a pandemic or any other disaster on tourism in the smaller islands. So one message that I really want to leave the dialogue with is that the future of tourism should be driven by our people in the communities, countries having that really good dialogue between communities, private sector, government, and all stakeholders. And that's the future we want to see, not determined by the type of investment that we as countries can generate from partnerships or from, looking specifically at the commercial side of tourism.
Thank you. We've got about 15 minutes to go. I'm just going to go very quickly on some of the questions here. I think some of them are already being answered on the screen. For example, non-tuna fisheries and surveillance and the tools that have been set up. I think inshore fisheries would be a whole discussion on what have we learned from COVID? What do we do beyond tuna in these big ocean spaces? Is something that, again, I'll leave that whether any of the panelists would like to wrap up on that. We've got another one here that's quite interesting and applies in the region as well. Can you suggest ways to manage and conserve fisheries in disputed waters? Any comments from the panel? You just click when you're ready to talk. Another question that's come up from Moses Wanga. For each, what do you deem, and this is to each of your panelists, what do you think is the major challenge regarding governance and sustainable tourism and fisheries in Oceania?
I can go.
Okay, go Emma.
Yes. I think for me, one of the major challenges is actually ensuring the infrastructure to ensure the governance. So again, we can put it in place, but if we don't have boats out there and we don't have, the people power or the surveillance, we've heard about AI, which is amazing, but if we haven't got that capacity in place, I think that it really challenges like successful and meaningful governance of those areas. And again, I think in terms of sustainable tourism, for me, I think, another thing that a challenge that we have is actually ensuring that and COVID's really highlighted this, that we have the kind of diversity and sort of opportunity to repurpose the skills and knowledge of tourism when there are these downfalls. So again, I think moving forward, there's likely to be more, unfortunately, these economic downturns. And I think if we can really harness the knowledge and the infrastructure like the boats of tourism areas to diversify, particularly focusing on the blue economy, that would be beneficial moving forward.
Thank you, Emma. I've got a request, just a comment from Minister Simon Coffey.
Thank you, Daolo, and thank you to the presenters. Very informative presentations. Just a very brief comment from here. We talked a lot about collaboration, and we all agree how important that is to fisheries, to tourism, and I feel that it's more difficult in practice to actually implement that and then to work together. And often the experience that we have is that we're often forced to collaborate because of the context that we've arrived at. And COVID-19 has now pushed us to we have to collaborate in order for us to get through this crisis. But I like the examples from the FFA membership, because the Pacific has been forced to also collaborate because of the nature of the resource, the migratory nature of the tuna, which does not respect boundaries or jurisdictions of countries. And so the membership of forced is the only way to be able to manage such a resource. And that's why I always look at the FFA as a pattern for us, because they've had many years of trying to work together in order to maximize not just the benefits, but to also conserve the fisheries. And I see one of the greatest challenges is this concept of sovereignty, and it kind of gives us the right to do what we want, you kind of lose the emphasis on your responsibility to the well-being of the whole. And I always see this as a challenge in the years that I was with the fisheries, that there's always this conflict with your national interest, your economic interest, your immediate interest, that often becomes a challenge to working together as a team. So I through this COVID-19 crisis that we're going through, I've always looked at some of the things that we've been doing at the FFA as a pattern for us to work together, to collaborate, develop protocols, to be able to work as a whole. So I just wanted to say that it's been good to hear the discussions tonight. Thank you.
I've heard quite a bit in collaboration, and I actually think it's key. Am I seeing a question?
Hello.
Yes.
Would you mind summing up now, because we'll be called back in a few minutes.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Yeah. If you can summarize yeah.
Sure. So I'll start from collaboration, and then the term that was raised again. One of the terms that's come up, innovation, again from both sides, and I wonder whether there are some things where a culture has been created that where we need to move, we could move again, shift again. For example, transparency on our information and the ability to share information openly, not just between countries, but to all stakeholders. And would the next revolution be in this whole thing of what are we hiding? And why don't we let the world see what's happening? And how do we build on that? And I just wonder whether next, how do we use, because data kept coming on. Some of the words that have been used here, like I've emphasized, sharing of data, capacity building. I hear terms like rebuilding back better. And again, how do we leverage what we seem to be acknowledging as important? And is there a shift in the next 5 to 10 years that could be a new sail plan in terms of how we manage our fisheries better? The same thing with tourism, with the lessons and our emerging tourism economies and the established ones. I think the common thing that's coming through is sovereignty also means ownership and benefits and the focus on people. And I heard that coming in the fisheries discussion as well. And I'll be putting some more thoughts into this, the whole issue of stewardship, sustainability. Some of these have been buzzwords for a long time, but I think COVID has given all of our sectors, especially these two key sectors, the opportunity to sit down and start the rethink. And it's quite interesting that there's an overlap on both sides, which I'll bring back into the plenary once I align some of the thoughts that I've scribbled all over this paper here. But I want to finish off with this one where when discussing tourism, I think it is I've got here, but the thing that I think the line I caught there was a people-centered sector. And what does that mean? And again, saying what does that mean in fisheries as well, in terms of our people? What does that mean in terms of sovereignty? And is it a shared regional sovereignty that's also tied to accountability, responsibility, and stewardship? And that extends beyond our region to the planet as well. I'm going to stop there. And I'm told that this thing will automatically go off. Yosefa, if we have time, I'd like to give it back maybe to each of our panelists. I think you've got 1 or 2 minutes. Just quickly, last thoughts. And then if it goes off on us, I want to thank everybody for making the time to be on the panel today. So let's start with Christina.
Thank you, Taholo. Very quickly, I think one last point I wanted to make was, closing the gap between the science on marine and oceans and tourism. We want the tourism operators and the tourism industry to understand what the impact of the sector is on the oceans and our marine resources. That'll help us move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Manu.
Thank you, Taholo. And I think Honourable Minister Kofi has said it all about the emphasis on cooperation, and all we've added on this Zoom chat is what's also shone through is the resilience, innovation, and strength of our Pacific people. Thank you.
Thank you. Emma.
I want to thank everyone, and just as Christina's just said, I think moving forward, ensuring transparent communication, taken on board as a scientist with all partners, particularly with industry. And for me, although COVID's been awful, I just think this is such a unique opportunity to not go back and to look for a new norm and a better norm for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, the term I had underlined here was building blue better. But looking forward to what that looks like, and looks like for tourism, what it looks like for fisheries in our region. And thank you again to all our panelists. Thank you to all our participants. And thank you for you and the UN ESCAP team for bringing this all together. You'll all soon be teleported. It's the closest thing we get on this planet to being teleported into another room. And thank you all again.
Thank you, Taholo. Before we send back to the plenary, I just want to take this opportunity to, on behalf of ESCAP, to again thank the Honorable Minister for a very inspiring scene-setting remarks, opening remarks that set out some of the themes which were repeated throughout the session. Our panelists for very insightful, comprehensive coverage of the topic, and the whole moderator for steering us through this session, and our participants for this session. Thank you so much. I see a lot of questions, comments, and we hope that we'll be able to pull this together and provide some responses in the future. On that note, I'd like to bring this to a close and we'll see you back in plenary.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, ESCAP.
So I would kindly ask all of the speakers of today to bear with my instructions and respect the time allowed, because if you do not, other speakers might not get the opportunity to share the thoughts they had prepared. So with that, please keep your mics off. Please use the chat function for any technical details, technical problems or questions. We will keep an eye on that. And if there's any other question, please feel free to use the chat function. And with that, let us go in the substance of the meeting, and the first part, which are the opening remarks from ESCAP Secretariat and our partner organization, International Maritime Organization. And with that, let me pass the floor to Mr. Wei-Min Ren, the Director of ESCAP Transport Division, for a short opening statement. Wei-Min, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning and good afternoon, Excellencies, honorable speakers, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the interactive dialogue session on sustainable maritime connectivity of the third Asia Pacific Day for Ocean. I'm honored to open the session together with Mr. Hiroyuki Yamada, Director, Marine Environment Division, International Maritime Organization. And I thank all of you from member countries, UN bodies, and regional institutions to join this dialogue. We came together today once again to support multidisciplinary and multi-spectral policy discussions at the occasion of the Asia Pacific Day for Ocean. As you may know, this is the second time that the topic of sustainable maritime connectivity is part of the Ocean Days discussions. This dialogue provides a much needed platform to recall to everybody beyond the maritime transport community that a tangible progress in economic development, social inclusion, and environmental protection cannot be achieved without making our maritime transport more sustainable. Distinguished participants, the COVID-19 pandemic prompted reassessment of the long-term business and development strategies and fast-tracked the policy case for higher resilience in global supply chain. At the same time, the impact of COVID-19 varies according to the level and configuration of the country's maritime connectivity. In many coastal states, the pandemic response exposes the major limitation in hinterland connections of maritime ports, while most small island developing states suffer even more from reduced maritime connectivity due to rearrangements and contraction of the shipping services along the major sea trading routes. The overall economy of the ESCAP region is expected to record negative growth this year due to COVID-19 pandemic. But in the medium to long term, it's expected to continue to be a growth engine for the global economy. However, this would increase its environmental externalities unless practical and multi-dimensional measures to protect the marine environment are fully implemented. The maritime connectivity challenges in Asia and the Pacific, including the lower level of maritime connectivity of the small island developing states in the Pacific, the policy directions to overcome these challenges were highlighted in the same study of the 76th session of the 76th Commission session, titled Changing Sails, Accelerating Regional Action for Sustainable Oceans in Asia and the Pacific and in ESCAP. I take this opportunity to thank our colleagues from IMO and UNCTAD who have contributed to this study. This collaboration helped our member states agree on the Commission Resolution 76/1 on oceans, which made sustainable maritime connectivity as one of the priority areas of the thematic regional dialogue on transport connectivity. Ladies and gentlemen, it's against this general background that our session will help us share and discuss views, experiences, and practical initiatives aimed to promoting sustainable maritime connectivity in Asia and the Pacific. Our discussions last year largely involved the UN agencies and other entities working in this area. In this edition, we are using the same platform to hear also from our member states, namely China, Fiji, Republic of Korea, and Thailand, about their experiences in withstanding the impact of COVID-19 pandemic and views on building back better. Informed by these interventions, we will discuss the strategies and available support from IMO, UNCTAD, the Pacific Community, and Asian Development Bank. I'm confident that our discussions of sustainable maritime connectivity will help develop into a framework that supports the sustainable use of our oceans by integrating with the themes in other parallel dialogue sessions. Distinguished participants, before concluding, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to all speakers and colleagues who work hard to prepare for this meeting. This cooperation sets out a solid and much needed foundation for our stronger collaboration in the future. Let this event be another step forward in strengthening the collaboration among UN agencies, international organizations, academia, and private sector, such as shipping lines and all stakeholders in promoting sustainable maritime transport. My deep gratitude goes to all of you in this Ocean Day event, as well as for your past and future cooperation. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Wei-Min. And with that, let me give the floor to Mr. Hiroyuki Yamada, Director of the Marine Environment Division of International Maritime Organization. Mr. Yamada, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, and Madam Moderator, distinguished delegates and participants, it is a great pleasure for me to address in the beginning of this session. IMO, International Maritime Organization, is the United Nations specialized agency with responsibility for maritime safety and protection of marine environment and the ocean. IMO supports the UN Sustainable Development Goals, in particular 14 oceans, together with 13 climate change. Even under the COVID pandemic, the shipping has been keeping the global trade of essential goods such as food and medicine, needless to say, also in the Asia-Pacific region. However, the current crisis is affecting seafarers very badly, who have been actually engaged in carrying goods. Some 400,000 seafarers are stranded on ships after contracts have been extended or have expired, with similar number waiting to join ships due to difficulty of crew changes in many countries and ports. IMO has vigorously tackled with this crisis with the UN and member states so that seafarers should be treated as key workers and more crew changes are allowed. However, the problem still exists, and this is a significant humanitarian crisis. To keep the world connected, further action is necessary by many countries and ports. While maritime safety, including seafarers' safety, has been a core and a traditional mandate for IMO, our organization has also made its every effort to prevent all forms of marine pollution from ships, such as oil, harmful substances, and garbage, including plastic litter, which have been regulated or prohibited to discharge as set out in the MARPOL Convention. Recently, we are strengthening the prohibition of discharging plastic litter, particularly with FAO for fishing vessels. IMO has also collaborated with other UN organizations such as UNEP to globally deal with the problem, including land-based plastic litter, which are eventually thrown into the sea. Because we have experience and expertise to protect marine environment from any substances, IMO has actively cooperated with many international and regional organizations to cope with global ocean issues. For example, IMO with other UN bodies is contributing to preparation of Decade of Ocean Science, um, as well as many initiatives to protect ocean. We are also participating in that discussion to develop a new instrument for the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction, BBNJ. UN SDG 13 on climate change cannot be separated from the ocean issues. UN SDG 14. The reduction of GHG has been the most important policy issue at IMO. 2 years ago, member states agreed to reduce carbon intensity from shipping by 40% by 2030 and total GHG emissions from international shipping at least 50% by 2050. Last week, at an intersessional working group, IMO members agreed to draft amendments to MARPOL Annex 6 regulating air pollution from ships, including CO2, to realize our reduction target, so-called short-term measures. Next month, IMO's MEPC, the decision-making body for environmental issues, is expected to approve the amendments for adoption next year. Then, the short-term measure will be implemented from 2023 as agreed. IMO will continue its effort for further reduction of GHG emissions from ships. For sustainable maritime connectivity, IMO will spare no effort through decarbonization and digitalization of shipping, in cooperation with not only shipping industry, but also energy sector and ports, as well as financial sector, for promoting R&D on low and zero carbon fuels and innovative technologies. IMO has strengthened its TC activities so that no one is left behind. new department on project and partnership, DPP, was established this year, in addition to the technical cooperation division. So therefore, anyone who are interested in TC activities and R&D for shipping are encouraged to contact our DPP at IMO. We can connect all stakeholders for future of maritime transport. Finally, the challenges for ocean governance are at the forefront of the discussions at IMO. In order to realize a sustainable maritime transport, which will support the world trade and facilitate the global economy. Finally, I wish you success of this the session. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator.
Thank you very much. And that was excellent to hear all the wide activities done by IMO about the openness to partnership. We certainly feel that here at ESCAP. So with that, as you know, our session will contain two parts. One part will be intervention by the countries who are at the forefront and who are key participants in this session, and then we will go to a round of intervention from international organizations. So with that, let me give the floor to our first speaker. It's Mr. Haiyuan Gao. She works as a counsel at Department of Water Transport of Ministry of Transport in China. She has graduated from the Shanghai Maritime University and with a bachelor degree and has a master's degree in law from University of Southampton. She has started her public service career with the Ministry of Communication in China in 1996, and she has been working in the Department of Water Transport since the year 2000. So she is very experienced in international negotiations on maritime service trade, and we're very much looking forward to hearing her about the Chinese perspective of sustainable maritime connectivity. So Ms. Gao, the floor is yours. Please kindly unmute your mic, yes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. Ren and Mr. Yamada, and thank you, Ms. Moderator. Good morning and good afternoon, every colleagues and friends. And so it is my great honor to share my country experience to cope with the COVID-19 from the maritime and water transport sector in China. So first, you all know that since the outbreak of the epidemic, the maritime transport and also waterway transport is greatly influenced. As far as our country is concerned, our Ministry of Transport have issued a series of policies and took a series of measures to control this kind of epidemic to ensure the transport support for the social and economic development. So the epidemic control in the shipping sector in China is promising. However, with the development of epidemic in the world, the risks of economic downturn is increased, and the supply chain is disturbed. The demand of consumption and investment shrinks. The market confidence is damaged. The operation of the waterway transport is faced with a lot of challenges. So now I will share you with the challenges that we have been faced with up to now. The first challenge is that with the impact of the epidemic, the waterway passenger transport cannot fully resume, still up to now. Since the epidemic control takes certain effect in China, certain short distance domestic waterway passenger transport, including ferry service and land island passenger transport, is gradually resuming. However, the waterway passenger transport enterprises and terminal operators still suffer from business loss due to this period of termination. So it is still very difficult for the overall resumption of waterway passenger transport before the full control of the epidemic in China. As far as the international cruise service and international passenger cargo services between China and Korea, as well as between China and Japan is concerned, these kind of services are still terminated. So the second challenge we have is that the operational cost of waterway cargo transport enterprises is still increased due to this kind of epidemic. The epidemic is still developing abroad. The international shipping is faced with uncertainties. Both our ports and ports of other countries have taken strong quarantine measures to deal with COVID-19. As a result, the efficiency of ship turnover is decreased, which gives rise to certain impact on normal operation of shipping business. This efficiency of import and export cargo flow, the efficiency of the import and export cargo flow is reduced greatly. At the early stage of the epidemic, due to the fact that the resumption of work and production of the upstream and downstream sectors was still on the way, the cargo resources is far from enough to support the water transport in China. Many ships were laid up. Now, the situation is greatly improved, but still our industry suffered from business lost in general. So this is the challenges we have these days for the water transport, but also we have some opportunities. So the first one is that this kind of epidemic changed people's travel mode and also logistic organization. The waterway online service and paperless office booms these days. The paperless office at the port side, including port handling, warehousing, logistics service, and expense settlement is developing. At the same time, it also promotes the reform of the emergency management in waterway transport, which further give rise to the modernization of governance system and capacity. So this is the new kind of opportunities we have in China. And also what we have done up to now to deal with this COVID-19 problem in our shipping industry, there are several kind of practices I would like to share with you. The first one is that COVID-19 control system is set up in my ministry. An epidemic response leading group was set up in our ministry with our Minister of Transport as the leader. And under this leading group, a joint epidemic response and control working group was set up. With such a mechanism, policies and measures to control the epidemic and maintain social stability in the transport sector were studied and issued. With such measures and policies, the risk of instability of the transport industry is dissolved. After the outbreak of the epidemic in China, there are 4 senior officials from my Ministry of Transport went to Wuhan, which is the front line of the epidemic prevention in China. These senior officials, they coordinated the cargo transport organization for the key epidemic area in Wuhan and strongly supported the epidemic control nationwide as well. So the second practice is that the organization and the coordination is reinforced. The Ministry of Transport set up a coordination mechanism to exchange information with local waterway transport departments and enterprises. Measures such as priority piloting, priority berthing, and unberthing, priority lockage were taken for important cargo transport. These measures greatly improve the transport efficiency of important materials for production, living, as well as epidemic control in China. And third, Third measures we take is third important practice we have is that a series of policies on epidemic control in maritime in transport industry for the water for transport industry and the recovery of this transport sector were issued. Notice to safeguard waterway transport service with differentiated measures for epidemic classified regions and level were issued. The transport of important materials by waterway was organized, taking into account the kinds of materials, the weather condition, the demand for lockage, piloting, berthing, and handling.
Ms. Gao, apologies, you have 1 minute left.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Ministries guided the transport and enterprises to make full use of the favorable taxation and financial policies issued by the relevant ministries and encouraged the fee reduction by big enterprises for the small entities. For international maritime transport sector, the ministry issued a guidelines on COVID-19 control for the first line workers at the ports and guideline on normal COVID-19 control for the transport sector, and also notices on change of Chinese and foreign crew working on board ocean-going ships at Chinese ports. Up to the end of September, there are more than 90,000 crew were changed at Chinese ports. So with the development of the COVID-19 worldwide, it is very important for us to cope with this problem hand in hand and with hard work. We need to try our best to make the international logistics supply chain to operate as smooth as it is before. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for this concise but very informative statement. And with that, let us hear a different type of experience from our colleagues in Fiji. We have with us the Deputy Permanent Secretary, Luis Naisara, from the Ministry of Commerce, Trade and Tourism and Transport of Fiji, who was replacing Mr. Shalin Ali, who unfortunately had a last moment engagement. So, Mr. Naisara, we're very happy to have you with us, and please go ahead, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, Excellencies, fellow panelists. Bulabinaka from Fiji. In regards to the agenda in front of us, COVID-19 and climate change has really had an impact on Fiji. Given our geographical location, as you would all understand, we in the Pacific, including Fiji, we are located at the end of the supply chain that comes around from the Asian territories down to the Pacific, where we have about 22 territories. Given the geographical locality of Fiji, we are one that incurs one of the highest shipping costs, especially for those of us who are located in this end of the supply chain, in terms of per ton and nautical mile. Given that Fiji's exclusive economic zone, as you all know, we have about 300 islands, with 110 that has been inhabited. There is a population of more than 800 people. So as we go in terms of international shipping, we have to more or less move cargo out to this 110 islands, where we also have Fijians who are living out there in the maritime zones. Going back to the challenge that we have in terms of climate change, as you all know, it affects most of us here in the small island states, including the Pacific Island countries. Fiji has been one of the leading nations trying or advocating the need to control climate change here in the world, and also here in the Pacific, since we are one who feel the brunt of climate change or the rise in sea levels. In the past years, you've heard the Prime Minister, my Honorable Prime Minister, reminding the world leaders in the UN that despite the current pandemic, we should not lose sight of the world of net zero emissions and sustainably managed oceans. Since the last 5 years of the Paris Agreement, there has been targets that we have more or less put in place, where our leaders have all accepted, trying to go into 1.5 degree to 2 degrees in terms of emissions. But this is something that has been on the chart or on our roadmap. Fiji, not alone with other Pacific Island countries, we have been following the latest outcomes of the Intersessional Working Group 7 at IMO, which our colleague from IMO had just highlighted. And it's quite of a concern to us in regards to the outcomes that we have had so far that is going to be proposed to the MEPC 75, where there has been a stand or a proposal that will be put forward to the MEPC 75. We need to ensure that our proposals that goes back to the IMO MEP 75 are strong and ambitious. Climate change, ladies and gentlemen, does not change, or it has a big change or impact on the Pacific Island countries. Therefore, we, as like our Prime Minister had highlighted or alluded to on numerous occasions, it is very important that we set ambitious targets in order to ensure that we are able to control the rising sea level, in which we in the Pacific are the first ones to feel the full brunt of it. Just as His Excellency had mentioned today, the President of the Republic of Palau had reiterated that Palau is also facing the effects of rising sea level. So is Fiji. Therefore, it's very important that we bring this up so that we would be able to discuss and look for a way forward. Especially, I call upon my brothers and cousins here in the Pacific Small Island states, and also my friends and colleagues from the Asian countries to look into the plight of the Pacific countries. As we move on to COVID-19, it has affected Fiji a lot. We've been in the supply chain. At the end of it, we felt the full brunt of it. But one thing that we could say that has been to our advantage is our geographical location. So far, Fiji has had 33 confirmed cases. We are currently having self-quarantine procedures for the 14 days, meaning that people who come into Fiji are put into certain areas, quarantine areas, to avoid contact with others, especially members of the public. The initial stages of the pandemic, we were able to close our ports and redirect all ships to our main port here in Suva to ensure that everyone went under the 14-day quarantine. And also we took into recognition the number of days out at sea that were spent by the international vessels.
Mr. Naisar, you have 1 minute left.
Thank you. Also, what we have done so far is that we have had, in terms of contact tracing, Care Fiji app, where we've been able to use physical distancing and also staying at home to save the lives. We've changed a lot of behavior in terms of travel, how we've been able to travel, placing our return travelers also in quarantine. One of the very effective ways that we have done is to come up with an economic framework where we've been able to a COVID-safe economic framework, stopping the importation of COVID-19 to ensure health, ensuring health readiness, breaking down chains of transmission and allowing economic activity. We've also set up a risk mitigation task force, which is chaired by the Permanent Secretary for Economy, the Ministry of Health, and also my Permanent Secretary. We've also used the Health Protection Incident Management Team that is run by on the borders by the Republic of Military Forces, the Ministry, and biosecurity organizations. Our initiative that we have undertaken is the Blue Lane Initiative for yachts and pleasure crafts. We've also gone into request to qualify significant economic value. For those who are returning home, we've also placed them, and we've had an initiative in terms of the Bula Bubble, Vacation in Paradise initiatives to safely open the tourism and our regional partners through safe corridors. So in total, in terms of the Blue Lane Partnership, we've more or less had 94 yachts with 342 visitors. So this has more or less tested our border security requirements and also contributed to our return to economic activities. We've also had the Care Fiji Commitment, which was launched in 2020. This is a detailed set of protocols for safe practices that captures the obligation of our tourism industry. So that gives also the members of the traveling public that they also have an obligation whilst they are coming into Fiji. So that in a nutshell more or less spells out what Fiji has been doing so far. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Nizar, and apologies for rushing you. And we very welcome the detailed slide that all participants have prepared. We will make them available, so feel free to highlight the most important things to help us comply with the time. So next speaker will be from Republic of Korea, Ministry of Ocean and Fisheries. We have with us Mr. Kim Sang-bam, Director General of Port and Harbors Bureau, who has been with the Ministry of Ocean and Fisheries since 1995, and since 2011 he chaired the International Oil Pollution Compensation Fund, and now he's a Director General for Port and Harbors Bureau, and we're very much welcome to hear what he has to say about his country's experience. Please go ahead, Mr. Kim, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, and good afternoon to all participants and excellencies. It is my great pleasure today to share our recent experiences in dealing with COVID-19 pandemic in the shipping and port sector in Korea. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the UN ESCAP and IMO for inviting me in this meaningful interactive dialogue session of the third Asia Pacific Day for the Ocean. Today, I'm going to present Korea's response to the impacts of the COVID-19 on the shipping industry and the port development and operation. First of all, I'd like to introduce the efforts made by the Republic of Korea in dealing with crew change issue. Right after the WHO announced COVID-19 outbreak as a pandemic on March 11th, the Minister of the Oceans and Fisheries sent a letter to the ILO Secretary General requesting for cooperation of ILO in protecting the rights of seafarers under the MLC, Maritime Labor Convention, including crew change. The Minister also sent a letter to IMO Secretary General on April 6th, asking for practical measures to guarantee international shipping activities, such as adopting a UN resolution through the cooperation with relevant international organizations. The Republic of Korea continued its efforts to bring back crew members on board in ocean shipping vessels and merchant ships. The Korean government brought back 881 crews of deep sea fishing vessels stranded in the Atlantic Ocean in June, thanks to the cooperation of the government of Uruguay. With respect to the impacts on port operation, we had a number of infection cases of crew members in our ports. For example, 16 crew members of a foreign flag vessel tested positive for COVID-19 in June, and those crews contacted about 150 people, including dock workers. All of them were self-guaranteed for 14 days, and some parts of the fort were temporarily shut down. Based on this experience, we decided to operate what we called temporary quarantine facilities, where crew members can stay for the quarantine period, which is 14 days. However, quarantine requirement can be exempted for those crew members meeting three conditions. The three conditions are listed in the slide. This measure aims to facilitate crew change in Korean ports. Now I will introduce briefly impacts of on the shipping industry of the coronavirus. In case of bulk cargo business, sales of shipping companies in the first half of 2020 dropped by 8% due to COVID-19. However, in container shipping, both sales and operating profits slightly increased in the first half of 2020, as you can see in this slide. However, it should be noted that this is a short-term outcome. Therefore, we need to wait and see the long-term impacts of the COVID-19 in the shipping sector in the coming months. This slide just shows the projections of the international research organizations that shows the downward trend in terms of economic growth rates and the global maritime trade growth. Based on this background, it is my understanding that many experts anticipate the changes in global value chain due to COVID-19. One of the strategies to cope with this kind of change could be reshoring or nearshoring of production facilities. According to a study, 82% of American companies look to move some production capacity back home. A significant number of Korean, Taiwanese, and Japanese companies indicated intention to do the likewise. As you can see the table on the right side, a number of measures to cope with supply chain adjustments has been developed, including diversification, relocation, reshoring, etc. However, the degree of impact of the COVID-19 is uncertain at this stage. Therefore, flexibility and resilience would be the most important keywords in dealing with COVID-19 in the maritime transport sector. I would like to share some data in terms of the port cargo volumes in Korea. Korea's total cargo volume contracted by 9.5% from January to September this year compared to the same period last year. And container throughput decreased by 5.3% during the same period. However, the third quarter alone shows a slight recovery from previous quarters. And in particular, in September, container throughput increased by 3.2% compared to September last year. Overall, there has been a decline in port cargo volumes, but slight recovery has been shown in recent months. Next, I will share with you our plan to respond to COVID-19 in the port development and operation. First of all, we will establish sustainable port operation system. In line with this, regional port authorities establish business continuity plan in order to make major port facilities to be operate as smoothly as possible despite crises such as COVID-19. We will also review port cargo volumes on a regular basis, and if necessary, we will revise our national plan to develop port facilities in the future. For example, container throughput in 2020 is now expected to be 5.7% down from the forecast made at the beginning of the year. This kind of rapid change will require adjustments in port policy. The last point I would like to make is the adoption of the fourth industrial revolution technologies in port construction and operation. Like other neighbor ports, Korean ports are developing plans to build so-called smart ports by applying some advanced technologies, including AI, IoT, 5G technologies. We are planning to build a test bed in one of our container ports. If the test bed projects find a success, then the experience will be shared with other ports so that they can utilize the technologies and know-how. I would like to take this opportunity to express our commitment that Korean government will continue to work with UN agencies, including ESCAP and IMO, in providing technical and financial support for such projects as smart port development and sustainable and resilient port development. This concludes my presentation today. Once again, I'd like to express my thanks to the colleagues in ESCAP and IMO and all participants. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kim. And on behalf of UNESCO, we also acknowledge a very strong support from Republic of Korea to our maritime and port work, both in terms of capacity building, but more importantly, knowledge sharing. So thank you very much, Mr. Kim. And now we go to the last national experience, where we will be joined by our colleague, Deputy Director General from Marine Department, Mr. Somachai Sumanuskanrongkul from Ministry of Transport of Thailand. He holds a master's degree in ocean engineering and in hydraulic engineering, and he has been with the Marine Department of Thailand since 1991. And since 2013, he was appointed the Deputy Director General with multiple responsibilities, including supervising Merchant Marine Training Center, Maritime Promotion Division, Maritime Regulatory Division, and more importantly, IMO Instrument Implementation Division. So, Deputy Director General, the floor is yours. It's a pleasure to welcome you.
Thank you, moderator. ESCAP IMO representative, Excellency, distinguished guests, good afternoon to all. On behalf of the Royal Thai Government and Marine Department, Ministry of Transport, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude for ESCAP inviting to join this event. The COVID-19 pandemic has turned the world upside down, causing us to form a new way of cooperation with limitations for physical interaction. Our deliberation is more important than ever. The pandemic is a wake-up call for us to perform in solidarity and increase international cooperation to address the challenges. The pandemic has evolved into a severe global economic crisis, which wiped away years of economic progress and exposed the world fragility. Having said that, transport is undeniably one of the hardest hit sectors when facing the reduced in demand, increased restriction, limited the capability of international supply chain. To overcome the challenges, the Royal Thai government has put in place a number of effective measures in responding to public health threat, which has been well contained with very low rate of infections and community transmission in Thailand, as well as pursue to increase a greater resilience in order to mitigate the ongoing pandemic, with a view to ensure sustainable transport and build back better after pandemic crisis. Other effective measures being strictly implemented, Thailand economy is likely to shrink, with the GDP growth projections downward to around -8% on the back of economic downturn. Thailand has stepped in not only to review of the master plan under the national strategy during the year 2021 to 2022 in ad hoc format, taking into account the effects on the COVID-19 situation, but also with sizable stimulus packages for business and social recovery plans. It is also standing ready to implement the effective measure in keeping shipping industry running while giving priority to public health protection. Thailand has underlined importance for seafarers who are in the front line, the key workers deliver vital goods, medical supply, vital services to the global trade movement. Thailand is undertaking to raise and facilitate seafarer roles as well as respond to the world's challenge towards our strong intention, as referred to the statement made by our Deputy Minister of Transport, His Excellency Adirat Ratana said, on the Day of Seafarer 2020 in Thailand. In the context of operational services, a number of pragmatic approaches and notifications has been parallelly issued to respond, facilitate to the flow of operations against COVID-19. Thailand allow the local and foreign crews to change work duty on ships within our countries as necessary based on the crew welfare requirement and comply to the Maritime Labor Convention and the humanitarian principle. Thailand also facilitate the flow of the movement of the cargo ship to enter to the Thai waters, as well as launching the effective measures to protect the people from violating the national laws according to the emergency situation. In addition, the ship and crew certificate and all supplementary documents have been granted the extension in an appropriate manner. Thailand is emphasis on the cooperation between our stakeholders as well as the participation of the international meeting in maritime-related issue within the context of the COVID-19 by utilizing the digital technology as important force. In particular, recently Thailand achieved in hosting the 1939 ASEAN Maritime Transport Working Group via conference platform with a variety of cooperative activities towards the maritime cooperation in accordance with the ASEAN Kuala Lumpur Transport Strategic Plan. As a member of MO and UN ESCAP, Thailand is committed to support their work in complying the international standard, achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Thailand initiated the development of guidelines in which it focuses in smart, sustainable port, driving a digitalization in ASEAN. The Transport Information Exchange Platform start to be developed in order to emerge digitization technology and mobile application to overcome dynamic and pandemic crisis. Thailand ready to provide platform to support share best practices, particularly in the partnership with maritime stakeholder community toward the common goals in achieving sustainability. We'll continue to share and assist for knowledge and technical assistance to developing countries by providing online learning materials and maritime education programs where the wisdom can be reached without restriction of the pandemic crisis. Distinguished guests, last but not least, Thailand would like to reiterate again that we are committed to the work of international organizations, the sustainability as well as global unity in order to respond to the world's challenge together. We stand ready to support, cooperate, and to share our knowledge and experience, particularly in maritime transport, with stakeholders and community. And eventually, the greatest lesson that we might learn from the COVID-19 might be we are all in this pandemic crisis, and we believe that we can build better together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And on behalf again of UNESCO, thank you for hosting many wonderful regional events in the Royal Kingdom of Thailand. And it was a pleasure for us to cooperate with the Marine Department on many occasions and even during these extraordinary circumstances. Thank you very much, Deputy Director General. Dear colleagues, I know some of you are concerned with the time. Please be assured that we will make this work as efficiently as possible. We now go into the second part where we will have short interventions by international organizations, and we can continue until 2 p.m. Bangkok time. That has been arranged by the organizing team to make sure that we can work comfortably. But also to make this a bit more streamlining, and since I will be resuming the and making some final conclusions and at the end in my role as a moderator, I will then combine that with my presentation so we can go directly into the gist of other partner organizations who are present here, and we can make sure that we hear from all of the speakers. So with that, I would like to first give the floor in this session on regional cooperation to Mr. Jan Hoffman, who's the Chief of Trade Logistics Branch of the Division of Technology and Logistics of UNCTAD. For people who work in the maritime sector, he needs no introduction, and he will share with us his thoughts and latest analytical work on the impact of COVID-19 on the shipping and port industry. Jan, your minutes are starting now. Please go ahead and take the floor.
Okay, yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Ava. Thank you, colleagues. Very happy to be in this meeting with you. And I will go immediately to my share screen and share some thoughts with you about the agreed topic. So you should now be able to see something that says impact of COVID, and I will make it full screen. Impact of COVID-19 on the shipping and port industry in the Asia-Pacific region. BC, DC, and AC. So what does BC, DC, AC mean? Of course, it means before COVID, during COVID, and after COVID. So I will start with some long-term trends, then some data, what's happening during the crisis, and some thoughts, what is important for after the crisis. And the topic here is connectivity, and connectivity, of course, we work a lot on maritime connectivity. It is also linked to technological connectivity. As I believe most of you are interested in this topic know, UNCTAD has developed a liner shipping connectivity index quite some years ago. We are very proud of this. It's based on hard data. It's not perception index or polls or opinions. It's about how many companies provide how many services, how many direct connections, ship calls per month, TEU capacity, size of largest ship. Each one of these gives some indication of connectivity. And the index is calculated in collaboration with MDS Transmodal. So just for you, the very latest data, the top 7 from Asia and Pacific, which are also among the top 10 in the world. China is leading. China, as you can see, the index 2006 was 100, and it has all been growing. So number 1 is China, followed by Singapore, Republic of Korea, Malaysia, Hong Kong, China, SAR, and Japan. And later on, there will be a link. So every country, every port, you can look up your data, your index, plus bilateral indicators as well. This is just to whet the appetite about the ranking. Now, the underlying data from which this index is generated, I find also very interesting. It shows 2 different trends. On the one hand, ships get bigger. Total capacity, that is the orange line here, goes up. You see the little dip there during the second quarter in the orange line, the total assigned capacity. Second quarter this year, COVID went down, now it's up again. Ship sizes keep growing. These are averages per country. The other parts of the index, number of direct connections, weekly calls, number of services, and especially the number of operators indicate a process of concentration. This poses particular challenges for SITS, especially again in the Asia Pacific region. The Pacific Islands are among those with the lowest shipping connectivity. Many SIDS are confronted with a vicious cycle where low trade volumes discourage investments in better maritime transport connectivity, and faced with low connectivity, merchandise trade becomes costly and uncompetitive. Looking a bit more detail at SIDS, global data here, a small number of SIDS, like Mauritius, Jamaica, Bahamas, have been able to become transshipment ports thanks to their location, thanks to largely private sector investment. The large majority of SIDS are, how do we say it diplomatically, stuck. They do not increase. They are confronted with this vicious circle. So I thought in this topic I shared this data with you. Some data on during COVID. We see how this is weekly data of this year. The gray line is last year, the blue line is this year. You see the impact of COVID, of container ship calls, and how the gap is slowly closing. This is up to August. And we see here, if I divide the world into regions, one region could be China. China is already above last year's figures, whereas the rest of the world, here the dark green line vis-a-vis the thin green line last year, is closing the gap, but not yet above last year's data. Who leads the IT reforms in your company or your country? The CEO, the CTO, or COVID-19? Very often it's COVID-19. A lot of pressure, a lot of positive pressure to dematerialize, to digitalize, comes from the COVID. We have a policy brief here at UNCTAD, a 10-point action plan along the supply chain. We are also very happy to have a joint policy brief with ESCAP, where we worked closely with Ava and her colleagues. If we had more time, we could go into the details, but a lot of practical solutions that I think underline my point that the pressure of COVID actually encourages investments that promote long-term growth in the sector. So after COVID, the challenge will be locking in the advances made during lockdown. And I think we can learn in digitalization from containerization. The container was invented by the private sector. It became a global standard and then really helped promote trade. How do we set today the rules for the future of maritime transport? Technological progress will never be as slow as today. Is it slow? No, it is not slow, but it is ever faster. It's exponentially growing, the technological progress. So as the negotiation, the ratification, implementation of conventions take time, be it at the IMO, WTO, WCO, we need to commit to whatever is the best future technological solution. This applies to digitalization. This applies to decarbonization, where I also think we can and should be more ambitious. So if I come back to digitalization and trade facilitation, there is a dynamic dimension in the TFA, that's the WTO Trade Facilitation Agreement. In the long term, Article 10.1 is the one article that will remain relevant. All other articles we will tick off. I have complied, I have implemented advanced ruling, single window, pre-arrival processing. But Article 10.1 says we must continuously minimize the incidence complexity, continuously review, reduce the least, and achieve the least trade restrictive measure. This article will still be relevant in 100 years from now. So here we need to work with different stakeholders, national TF committees. We need to analyze processes. We propose our trade information portals. To sum up, Madam Moderator, I've shared with you some long-term trends, latest data. I hope you found it interesting. Some thoughts on what's happening now, the push towards more digitalization, and finally, how to lock in the advances made during lockdown. Here are links for further information, and I thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much. This was a burst of very informative information. Thank you, Jan, for sharing this and for highlighting our cooperation. You're saving us a few precious minutes. Then I will not talk about the joint policy brief. You've done it already. Thank you. With that, let us go to Mr. Frederick Haag, who's the head of the Office for the London Convention Protocol in Ocean Affairs with the International Maritime organization. He has joined the IMO in 2006, and he has been very much involved in the matters of agenda for the sustainable development. And right now, his primary task is to support the London Convention and Protocol on Dumping of Waste and other matters at sea, but his portfolio is much larger than this, including working on greenhouse emissions from ships and ballast water management. So with very short introduction, and thank you for understanding, Frederick, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Madam Moderator, and thank you for having me here. I will try to say a few words on the topic of sustainable shipping for a sustainable planet, which is also the IMO theme for the World Maritime this year, World Maritime Day. So as my director, Mr. Yamada, pointed out in the opening remarks, IMO's mandate is truly at the heart of sustainability and maritime connectivity. So I would just like to very briefly outline a few points, a few areas where I think that this is maybe the highest relevance and illustrative as well, globally and regionally. The first point is when it comes to connecting livelihoods and transporting goods, of course, which was so eloquently explained and elaborated on by my colleague from UNCTAD. As we know, shipping transports the vast majority of the world trade, which has been so clear as well during the pandemic, how globalized and our societies are and how crucial world trade is for our societies. But the amount of ships and the volume and trade and traffic also means that the global regulatory framework, which is set at IMO, which governs the maritime sector, by necessity is also linked to the sustainability agenda, and not least the 2030 agenda and the sustainable development goals. And this leads me to my second point, which is when it comes to environmental issues. Because a sustainable shipping sector is, of course, a responsible shipping sector, and a large part of IMO's work focuses on the prevention of pollution and ensuring that international shipping is not only safe, but also clean. And this is illustrated by the fact that out of IMO's more than 50 conventions and protocols, more than 20 of these deal with the environment. And you know, most of you know that on the top of the agenda at IMO and by all member states, I would say, at the moment are several environmental issues that are of highest concern to everyone, including the issue of climate change, of course, where we are at IMO pursuing the work to reach the goal of reducing carbon intensity and the total emissions set by the IMO initial GHG strategy. Another topic is, of course, a very, very prominent, which is marine plastic litter, which is high on the agenda of all member states and entities, where we work very closely with other entities and countries. Second, my third point is the issue of the maritime workforce, where our 2 million seafarers are truly at the core of the work that we do and has been so since the inception of IMO. Not only are they very exposed to the pandemic, which has been highlighted before, but I would also argue that the seafarer itself is at the core of sustainability itself in the maritime sector, since these are the men and women that will ensure that tens of thousands of ships are operated safely and securely every day. My fourth and final point, Madam Moderator, is the issue that connects all these in a way, which is ocean governance and sustainability. And I'd like to stress that binding all this together is the understanding that shipping is an essential part of society as one of the largest users of our ocean. Shipping is not an activity in isolation. It's not just the ship. It is linked to our ports, as has been shown by my previous speakers here, and to our coast, but also way far inland from that. And therefore, the shipping industry and the work of IMO is connected to all the SDGs. And these aspects are then connected through the governance of our oceans. So very relevant to our discussion today is the understanding that ensuring that this industry can operate efficiently and sustainably will be of tremendous importance to the post-pandemic recovery and the green-blue recovery. So, Madam Moderator, allow me also to emphasize that in this context, we're often reminded of the urgency and relevance of R&D efforts and digitalization, etc., to promote innovative technologies. But I think we also must remember the importance of technical cooperation and assistance, because shipping is a truly global industry that is important to all countries. And for it to be sustainable, we have to ensure a level global playing field where flag, port, and coastal states in all corners of the world are implementing and enforcing the global standards agreed by member states at IMO. So for these reasons, IMO has a very extensive technical cooperation program, but also cutting-edge projects and initiatives to support the future shipping industry. And regionally, in your region, IMO has implemented and supported a number of major projects, such as the MEPSIS project on marine environmental protection of Southeast Asian seas, ship recycling projects, Green Voyage and other projects on climate change and greenhouse gas, and most recently the Glow Litter project on reducing marine plastic litter from ship-based sources. So these are just some ways in which we support the work and we do and how we work together in the regions and globally. And those were a few words from me, and I just want to highlight those points and also recognize the regional coordinator from IMO who's present in the meeting, Ms. Josefina Ranza. Thank you for having me here today. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And that was perfect 5-minute intervention. And we're very happy to have Josefina with us here. We have a bit more than 10 minutes now. We have still two brief interventions, so I will not take up more of your time. So I would like to give the floor to the Deputy Director General of the Pacific Community, Dr. Audrey Amoa, who is with us to speak with the voice of the Pacific. And it's great to get back to that topic again. So Audrey, Dr. Audrey, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, and Bulavinaka, and greetings to all of you from Suva, Fiji. It's a pleasure to be with all of you here today and to be invited to speak on this particular panel. The Pacific itself is a series, of course, of countries and territories, and we're connected by our vast blue Pacific in a way that land-based continents can never be. And our blue Pacific, shaded here in light, spreads over 24 countries. It includes 40 million people and covers 30% of the world's exclusive economic zones. In reality, this is 2/3 of our planet. For Pacific countries and territories, 98% of our region is ocean and only 2% is land. This means Pacific peoples are intrinsically the ocean, the land, the people, the culture, and of course, the future of our blue Pacific region. Most of our countries, as you can see, are thousands of kilometers apart and yet completely connected. Almost all of our small island countries in the Pacific rely mostly on imported goods with little returns on exports, and the geographical locations and scattering of the islands in this vast ocean continue really to pose significant challenges in servicing these islands. The Pacific Community, or SPC as we're often known, is one of several scientific and technical agencies in the Pacific. Our members are Pacific Island countries and territories, and we work alongside them on areas we have been mandated to support by our Pacific leaders. In the maritime and shipping sector, this means, of course, supporting maritime safety for our communities, improving access to markets, and services, of course, which can be exported from our region, such as tuna that comes from our Pacific Ocean to many of your plates around the world. An area we are working to scale up is finding ways for our sector to reduce the need for fossil fuels as the rest of the world is transitioning away from traditional energy supply. And of course, we work very closely with our member states and their Pacific Maritime administrations to progress national and regional priorities. Specifically, the key technical areas which we work in, really importantly, promoting safe oceans for all its users, including, of course, the maritime sector, which accounts for nearly 16,000 Pacific people, safety for our communities, and safety, of course, for those who are coming into our region. This includes aids to navigation services alongside our members. The other critical area in which we work in is supporting green transport. And this is a shift from traditional energy supply, which is really critical to our region to keep up with the global shift away from fossil fuels. And we do this through reducing port costs for energy, through practical approaches, and through the installation of innovative technologies, such as installing solar PV systems on boats, etc. Making the maritime sector accessible. This includes the promotion and active development of gender equality. To date, we have 2% of our seafarers are women, and 10% of our 16,000 strong maritime sector are also women. So ensuring career pathways and ensuring future generations are actively engaged in the sector is really critical, again, for our Blue Pacific work. Finally, in this area of work, we really have big efforts around enabling efficiency in the maritime transport sector. This area, of course, is a focus on improving energy efficiency, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and reducing costs for operations. And furthermore, of course, improving productivity and modernizing our shipping and port services, an area of work which we really work closely with the countries, also NDCs, our national determined contributions. We do a lot of this work alongside our partners and other actors such as IMO, the International Federation for Aids to Navigation, the Australian government, the New Zealand government, the European Union, GIZ, and of course the MTCC Global Network and many more. Just finally, let me just speak for a little bit on some of our challenges. In the current COVID environment, maybe just to highlight a few of them, the obvious is that we have many long, thin routes serviced by ships. This is really related to the volume of cargo and servicing countries scattered across our vast ocean and normally take long haul voyages. We have challenges around additional entry and operational requirements imposed by countries to regulate how international shipping and cargo is brought in. And of course, we have challenges around turnaround time, which has really been increased due to additional measures put in place by countries, 14-day quarantine, and many ships have to wait outside those boundaries before entry. As a result, of course, there's a lot of increased costs on shipping due to the long turnaround times.
You have less than a minute left, Dr. Audrey.
And so a number of opportunities there. Of course, we have very important relationships with our shipping commissions. We have the region has established a number of COVID-19 national task force that have really started to look at improving maritime freight controls, and of course, the improving of the coordination of shipping and ports. So just a few comments there, Madam Moderator. It really is important that we work together to drive the maritime sector to where it needs to be for our future generations, and then of course to ensure safe, sustainable, efficient and accessible services for all Pacific people. Thank you very much, and back to you.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, as you know, we'll be moved automatically at 2 o'clock to the big room, but let us go to the final speaker and make sure we hear everyone. Of course, ESCAP will have the opportunity, and you've heard from my executive secretary, so we don't want to take away the screen time. Let me just highlight that our work is to create the platform and support the strong regional dialogue on sustainable maritime connectivity. And this is what this short meeting today has managed to do. So we're on behalf of ESCAP, if I will not have the time, I'd like to thank all the speakers. Let us hear from the last edition from Asian Development Bank. I'm sure that we will hear from Kuan Cheng a few ideas on some practical work that's done in the region. Kuan Cheng, you have 4 minutes. Please go ahead, the floor is yours. A bit more than 4.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you, moderator, and good afternoon for all participants. And first of all, thank you for ESCAP for inviting ADB to attend this impactful event. It is my great honor to share ADB's experience about financing the transition to sustainable maritime transport. Next, please. First of all, I would like to use some information from our regular publication, Pacific Transport Update 2019, to illustrate ADB's technical assistance programs and the lending activities. Even though our operations are not limited to the Pacific. In the past, that the share of transport project, many seaports and airports is close to 60% of our operation in the Pacific. For the near future, we have 15 projects in the pipeline, more than 1 billion. So maritime is surely a focus of ADB in the Pacific. Next, please. So in our recent operation, especially the 3 technical assistance program in the Pacific, I would like to highlight the first one, strengthening climate and disaster resilience in the Pacific. There are 2 major outputs in this TA program. First, we support our client DMC to incorporate the climate and the disaster risk management into the phases of the investment project. And for the project with medium or high risk, a serious assessment is needed before implementation. And the second, we support our client DMC to access external funding such as CCF. Okay, next one. I'm going to share with you 2 sample projects. The first one, NALU's Sustainable Climate Resilient Connectivity Project. The grant support the island country with major outputs about climate-proof port infrastructure, and it's a sustainable and efficient operation and the maintenance. Without the port infrastructure, as shown in the figure on the left, the containers must be moved one at a time by a barge. Thus, it may take weeks, not days, weeks to unload and loading a vessel. And but with this infrastructure, we can cut the time into days. And it has been estimated that about 11,000 tons of CO2 emission can be reduced by cutting the berthing time. Also, the safety and the resilience to climate change is improved. Next one, please. The next one is a Tongass project, Nuku'alofa's port upgrade project. The grant support the country to rehabilitate the current deteriorating port infrastructure, also extending the international cargo wharf so we can accommodate larger ships. And we also rearrange the container yards, new lighting system, and the CCTV monitoring to improve the operation and the management. And by using
my apologies. We are running out of time, so you could move perhaps instead of description to the conclusions. Apologies, we will make your presentation available.
That's fine, surely fine. So there's one slide about technology for smaller part toolkits. And then the next one, we also have a very regional new TA about RCI thematic groups. And then I haven't got a chance to address our landings to the shipping lines. And we have, that's on our radar screen, but I would like to refer to the impressive work of EIB and IFCs, but we're still subject to some internal discussion. And the last page, which the conclusion, we certainly will continue to our work in this effort. Okay, thank you, Azar.
Yes, and apologies for this. We will be now back to the big room. And
to see us all joining the breakout room. Good to see our speakers with us here today. Isma, Rick, Ritsky, Greg, Francis from Samoa, and Michael. And good morning, very early. Good morning, Michael. And lovely to have everybody here with us today. I have just give everybody a bit of time to join us, and we have about 80 or so people who have nominated to join us here this morning in breakout room number C. So thank you very much for wanting to join us. We'll just give everybody a bit of time to join us. So far we're up to about 18 participants. I think we can wait a couple more minutes until a few of us were moved automatically across, which was very nice. But I think while we wait for other people to move across, and we're just waiting also on one of our speakers who is to come across as well. I think we're up to about 20 participants. I think I'll just wait till the 12:40 to the 40 minutes, and then make a bit of a start. I have it. One of our panelists this morning, Dr. Song, was in the main room but hasn't made it across to this breakout room yet. So I'm just really a bit nervous starting without her. Actually, not quite sure how do we. May, is there a way that we can see if Dr. Song is joining us from the main room?
You mean we don't see him here?
Check. Dr. Chung Su Song.
Yeah, he's in the main room. I will message him.
Okay, thank you very much. If you could message her to come across.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. We've got a few more popping in now. I dare say what's happened is people are just getting used to how to zoom in and out of breakout rooms in Zoom. Maybe I'll make a start if you could try and get Dr. Song across. Thank you very much, May. Well, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, dear colleagues, welcome to today's interactive dialogue on ocean accounts, data and statistics. My name is Gemma Van Houten. I'm the Director of the ESCAP Statistics Division, but today I'm coming to you as co-chair of the Global Ocean Accounts Partnership. And I was just extremely excited to hear the President of Palau also referenced as his third point the importance of the Global Ocean Accounts Partnership to information, evidence and science. I'd also like to say a huge hello to my co-chair, Mr. Michael Bort from Fisheries and Oceans Canada. He's coming to us from a very early hour in Canada. And I send our apologies from Dr. Ben Milligan of the University of New South Wales, Australia, who is the Secretariat for the Oceans Partnership. With support from the World Bank Blue Economy Program, the Global Ocean Accounts Partnership is responding to statistical and governance challenges for our oceans. The partnership is a coordination and communication structure for diverse members institutions who have a common interest to ensure the values and benefits of oceans are recognised and accounted for in decision making about social and economic development. And it's a real pleasure to be here with you today to host this international dialogue. But why are we here today? We're here today to have a conversation and to hear from you about why accounts, data and statistics are important for our oceans. 2/3 of the world's surface is covered by oceans, but how much do we know? We can probably all tell each other how many oceans there actually are, where they are, what their names are. But what else do we know? Do we know how many people depend on the oceans for their livelihoods? Do we know how many countries rely on the oceans for their economic prosperity? Do we know how much the ocean or the oceans contribute to your GDP? And how can we achieve sustainable development of the oceans if we do not measure what matters? So to kickstart this conversation, it's my great pleasure to assemble a team of data fans, and I'm calling you all data fans because you all understand the importance of good data, to tell us why accounts, data and statistics are important and what we would recommend Asia and the Pacific do. And what we can tell Asia and the Pacific to do. I'm just changing my microphone, sorry about that. Thank you, Virginie, for telling me that. We're here to hear from some data fans about why data and statistics are important. We're going to listen to excellent speakers, and while we do that, I'd encourage you to think about your own thoughts and your own recommendations for the Decade of Ocean Science. What would you like to see? We've already received one contribution from the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty Organisation, and we're going to hear from Mario, who's with us a little bit later. And ladies and gentlemen, it is also, if you would like also to make a contribution, please share your thoughts in the right-hand side in the chat box of this open dialogue session. But to start today's dialogue, I'd like to share you a short video about ocean accounts. And here I'd like to thank our friends from Vietnam, Mr. Viet An Yong and Mr. Kim Tai Ngoc, who have worked tirelessly and tremendously hard to prepare an ocean account for the Quang Ninh province, which is near Ha Long Bay, for those of you who have had the pleasure of visiting Vietnam. My team here at ESCAP have produced this short video to showcase the work of Mr. Viet An and Mr. Ngoc, but also to showcase the power of ocean accounts. I hope you enjoy it and recognize the value. Mr. Me, please play the video. Thank you.
In the Asia-Pacific region, oceans are considered main sources of livelihood and economic growth. Inhabitants benefit greatly from services such as fishing, shipping, tourism, and ecosystem services. And monitoring these elements are important. Welcome to the Ocean Accounting Portal produced by UN ESCAP Statistics Division, which highlights the importance of the ocean accounting framework according to the system of environmental economic accounting. We visualize the accounting as story using the Quang Ninh province as our example. In the Quang Ninh province, fishing is a main way that inhabitants earn their livelihood. This map shows the increases in the aquaculture areas of the province from 2010 to 2015. Shipping is also a main contributor to the economic growth of Quang Ninh and Vietnam. In the past 5 years, Vietnam has ranked 4th in the world for seafood exports, and there are thousands of active fishing vessels. This graph shows the increase in the number of shipping vessels between 2012 and 2019. Likewise, the portal shows the increases in aquaculture and employment, production of fish and shrimp, and these all contribute to the growth of the economy. Tourism is a main source of income and livelihood in Quang Ninh, and we see how production and tourism contribute to the overall growth in the Quang Ninh economy. Along with economic growth, there are changes to the environment and ecosystem. In Quang Ninh, there's a story of pollution. In line with increases in indicators of economic growth, there's an increase in the pollution per tourist load. Industrialization has occurred in the province. And with these increases, there are increases in degradation of the ecosystem. The portal outlines clearly the areas where the mangrove forest area decreased the most, namely the mangrove hotspots. There is a mangrove cultivation project to rebuild mangrove forests, leading to what are considered mangrove cold spots, areas where there is mangrove forest regrowth. The entire story shows the importance of monitoring the elements of ocean accounting towards the goal of sustainable development. Let's now have a look at the Ocean Accounts dashboard. There are three main panes: the indicator pane on the left, the mapping pane on the top, and the temporal changes pane. The indicator selector contains the main indicators you'd like to visualize, dividing into environmental indicators, economic indicators, and the social indicators. You can also click the info button to learn more about a certain indicator. When you click the view button, you can see the indicator in pairing in the map pane. You can drag the map, zoom in and out to see more details, and you can select and deselect the layer to see the difference. One pane displays the percentage change of the indicator, and you can also select other indicators to compare the change at the same time and change the year to compare. We hope you enjoyed viewing some aspects of the Ocean Account project being developed by the UN ESCAP Statistics Division. Stay tuned for further information on the portal and the dashboard.
I can't figure out what else I can do.
Okay.
If you think of anything, yeah?
Thanks very much. Thanks very much, May, and thank you very much, audience, for listening to that. So without further ado, it's my great pleasure now to introduce our four panelists. We're still waiting for Dr. Song to come across from the main room. All I can see on the screen is your name. I'm not sure if you're able to put videos back up, please. Please move us back to the videos so that we can see our speakers. So it's my great pleasure to introduce you to our panelists. Dr. Zhuan Yuang and Dr. Changzhu Song hopefully will join us very shortly. They're from the Research Center for Economic Environmental Sciences at the Chinese Academy of Science in China. They're working on an exciting new indicator for gross ecosystem product, which has the potential to become the GDP equivalent indicator for our oceans. Me, you're still on the screen. That's all we can see. Thank you. Mr. Greg Reed is a consultant for the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of UNESCO Project Office for the International Oceanographic and Data Exchange. It's an important initiative for the Ocean Decade of Ocean Science, and I thank you, Greg, for joining us today. Mr. Rizky Haryanto is a research analyst with the World Resources Institute, Indonesia, and is here today to present the high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy. This panel is a unique initiative of 14 serving world leaders building momentum towards a sustainable ocean economy. The presidents of Palau and Indonesia and the prime ministers of Australia, Japan and Fiji are 5 leaders on this panel. Thank you for joining us today, Rizky. And Ms. Frances Rapina is the Assistant Chief Executive Officer for the Environment Sector in Samoa's Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment. And Ms. Rapina is a champion for ocean accounts and has seen firsthand the value for policymaking. Frances, thank you for joining us today. Now here we were wanting to do a quick interactive poll just to get our audience engaged. And before we hear from the experts, let's also try one of these Zoom room interactive Mentimeters. Paul, are you able to step in here and please explain to the audience what we'd like to do? Thank you, Paul.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Well, you saw like what we did in the other room earlier with the Zoom, right? Oops. Yeah, so I'm gonna show you how we can join this poll. So basically there are 3 ways we can do it. So firstly, you can scan the QR code, and this should lead you directly to the poll. And the second method is you visit the mentimeter.com, similar to what you did with in the plenary session, and then you enter number 1108053 and then submit it. This will link you to the Mentimeter page, which is going to display like this very slide. And the third one is the link. Yeah, I will put the link in the chat. Right, now I'm gonna hand it back to Gemma for the poll for the polling. But yeah, I will.
Thank you very much, Paul. So here, what we'd like to do is ask you to tell us one word that you believe is the most important action that needs to be taken on ocean accounts, data and statistics in support of sustainable ocean development. So one word in Mentimeter, priority actions, ocean accounts, data and statistics. Very nice. Collaboration, sharing, partnerships, harmonization, technology, consistency. This is a very important one. Knowledge sharing, but by far collaboration. And this is really great to see that this is the priority we have. We have about 14 people who have shared with us their thoughts on what's the key priority action in Asia and the Pacific, and probably globally for ocean accounts, data and statistics. All right, thank you very much. We'll come back to that in a moment. I'm now going to turn to our speakers, and first of all, I'd like to turn to Mr. Reid from the International Oceanographic Data and Information Exchange. Dr. Reid, maybe if you could put your video on. Paul, if you can stop sharing your screen, please. And Greg, oh good, I can see you there, Greg.
I have a PowerPoint presentation, so I will just share my screen with you.
Yeah, sure, and I'll give you a warning at just before the 3 minutes. Thank you very much, Greg.
Okay. So I will.
Down the bottom, there's a green button that says share screen.
I've got it there. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Gemma, and welcome everybody. So on behalf of the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of UNESCO, today I wanted to talk about the importance of interoperability of ocean data platforms and some of the work that is going on within the IOC. So we have a project which has just started called the Ocean Info Hub Project, or the OIH. So this is a new global initiative, and the aim is to improve access to marine and coastal data and information. It's a 3-year project which started in April this year, and it's being funded by the Government of Flanders and the Kingdom of Belgium. So the objectives, there's 3 main objectives for the Ocean Info Hub, and that's firstly to support communities of practice and provide a network of hubs that will be the early implementers of ODIS, I'll talk about that in a minute. It will also support the ongoing co-design of the Ocean Data and Information System, or ODIS, and it will promote and foster awareness and collaboration with new and established partners, connecting contributors and users with the resources to support their efforts. So there's 3 pilot regions which are currently in operation, which are participating in the Ocean Info Hub project. And these pilots will be taking the lead to test interoperability between existing information hubs. And one of these pilots, which will be of interest to this meeting, is the participation of the Pacific Island, small island states. So they're a key partner in this project at the moment. So I talked about ODIS, Ocean Data and Information System. So ODIS is going to link all the global distributed data and information, as well as the products and services that allow discovery and download of data and information. So the first deliverable of ODIS, which is currently up and running, is called ODIS CAT, or in other words, Ocean Data and Information Sources Catalog. So ODIS CAT is one of the components of ODIS, and it provides online, browsable, and searchable catalog. It allows visualization of the landscape. It allows the ability to find these data and products and services, and provides descriptive information. And the focus for ODIS CAT, or the users of ODIS CAT, will be policymakers, will be non-UN IGOs, global and regional organizations and projects, as well as NGOs and the private sector. So I'll give you the the URL for Otis CAT. I'll just put that in the chat box in a minute. So just in conclusion, Ocean Info Hub and Otis, the Ocean Data and Information System, will provide an opportunity for partners and users to contribute to and to access the UN Decade Global Data Ecosystem, and also provide capacity development opportunities for all to participate equitably. So OHS and Otis will provide better access to global databases. It'll also provide better visibility for your national and regional data holdings. So it's one way for you to advertise your data holdings, and you can do that through Otis and OIH. And then therefore users will become, it'll be much easier then to discover the data that they need. So basically that's, in a nutshell, that's what we're doing in IOC. We're developing Otis and the Ocean Info Hub. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Greg. And this issue here of greater visibility and transparency and interoperability of data, very important messages. Thank you very much. I'd now like to turn to Dr. Song from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Thank you very much for joining us today, Dr. Song. Could you please, very important work that you've been doing there in developing indicators that we hope our policymakers are going to be very comfortable with, like the well-known GDP. Please, Dr. Song, the floor is yours for about 3 minutes. Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you so much, Gemma. Could you hear me?
Yes, and we can see your screen. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, there are some problems with my PC, so I just use my cell phone. Yes, thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Chang Su from Chinese Academy of Sciences. It's my great honor to speak here. Thank you, everyone. On the behalf of Professor Ouyang, I will introduce the indicators that our team created, GEP, for the what is GEP, how to measure GEP, and how to apply GEP. I will introduce by 2 slides. Firstly, what is GEP? As we all know, for the economy system, GDP, gross domestic product, is widely used to measure economic system performance. For the society system, HDI, Human Development Index, is used for measure social development status based on health, education, and income. But for the nature system, currently, we don't have a widely used indicator to measure its contribution to from nature to human well-being.
Dr. Song?
Dr. Song, I think we've lost Dr. Song's connection. They're coming in from oh no, she is back. She's back. Dr. Song, can you hear us?
Is it okay?
Yes, that's good. Back to you. Yes, thank you.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, let's continue. Our team created a new indicator, GEP, in 2013. It is the aggregated value of final ecosystem goods and services supplied annually to people in given region, such as a country, a province, or a county. Secondly, how to measure GEP. First step is accounting of biophysical value of ecosystem goods and services. Second step is pricing of ecosystem goods and services. Final step is accounting of economic values of ecosystem goods and service. And thirdly, and the most importantly, how to apply GEP, how to use GEP. The first step, the first way we can evaluate the government policy and the performance in conservation. For example, in China, the NDRC, MEE, and the Inner Mongolia province, Guizhou province, Qinghai province, Zhejiang province, and the Shenzhen city and Tonghua city has some cases. The two way is provide the basis for determining financial compensation for the provisioning of ecosystem services. It is a PES, payment for ecosystem services. For example, Lishui City, Pu'er City, and all of the Zhejiang province, they are use GEP to do some policy making for PES. And the third one, to evaluate sustainable development, harmony of people and nature, especially in the urban system, for the urban area. For example, Shenzhen City and Zhuhai City, they are doing in this way. And the fourth one, bring the value of ecosystem services and trends into public and private sector decision making and investment planning. For example, in Fuzhou City, and as you all know, maybe you know Alibaba, the company, they use this for the power evaluation and the payment transfer. And for the fifth one, measure the natural contribution to people. For example, in many other parts of China, for example, in Qinghai province, we did some research. For example, Qinghai is the three-head water region. So we want to use GEP to design a water funds in Qinghai province, because the water comes from west of China to east of China. Okay, that's all. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Song, and thank you very much for persevering with your technology there. And I've put a link to your paper in the chat. And for those of you who are able to listen there, Dr. Song outlined 5 uses for this, this indicator, GEP. I'd now like to turn to Mr. Haryanto, who is with the World Resources Institute. Thank you very much, Dr. Song.
Thank you.
Mr. Haryanto, the high-level panel for sustainable ocean economy is really just 2 years young, but we see the action already that they're having for our sustainable oceans. Can you please share with us your views, Mr. Haryanto, on the importance of data, statistics, accounts?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Could you hear the voice clearly, just to make sure?
Very good.
So yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity, and thanks everyone, and welcome for joining. The high-level panel is an initiative building momentum for a sustainable ocean economy. The recent publication commissioned by the panel describes that the planning and management of sustainable ocean economy would benefit from ocean accounts, which can provide insights within mainly 3 areas, right? Ocean production, ocean income, and also ocean sustainability. Accordingly, the information and data on ocean ecosystems and also the associated socioeconomic activities and environmental dynamics are important to support the development of the accounts. The establishment of the ocean accounts should consider several key aspects in particular. Firstly, it should provide information which are consistent and comparable, which will enable analysis of trade-offs in comparable units, and also allows further aggregation and disaggregation of data, which in turn supports or can support policy-making process across different levels and sectors. Secondly is on data organization. So multiple data and information in line with the accounting effort might have already existed, yet currently dispersed within multiple sources and institutions. So integration of these through multi-stakeholder coordination and strengthened data architecture where applicable are important, and to avoid duplicate work, share best practices, and potentially also support interconnections of data. And finally, the exercise of valuation on marine and coastal ecosystems could also fill the data gap supporting the accounts. And this can also involve cross-sectoral efforts among government and non-government institutions. As an example, in Indonesia in particular, currently the WRI Indonesia is also working on the assessment of mangrove ecosystem condition, and also on valuation of coastal ecosystem services of namely mangrove, seagrass, and also a coral reef. Our work shows that not only this effort links to the ocean account framework, but the results could also be used to inform a marine policy process in Indonesia, for instance, on the management of marine protected areas and also the evaluation of marine spatial planning. And as mentioned previously, this work has also benefited from the concerted efforts in sharing data, information, and other resources. I think this is also reflecting what the participants have mentioned at the beginning about the importance of collaboration and sharing. I think I'll stop there, Gemma. Thank you.
That's wonderful. Thank you very much, Visky, and your colleague Arif also. Thank you very much for joining us today. I'd now like to zoom all the way over to the Pacific and to our friends in Samoa. Despite being one of the larger islands in the Pacific, Samoa is still a small island, developing state, and you really are reliant on the ocean for your prosperity and for your peoples. Ms. Rapina, can you share with us why oceans data, statistics, their accounts are important for you and to Samoa? Francis, over to you.
Thank you. Gemma?
Yeah.
Is that clear?
Yes, that's very clear.
Sorry, I'm not able to put up my video, but I think the audio will be fine for us. Yes?
Sure. Yes,
All
wonderful.
Right. Yeah, talofa lava, Gemma, all the way from Samoa, and to our esteemed panel members. Thank you, ESCAP, for the invitation to be part of this important dialogue in ocean accounting. It is indeed a privilege and a pleasure to be here virtually. And of course, very much excited to be part of the discussions and sharing Samoa's humble experience as part of this global dialogue in oceans. So Samoa, as you know, is a small island developing state, but a large ocean state. We have about 98% of our domain is ocean. So naturally, our way of living or our livelihoods are largely ocean-based. So the ocean, as you know, plays an important role in both social and economic context. For Samoa, we have more than 75% of our population living along the coast, and this is within 2 kilometers from the ocean. And in relation to our ocean accounts work, the ocean is vital. And this is where we are focusing our ocean accounting pilot. The ocean is very vital for the tourism industry, which is one of 2 highest foreign exchange earners along with our private remittances. As an example, in 2018, remittances represented 24% of our GDP, while our tourism earnings is about 23% of our GDP. So indeed, it is very important and largely the reason why we wanted to focus on tourism for our pilot on ocean accounting. So in terms of the fishing industry, as another example, so in our pilot scoping report that we had issued, it showed that our fish exports increased very much since 2013 and very sharply too, as noted in the report. And this recent increase in fishing activities is attributed to offshore fishing license. So what we've done is that we have incorporated the SEA framework in relation to oceans and the fisheries industry and how this would greatly improve the management of our fisheries resources. So that's how we've linked our pilot on the TSA with our SEA work that's already been underway for some time now. So developing our experimental TSA, or the Tourism Satellite Account, provided an opportunity for us to link with our national accounts. For example, what is the direct contribution of tourism to the GDP and national employment? And we have also been able to link to the SEA framework our existing work on water, energy and waste accounts. And this is under the leadership of our Samoa Bureau of Statistics. For example, we're looking at the percentage of water consumed by the tourism industry. We're also now looking at how we can determine how much energy is being consumed by the tourism industry. But the focus of our pilot extension right now is on waste. So at the moment, through our pilot extension, the work is supported by ESCAP and the Government of Australia through its Department of Agriculture, Water and Environment. Samoa is trying to link our TSA pilot to waste and the marine environment. So the pilot extension hopes to ascertain the exact volume of waste that ends up in our oceans and what impact it has on our marine ecosystem. So it is also very much important, as we have just recently launched our Samoa Ocean Strategy. In launching the strategy, Samoa also made a commitment or officially announced its partnership with Blue Prosperity Coalition and Conservation International to protect 30% of its ocean area. And this will go towards the implementation of our Samoa Ocean Strategy. So I just wanted to highlight where we are with our work on ocean accounting and how now we are trying to link that with our national accounts, as well as the work on SEA. So under SEA, we've got our water accounts. We're also trying to finalize our work on energy, but we're also now using this opportunity to link in with the waste and the impact on our marine environment. So thank you very much, Gemma, for the opportunity.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Francis. It really is great to hear what's happening there in Samoa. Ladies and gentlemen, we are running definitely over time, and we will be automatically transported, zoomed back to the main plenary at 1:45. So I had prepared a second round of questions here, but I think in the interest of time, I'm just going to ask our colleague Paul to do another mini meter Zoom to say, after hearing from these four really fantastic speakers, what do you now think are the priority actions on ocean accounts, data and statistics? Have you changed your mind? What do you now think should be the priority actions? If you're able to go back to that same Mentimeter that you had a moment ago, or you see the code at the top of the screen. If you've still got Mentimeter open up in your browser or on your iPhone, let me put in a word here to get it started. Collaboration's coming up again, ocean observing systems, piloting, really like this, the use, we heard uses just then for financial compensation, for investment decisions in urban systems, for tourism, for the contribution to GDP of waste, some excellent fishing exports. We heard some excellent uses there from several of our speakers. But the word collaboration is again coming out extremely strong. Harmonization of data analytic, technical guidance, and so on. I would now like to, so thank you very much for that. I'd now like to turn to the audience and start our audience conversation, and I'll come back to our four speakers throughout this dialogue. But first of all, Mario, could you just very briefly share with us what the Nuclear Treaty Organization is doing? Mario, to you.
Yes, thank you, Gemma, and thank you for a very interesting meeting and very interesting panel. I have just taken the liberty to paste a few links with information where you can find much more detail about what we do. So the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty Organization monitors the world for any sign of nuclear tests to detect potential violations of the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty. And we do this through a network, a global network of sensors, which is the international monitoring system that you see here behind my back on the background. Each dot that you see on the world map is a monitoring station. We have different technologies: seismic, infrasound, hydroacoustic, so ocean acoustic sensors, hydrophones, and also radionuclide stations. And these stations observe the world globally and send data in real time to Vienna, where it is archived forever. And beyond the use of the international monitoring system for test ban treaty monitoring, in the past decade, the community has begun to realize the usefulness of the monitoring system data for civil and scientific applications. And here we just focus very briefly on the applications that are relevant for ocean, for the ocean environment. And in that sense, well, one of the most obvious ones, of course, with such a network, although we are not a tsunami warning center, CTBTO provides real-time data to tsunami warning centers in 16 countries. But there are also other things that one can do with the data, especially from our hydroacoustic stations in this case. For example, to study long-term trends in ocean noise, which has been recognized as a key parameter that is related also to ocean state of health. And other things that can be done with our data is studies on remote monitoring of undersea volcanoes, which are important to understand geophysical risks and also to understand the general activity that is happening in the oceans. Scientists marine biologists use our data to study presence of whales because they can hear through our hydrophones the whales, and they use these to study migration patterns of whales and the area by using the data from the areas where CTBT hydroacoustic stations are located. And one topic, which is of course key in this context of ocean accounts, and we've heard from the beginning and even from the high level speakers and at the beginning of this meeting, that ocean temperature is one of the key parameters that need to be monitored and understood. And ocean acoustic thermometry is a field which is gaining a lot of traction again. And also there, our sensors contribute data to these studies. Or other things we can monitor with our sensors, Antarctic events, so icebergs grounding, icebergs crashing against each other, calving, or general ice noise, which is of course also related to ocean temperature and climate. So all these data are archived and available for scientific research through our platform, through which I included a link, which is called the VDEC, the Virtual Data Exploitation Center. So I invite everybody who could be interested to have a look at the link there. There's also an interesting video that explains a little bit. And I would also like to announce that we have the CTBT Science and Technology Conference coming up in June next year here in Vienna, in Austria, but also online. And I would really like to encourage all interested experts to participate in this conference, either by submitting an abstract or just by listening in and getting to know us better, and especially all the technical and scientific applications that are possible with our data. Thank you so much, Emma.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mario. Would anyone else from the audience like to pose a question to our panelists or to one another, or make some statements here? I've just been informed that we've actually been given about 15 more minutes because of the overrun at the start. I haven't seen any questions pop up in the chat box, so while you're thinking about your questions, and if you'd like to ask any questions from any of our panelists or from Mario, who's just shared with us there now, please do put your hand up or let me know. To kick things off, I might go back to Mr. Reid from IOC UNESCO. And Mr. Reid, part of today's plan is to develop up an action plan for Asia Pacific for the IOC Decade of Action. If you had one recommendation, what would you recommend Asia Pacific do as part of the global Decade of Ocean Science? Greg.
Yeah, thank you. Well, one thing is that most countries, most organizations already have a lot of data sitting in their archives. but a lot of people are not sharing that data. So making that data available to the wider community is going to assist all of us in the Ocean Decade. It's going to make that data available and much more useful to everybody, and they don't need to then go out and collect that data again if somebody's already done it. As we know, collecting data, particularly oceanographic data, is very expensive, and if it's already been done, or if there's data out there that people can use and reuse, that's very important. And so I think sharing data is really very useful. And as I mentioned before, we have this Otis catalog of sources, which is the first point of contact, if you like, where people can register with Otis Cat. They can register their data holdings, and then they can make that available through a central hub. I think that's one way we can do that.
Yeah. And Greg, while I've got you there, we've just had a question come in from Dipanju Boragan. My apologies if I haven't pronounced your name correctly. Is there any free database for ocean data analysis statistics? Are you aware of any, Greg?
There are. I can't think of them offhand, the names, but there are. If you want to do some analysis, particularly if we're talking about spatial analysis, GIS type of things like QGIS is a free application that people can download and use. There are free statistical programs out there. So yes, there are some data analysis programs that are available free.
Yeah, okay, wonderful. Thanks very much, Greg. And maybe some of our other panelists might like to mention this too. Let me turn to Dr. Song. Thank you very much, Greg. Let me turn to Dr. Song from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Dr. Song, what would be your recommendation for action in Asia Pacific? Your action for Asia Pacific Decade of Science.
Okay. Thank you very much, Gemma. I want to say for the ocean ecosystem or marine ecosystem, we also need an indicator to value the contribution of ocean nature to human welfare. For example, maybe we can explore ocean GEP or marine GEP based on the GEP framework, the indicators, and the methods. Maybe at first we can start a research plan, for example, Ocean GEP research plan for the decade program to provide some scientific methods, scientific results for decision maker with clear and compelling evidence. And we can standard the definition and methods to compute ocean GEP and updating existing monitoring system for the ocean GEP accounting. And for the specific, maybe we can start some parallel ocean GEP accounting in Asia Pacific region for some countries or some cities or even some county. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And Dr. Song, while we have you, Dr. Song, one of our guests, Teku Freire from OPOC, has asked whether the valuing ecosystem services that are not commercial, for instance, does GEP, does the gross ecosystem product, do you measure well-being? Do you measure non-commercial aspects?
Sorry, not commercial?
Yeah, not commercial. So not fishing, not tourism, not from industry. So well-being, for instance.
Oh yeah. There are three parts of GEP. The first one is provisioning services, material services. The second one is regulating services, and the third one is cultural services. Yeah, it is.
Excellent.
Maybe so the commercial food and the commercial goods is for the first part for provisioning services.
Yeah. So the non-commercial would be in cultural services, the third component.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. And
let
me zoom across to Jakarta, where we've got Rizky Haryanto. Mr. Haryanto, how about you? What do you think should be the action item for Asia Pacific?
Thank you, Gemma. Yeah. I think Mr. Reid has also mentioned about collaboration, but I would like to take another perspective on this. Countries may have different priorities related to sustainable ocean economy. Some might put specifically ocean accounts as their main priority, right? To which provisions of support, for example, to develop and strengthen the accounting process will be relevant. Meanwhile, some may put also a priority in other aspects, such as, for example, coastal restoration and protection, or reducing ocean pollution in particular. Therefore, linking the benefit of doing the valuation as well as implementing the steps of the ocean accounting and linking them to these priorities and agendas may inform not only these multiple policy agenda, but can also provide the first step to the accounting process in the country. Therefore, aligning these steps and effort of ocean accounting to relevant policy agenda and priorities of different countries will be important. I think that's all from me. Thanks, Kim.
Yeah, thank you very much. And Rizky, I think your points there are very good, linking the benefit of the oceans to policy agendas. And we heard from Dr. Song, the GEP is linking to agendas such as investments, investments in the different provinces, the basis for financial compensation. And this is also what the President of Palau was talking about. How do we invest in industries, in activities that are going to be good for sustainable oceans? So I think you're spot on there. And this makes a very nice entree over to Francis, who's in Samoa, who's also in the Pacific, who also talked about the importance of the oceans, in fact, vital to tourism industries, to fishing exports, to employment. And so Francis, over to you. Can you comment on this and share with us your thoughts on the one action item that we should be taking in Asia Pacific?
Talofa, hi. Yeah, you
Hi.
can hear me? Oh, yeah.
Yes.
I suppose the most important thing for us from the work that we've been doing so far and just is the ability to further strengthen integrative sustainable management strategies. So our work on TSA, we've been able to look at the tourism industry and focusing specifically on waste. So this has also been able to enhance, or increase attention on how we can account for the waste that's been produced on land and how much of this waste find themselves in the ocean. So it's important for us in that to come up with integrated strategies, not only to focus specifically on tourism industry, but to focus on how we can better manage the impacts of the tourism industry on the environment, the marine environment in particular.
Yes. Thanks, Francis. No, I think that's, I think the value there of linking them back all through the environment is extremely valuable. Let me go to the chat, and I'm really pleased to hear all these chats coming in. I might actually throw this one to anybody in the audience, not just our panelists, but anyone. There's a question that's come in from Mishra asking, what is the best global ocean circulation reanalysis database? So ocean circulation reanalysis database. Has anybody got any recommendations for Mishra? Greg, Mario, do anybody know a good ocean circulation reanalysis database?
Well, yes, for the installation of hydrophones in a very challenging location, we have collaborated with a university which has done extensive currents modeling for us, and they used Gloris was the package they used. But this was already a couple of years ago. It was already 7-8 years ago.
Okay. Wonderful. Thanks very much, Mario.
So I'll type the name here. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be great.
But I might be wrong. This is just my memory.
Okay, wonderful.
Thank
Thank you very much. We have a comment also coming in from the Maldives. Good afternoon, Ilham. It's lovely to hear from you. Maldives is starting the implementation of a GEF-funded project and on national capital and on natural capital accounts, which for our Maldives is going to be basically ocean accounts. I'd like to know whether any country has completed ocean accounts at any level and whether the results are available for reference. Well, we have today with us not only Samoa, but also our friends from Vietnam are with us, who have also done some work on ocean accounts. Francis or Miss Nok from Vietnam, or anybody else, would you like to comment on whether you've completed ocean accounts? Francis, over to you, Francis.
Hi again. Well, it's more of an experimental tourism satellite account. I'm happy to share the report that we have so far on the work, but we do believe that it's far from being complete. We have extended the pilot to look specifically at waste, so linking this to our SEA framework, as I mentioned earlier, but we do have a framework in place. But I'm happy to share that to our colleagues and happy to answer any further questions via email, should they wish to make any further queries. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Francis. And I think that would be great because the Maldives, also being a small island developing state, will really benefit from twinning with you there over in Samoa.
That's an excellent suggestion. I've been to the Maldives. It's a beautiful island. We'll do that.
I think both of you are living in beautiful islands. But Miss Kim, I saw you, Miss Kim from Vietnam. Do you want to comment on this availability of your ocean accounts outcomes? Sorry to put you on the spot there. Miss Nok. No, I think we can't hear you. Maybe we have lost you. We will also share some examples for you in the chat as well. I have another comment here from Jing Li. How can ocean accounting be linked with carbon markets? Who would like to comment on carbon markets? I know we have Michael Bort from Fisheries Canada. Would you like to comment on this, Michael?
Yes, not
I don't know why, but I sometimes I be out of the meeting. I cannot talk to you.
Ah, there we are.
Hello?
We have you now, Miss Knock.
No, you go ahead.
You go ahead, Miss Knock. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry because I'm out of the meeting. I don't know why. Actually, for Vietnam, we with the support from ESCAP, we already have some pilot study on ocean account in Quảng Ninh province, the north province of Vietnam. What we done so far, we see what is the ecosystem asset and what is the pollution account and.
Michael, she's popping in and out, Michael. It must be the connection.
Yeah, I don't know why. It's out, on and off. Difficult to connect.
Okay, we have you back. We have you back, Ms. Knock.
Okay.
So do you want to continue there to explain what you have available for Vietnam?
Yeah, actually, we with the support from ESCAP, from Michael and Thepong, we have done a pilot study on ocean account in Quảng Ninh province of Vietnam, and we do with the cost and asset account, and we do the pollution account, and come up with the initial result for discussion. What is the chain of ecosystem asset in different periods, and also what is the pollution level, and from that we also continue the support from ESCAP. We currently work with the bank, the World Bank, to add more some kind of value on the cost and assets, focus on mangrove in Quảng Ninh province. So we present the value of the mangrove into the map, so we see what is the chain of ecosystem asset, and accordingly what is the value you will lose if you change the land use. So it's some kind of reference for Quảng Ninh people to see where the area important, and how you need to take in consideration for their planning process. And it's still very innocent reason, and we do hope that with further support, because the ESCAP it currently develops the technical guidance on ocean account, and if we can follow this guideline, maybe we can have more comprehensive picture of what is the ocean account in the pilot areas.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing that. Really pleased. In Vietnam, as everybody saw at the start of this dialogue session, we had a short video where we've taken the results of Doc's work and we've made it into a visualization. Just coming back to this question of, and I might turn to you about this one, Michael Bort from Canada. How can ocean accounting be linked to carbon markets? Michael.
Well, right. Thanks, Gemma. The ocean accounts framework actually integrates the SIA central framework, which looks at energy accounts that some people have already mentioned. SIA ecosystems links to accounts such as biodiversity and ecosystem services, one of which is carbon sequestration and retention. So it provides the framework to be able to understand in a comprehensive way what the parameters are that would go into the carbon markets. In fact, the social value of carbon, the social price of carbon is often used to value the ecosystem service of carbon sequestration and carbon retention. So there are linkages there, but the ocean account framework doesn't necessarily provide all the information you would need to engage in the carbon market.
Yeah, thanks very much, Michael. So building on that and coming back to Francis's example from Samoa, you start with an ocean accounts, and because you're using a common framework across different services, the same framework for oceans can be used for wastes, can be used for energy, can be used for water, and from those, and the residuals or the outputs from those can be used to create what's called emission accounts that can then be used for carbon markets. And can I please, in the chat box there, we've provided a hyperlink to some ocean account materials from the 5 countries that have piloted this: China, Malaysia, Samoa, Thailand, and Vietnam. And certainly in the case of those pilots, China was having a look at the link through to carbon markets. And my recollection is Thailand were as well. So it is, in answer to your question, it is possible. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got 15 minutes before we are going to be automatically transferred back. I would just like to ask 2 things. First of all, can I please ask everybody to turn on their video, because we'd like to just for prosperity take a bit of a group shot of everybody in today's dialogue. And if you're able to turn on your video, and Michael, we have you, maybe we'll go to gallery view. We can see everybody on the screen. It's looking great. Virginie, Greg's there, Dr. Song, Ayo, Terrapong. Good to see everybody on here. We're still coming up. Arif City from Dawson, Ismail from Maldives, Mao Chi from Mao's working for us. He's over in China at the moment. Okay, Paul, I think this is going to be our best bet. We've got Crystal from Australia. If you can take a few shots while we've got them, Paul. Here's Yolanda. Looking very good. Good to see Yolanda. Jing Li. There's Jing Li. Wonderful. Okay, fantastic. And I'm now going to ask, maybe in the interest of time, Michael, if you could give us a quick wrap up, and if we have time, we'll go to the question that came from the National University of Singapore about automatic data extraction. But Michael, could you give us a quick wrap up just in case we're automatically teleported? Michael.
All right, thanks, Gemma. Yeah, thanks for the lively discussion and messages from the panel. That I think we have some good coverage of things that can be done and have been done and should be done. In no specific order. We sometimes think about the statistical supply chain, which starts off with collection. And we had some good messages about the IOC UNESCO on the decade of ocean science, where scientists will be encouraged to collect new data on the ocean over the next decade, starting in 2021. But the main message from Greg was about the interoperability of the data that we already have. So we don't always need to collect new data. It's a matter of bringing it together. And one of the ways of doing this is through the accounts to make the data consistent and comparable so that we can integrate the data that we do have. We need to be able to repurpose the data, and this is a message that came from Mario, that he has all these sensors, and he's saying, hey, we can use all of these sensors for other applications. That philosophy goes through our statistical systems as well, and the scientific data. We can repurpose data that has been collected as long as we can understand it. One of the ways of integrating that data is to use an accounting framework to make your definitions and concepts clear, and to start putting data into the slots. To be able to do that, though, you have to establish collaboration among the data holders and users and the stakeholders, which many of the pilot countries have done as an integral part of the pilots. But some of that requires data sharing arrangements. But like I said, the accounting structure is a way of bringing those data together. But the most important part, and this has come through from a couple of the discussions, is to apply the data. Yeah. That it's not enough to have the data sitting around and looking at it. We need it to solve real world problems. And sometimes to do that, you have to jump on what you have and start making decisions with it, and understanding the quality and the uncertainty in those decisions. But having some data is usually better than having no data at all. So we had some good examples of actually applying the indicators and data for real world situations, including financial compensation, planning, establishing protected areas, developing ocean strategies. And I guess a blanket over all of that is that there are people around to help with that integration, that between ESCAP and the Global Ocean Accounts Partnership and the experts. We've seen discussions between countries here that as long as you know who knows something, there's an opportunity to get together and share that knowledge and collaborate on solving your real world problems. So that's my short overview.
Thank you very much, Michael. No, I really like that. So yeah, we started with the comment there, particularly from Greg, and the importance of the IOD, and make your data accessible, share it. But then we also heard from our speakers, integrate the data, integrated it again across different types of data, across different domains. Here we've had integration across tourism, fisheries, waste, water, this integration is extremely important, but integration is not the answer. What's the aim here is to use the data to understand your investments, use the data to understand the impact on tourism, use the data to understand policies in terms of waste and oceans. And as the president of Palau started at the start, you use the data, use the information you've got to conserve and protect our oceans and the livelihoods of the people and the economies that rely on it. Now we've got in the chat, we're all here to help. We've got 41 people or more joining us for this session, this dialogue today. There is a lot of emails being shared in the chat function. So if any of you want to reach out to people, we've got Dr. Song from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, her email is there. Rizky Haryanto from the World Resource Institute has shared his email. Rike Mung Hansen from ESCAP, she's shared her email there. The Global Ocean Accounts Partnership, that email is in the chat box as well. We really are all very much happy to help you. Our friend Francis from Samoa has also offered to assist. So really there is a lot of growing interest and growing application of ocean accounts, and a lot of people who are very happy to help. The Global Ocean Accounts Partnership, as you heard, ESCAP, and through country-to-country twinning, as we've heard just now. Now we do have a bit more time for questions, and so I'd like to go back to this question from the Ayanda from the University of Singapore, because I think this is an important one. Just let me find it, Ayanda. Sorry if I've got your question wrong. Well, the question was, is there any tools, or is there anybody that is basically scraping statistics out of existing publications or existing reports to produce ocean accounts, or to use ocean data and statistics and accounts in policy making? So is anyone aware of any technology, or are they using scraping tools or APIs to try and automatically extract data out of reports? This is a very technical question. I'm afraid I can't answer this one, but is anybody online aware of any of these tools? Very happy if anyone wants to answer this one. Maybe we need to come back to you on that one, Ayanda. I know in the statistical world, we're all making our data available through something called SDMX, which is machine-to-machine readable data, but I'm not sure if it's in our reports just yet. I also have a comment up here from Crystal Bradley from Australia, who says she's happy to provide information offline about carbon sequestration ecosystem services that Australia has included in a recent ocean account. So if anybody's interested in that, Crystal Bradley is in the chat box, and you could reach out to her. And Iolanda has also put in a very handy link to a International Atomic Energy Agency database called MARIS for 600,000 data on marine radioactivity. Let me see what else we've got. I think I've covered most of our questions there. Anybody else would like to, in our few minutes left, Greg, is there any last words you'd like to make?
Yes. I guess one other thing that I could talk about is capacity development. I think that's really an important aspect of everything we're doing. And I'll just mention a project from the IOC, which is the Ocean Teacher Global Academy, which is a network of regional and specialized training centers around the world. And we've just recently set up one in Fiji. There's also one in Indonesia, Malaysia, China, and India within that region. And some of the topics that they can cover within that training activity, includes things like biodiversity, blue carbon, acidification, and marine scientific research. So this is like a community base. So whatever the region's requirements are, they can develop training activities within that within those training centers. So I think that capacity development is really important, and there are tools and there's centers out there that can provide that.
Yeah. Okay. Wonderful. Thank you very much, Greg. Dr. Song, any last words?
Hello, everyone. Yeah, I have no more ideas. Thank you, Dima.
All right. Wonderful. Thank you very much, Dr. Song.
Thank you.
Risky, Mr. Haryanto.
Yes, Gemma, thank you. Oh, actually, not so much from my side, but yeah, really happy to be able to connect with everyone here. I think aside of the general discussion, we have also some technical discussion, which are very valuable, and really looking forward to hopefully some follow-ups based on the discussion with all the participants here. Thank you, Gemma.
Yeah, thank you very much. And Francis, any last words from you in Samoa?
It's just very quickly, Gemma, we're happy to collaborate further with our colleagues in the Maldives to share our experience and our information. But we'd also like to say that we're also very much still learning. There's lots to learn. And with that, I'd like to acknowledge the support of ESCAP, Ricky and the team, Michael. Good to see Michael here in Terrapon. So we look forward to learning more on ocean accounting and collaborating with everyone else. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Francis. And Mario.
Yes, thank you. Just to get back briefly to the question on the extraction of data that was asked. I think that we are even at the stage, especially for the oceanographic and scientific data, where key parameters are being identified and they're beginning to be reported. But I think that the world is probably still far from automatic extraction, but that it's probably the case to start efforts of dialogue, of cooperation to work towards this goal. Because it will be very important for people like yourselves that need to extract statistics and metadata to do this. But I think that this is in many cases still being born as a field.
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
So
No.
there's exciting stuff to do, but it needs to be started probably.
Yes, thank you very much, Mario. And in that, actually, we have made a small start here in ESCAP with a tool that's developed to automatically produce land cover, what's called land cover change maps. It's using the free software that Greg mentioned before called QGIS. and it's extracting data on land cover from 2 time points or more, and then automatically creating land cover maps in a geospatial format as well as in a tabular format. So there is hope, Mario,
Yes.
and actually we will. I know we're at an Oceans Day event here today, and we really shouldn't be talking about terrestrial land cover, but very happy to say that we are already working on some tools that will help do that, particularly with these open source software like QGIS. And it's really got some potential there to extract directly out. Well, look, ladies and gentlemen, we will be, like I say, automatically transported back to the plenary. It's been my pleasure to connect with you today. Thank you for a really great dialogue. We wanted to make sure this was extremely interactive. I'm so pleased that we've had a lot of people join us, interact with the conversation and continue the conversation. So without belaboring the point very much more, thank you for joining us today. Happy Asia Pacific World Oceans Day, and we look forward to continuing the conversation with you in this very important area. You'll be teleported back to the main forum where we're just going to have some closing words. So please, if you can stay with us, that's wonderful. Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Ariski. Thank you, Francis. Thank you, Dr. Song. And please pass on my thanks to also Professor Ouyang for all your work. Thank you, everybody.
Good morning. How are you?
Anjali, cannot hear your voice. Not sure what's happening. Have you put join with audio? Can you try and speak now? No. Let me check. Still cannot hear. Hello, can you speak now? No. Maybe try it out the headphones. Check your audio again. Toru, can you try and speak to see if it's just...
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you well.
Okay, good.
Let me check what else can we do. Because we tested your sound, it was working perfectly. So do you checked your audio settings on Zoom? Anjali, you've done that? Yeah. Gosh.
Okay.
Oh.
Anjali has asked me to just get things started while we fix up the audio. So hello, everyone, and welcome to session.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, you can. Wonderful. But I can't hear anyone.
Can you hear me, Chisol?
Yeah, we can hear you. So that is bizarre. Okay, all right. I'm just going to go ahead and somebody type to me. Let me just at least start the introductions and get started with one of the presenters. Okay, so welcome to everyone. Thank you for joining this session. This is about solutions for land-based marine pollution. And as we all know, and we've heard some really inspiring speakers right in the beginning, this is one of the growing problems, environmental problems in the region, and has been in the public face for a while. And what we are now at a point with the COVID pandemic is at a critical stage where the actions we take now, both in the public and private sector space, can actually translate into effective changes on the ground. What we do know is from the evidence that 80% of marine plastic leaked into oceans come from land-based sources. So it's clearly at the land end of things. What we also know in the last 15 years, it's only in the last 15 years that more than half of the plastics ever produced have been out there. Last 15 years, that's 2005, it's like yesterday, you know. 99% of all the plastic that has ever been produced is still on the planet, and that is scary. So if you leave your yogurt container on a beach accidentally, your great grandkids might find it, and that is not the kind of legacy we want to leave behind. So I really am very happy to have this presentations today and the panelists. Let me just introduce the sequence of what will be going on today. As I mentioned, I'm Anjali Acharya. I work at the World Bank. I am the regional lead for marine plastics across the East Asia and Pacific region. I've been at the bank for 23 years, but over the last 3-4 years, I've been working specifically on the issue of marine plastics, but also at the interface of issues like climate change. The agenda today, we will have opening remarks from Mr. Toru Terai. I will introduce each of them. We will have the keynote speech from Ms. Shever Voltmer from the Oceans Conservancy. And then we will have an excellent panel of presenters from different stakeholder perspectives. And I think I'm really looking forward to this. And then finally, we will have some selected interventions from the floor. And this is a space where you can unmute your microphones and start asking questions after we've had a few of the questions which have been pre-selected and identified ahead of time. So with that, I wanted to just switch to a presenter mode and use the opportunity that I have as moderator to showcase a few slides which will talk you through at least some of the work that the World Bank has been doing in this space. I hope this technology works. Okay, can you give me a thumbs up if you see this? Yes, you see it? Yes, okay, great. All right, So just wanted to share with you the activities that the World Bank has been doing in the space of marine plastics. It's important to note that while we've been engaged in the last 2 decades on solid waste management work, it is only in the last few years that we have really ramped up the work on marine plastics specifically. We're working at different levels, at the country level and at the regional level. We are operating under under 3 key intervention strategies. One is to stop leakage. The second is to promote the 3 R's, reduction, reducing, recycling. And the third is to support governments in developing regulatory frameworks to design incentives, etc. So with this in mind, at the country level, we are now working across the region. This is our, as we define, the East Asia and Pacific region. So it starts from China all the way down to the Pacific Island countries. It was very inspiring to hear from the president of Palau on his perspective on, of course, the overall ocean health and specifically on marine pollution. We have now leveraged about $9 million in trust fund resources, and we have engagements at the country and regional level. These are some of the activities in each of the countries, and I'll be happy to follow up with others on this. We have a high-level event coming up next week, actually, where we have 3 ministers from Cambodia, Vietnam, and Indonesia, and 2 CEOs who will be joining a high-level panel. You're welcome to join that event. At the regional level, we have been entrusted by the ASEAN Secretariat and Thailand to help develop an ASEAN Regional Action Plan for marine debris. We hope that this will be out later this year and endorsed early next year by the ASEAN Secretary, the ASEAN member states. And we hope that this regional action plan will define the kinds of regional actions that are needed, whether it is to harmonize on standards, practices, protocols, labels, certifications, everything to make it an easier pathway to increase recycling, reducing litter, and reducing unnecessary plastic usage. We are also happy to mention that we are just about to launch the Southeast Asia Regional Program on Combating Marine Plastics. This will be a grant that will be given to the ASEAN Secretariat to support IBRD and IDA countries. So countries around the ASEAN region. It is intended to be multi-sectoral, and it really is aimed to catalyze the kind of plastics innovation that is much needed in the region. We are the World Bank Group, and so we have a private sector arm. The World Bank side works on public sector, the private sector is the IFC, and here are just some examples, I will not go into the details of them, of how they are starting to identify different kinds of private sector investments that make sense in the plastic pollution space. So everything from PET bottle recycling to compostable plastics to blue bonds, etc. We are also doing, in collaboration with the IFC, a lot of plastic value chain and recycling market studies. And what we're trying to do here is really make the case that there is inherently value to be made from increased plastic recycling. So I will stop there and stop sharing my screen and then take the opportunity to introduce Mr. Toru Terai, the first Secretary and Alternative Permanent Resident of Japan to ESCAP from the Embassy of Japan in Thailand, to deliver his opening remarks. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, all ladies and gentlemen. My name is Toru Terai, and as I was introduced just now, I'm first secretary of Embassy of Japan in Thailand. First of all, thank you so much for giving me a chance to have opening remarks at this very important event. It's my pleasure. Needless to say, marine plastic litter is one of the most important and common emerging issues for human beings and other species all over the world. Developed countries, developing countries, international organizations, private sectors, all of us have to work hard together and solve this problem as soon as possible. Generally speaking, plastic products are required to be durable which is why plastic products, once they become waste and enter natural environment, pose long-lasting adverse effect on ecosystem. They also pose adverse effect on human society, such as tourism, because no one wants to go to the beach, which is filled with plastic waste. Furthermore, marine plastic litter affects economic activities such as fishery. And to make matters worse, plastic marine litters get broken down and become microplastics when they are exposed to such as ultraviolet, winds, wave, and other physical and chemical reactions. Once they get smaller, it is much more difficult for us to collect and dispose of them. Since a great portion of marine plastic litter are generated and come from land, environmental sound management of plastic waste on land are critically important in order to solve marine plastic litter problem. That is why plastic marine litter has been one of the major agenda at recent G7 and G20 summit. Last year, leaders from G20 countries shared common global vision called Osaka Blue Ocean Vision, which aims to reduce additional pollution by marine plastic litter to 0 by 2050. We believe that this momentum will be kept and accelerated by summits in the future. The goal of Osaka Blue Ocean Vision can be achieved through a comprehensive life cycle approach of plastic waste, both in developed countries and developing countries. So Japanese government established new policy framework called Marine Initiative. Under this framework, for example, we enhance bilateral and multilateral cooperation in order to develop capacity for waste management in other countries. And we also disseminate know-how through a regional knowledge center for marine plastic debris. We are sure that our work will enable us to reduce the discharge of mismanaged plastic litter and finally realize Osaka Blue Ocean Vision. In the end of my speech, I'd like to thank ESCAP again for hosting this very important event and having me today. I hope this event will be a very fruitful one, and it helps us tackle marine plastic litter issue in much better and more harmonized way. Thank you.
Oh, we can't hear you, Anjali. Perhaps I can go ahead and introduce Sheva Voltmer from Ocean Conservancy, who will be our keynote presenter. Thank you, Sheva.
Great. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yes. Wonderful. Okay, let's get this in the right mode. All right, and I don't know why I'm at the back end. All right, here we go. So thank you for the invitation and the opportunity. It's an honor and a pleasure to frame the marine debris issue for you from Washington, D.C. this very early morning. So let's start with some good news. Awareness of the issue of marine debris has increased exponentially in the last few years, to the extent that I expect most of you are already familiar with these figures. For us at Ocean Conservancy, this is a big achievement. In 2011, Ocean Conservancy began working on this issue of trying to understand how much marine debris was leaking into the ocean. And we convened a working group that in 2015 published the now famous Jambeck paper, estimating that 8 million metric tons of plastics are entering the ocean every year. And we started on this journey because our international coastal cleanup team which runs the world's largest volunteer beach cleanup, was mobilizing more and more volunteers each year, more than 1 million in a single day in 2019, and picking up more and more trash, but we simply couldn't keep up. And so we realized at that point that we needed to do more than beach cleanups to solve the problem. So this brings me to some bad news, which again is probably not a surprise to many of you, which is that awareness of the issue of marine debris is not in and of itself enough to solve the problem. We know that because despite increased awareness, things continue to get worse, not better. Just last month, new research came out updating the 2015 Jambeck paper. The journal Science published 2 papers side by side, one from the Pew Charitable Trust and one from a research group, again, convened by Ocean Conservancy. And these 2 groups used completely different methodologies, but came to broadly similar conclusions. And in short, the widely quoted estimate of 8 million metric tons has increased, and scientists now estimate that 11 million metric tons of plastics enter the ocean each year. And to make things worse, the same research indicates that even if all our current commitments are made by governments and business are met, the amount of trash entering our oceans will continue to grow, reaching 53 million tons per year by 2030. So for context, 53 million metric tons annually is equivalent to a cargo ship's worth of plastics by weight entering aquatic ecosystems every single day. So we collectively have a lot of work to do. And at Ocean Conservancy, we have been thinking about that work for some time. And about the same time that we convened the working group that generated the Jambeck paper, we also founded the Trash Free Seas Alliance. The Trash Free Seas Alliance is a group of business, conservation, and scientific leaders committed to finding pragmatic, real-world solutions to keeping trash out of the ocean. So while our science team was trying to answer questions about the size, scope, and origins of marine debris, the Trash Free Seas Alliance worked to increase the understanding of the why. Why is the world seeing such a huge increase of trash into the ocean? And later, as our knowledge deepened, what might be done about it? And it's important to note the work of this group because it has really helped to shape the global conversation on marine debris. It may seem obvious now that the majority of waste entering the ocean was never collected to begin with, and low-value plastics are most likely to end up in this category. And that's why we're here talking about land-based plastic pollution today. But 5 years ago, that was not obvious. And it's important to note that as our knowledge of this problem has expanded, so has our understanding of what needs to be done. So we learned early on that there's a problem in Southeast Asia, but we now know that a lot of the waste that ends up in this region is exported from developed countries in North America and Europe. So this has implications for what kind of response is needed. And in particular, countries exporting plastic waste also need to take action. So understanding why 75% of plastics are never collected is a critical insight and indicating that we need to find ways to close the funding gap, which we heard about in the keynote speech earlier this evening. And figuring out how to build sustainable waste collection is important, as is de-risking investment in the capital infrastructure needed to manage this waste. I thought we heard very eloquently about the need to bring a lot more resources into this space earlier this evening. So there's still a lot that we don't know about plastic debris in the ocean, but we now know enough to act. So Ocean Conservancy started that journey in 2018 when we worked with the Trash Free Seas Alliance, finance experts, and corporate partners to launch the world's first catalytic capital fund aimed at keeping trash out of the ocean. We're very proud of our efforts to raise more than $100 million to combat marine debris in South and Southeast Asia. Our partners at Circulate Capital are in the process of demonstrating that investment in circular economy solutions can make financial sense, with the ultimate goal of bringing much more investment into this sector. So I was really pleased to hear about Palau's actions about what it's doing with its own funds to create catalytic capital, because that's really what we were trying to do when we launched Circulate Capital. However, we know that much more still needs to be done. So it's often said that there's no silver bullet or single solution to the problem of marine debris. But to build effective solutions, we really need a sense of how many bullets there might be, what their impacts are, and how they might be combined to build effective solutions. So Ocean Conservancy and the Trash Free Seas Alliance collaborated to research a plastics policy playbook, which we published last year. And we asked technical experts from Accenture to conduct a rigorous analysis of policy measures from around the world to help governments, business, and civil society make informed decisions on their own to develop their own locally appropriate solutions. A very brief summary of that endeavor provides considerable insight. First, while solving this problem will cost money, it's not an insurmountable sum. When we presented this data to our corporate partners, they looked at that top line number of $28 to $40 per ton and basically said, that's doable. And this is good news for the private sector. Second, in order to build sustainable systems, we need to build sustainable funding mechanisms, which is fairly obvious. So things like EPR are very important for future progress. Third, generating demand for recycled content is key for creating functional value chains. And then fourth, while bans are an important part of the solution, they will need to be taken in conjunction with other measures for real change. And then finally, we found that there were some guiding principles for success, such as engaging the informal sector, that hold true across various geographies. So for this audience, just to make things easier and more accessible, we provided resources to help stakeholders map their own journeys, and you can find those in our plastics policy playbook if you are interested. So what do we do now? And I think we heard that there's a lot of desire to move more into the solution space. And we are working on doing that now. And there are a lot of potential answers to that question. So I'm going to talk about just a couple of things we're doing now, not as a prescription, but as a way to get your own wheels turning about what you might do in your own context. And so I'd like to talk a little bit about Urban Ocean, particularly for this audience, because I know that ESCAP is also doing work in that area as well. So Urban Ocean is a partnership between Ocean Conservancy, the Resilient Cities Network, and the Circulate Initiative, which is the nonprofit arm of Circulate Capital. And it aims to provide cities, which are the front line of waste management, with the knowledge, technical capacity, and incubation and acceleration of solutions to define and solve their particular challenges within a broader resilience framework. So we are currently working with 5 cities in this region in Latin America, and you can see them on the screen. And it has been really heartening to see the strong interest from cities in this program. We had more cities that wanted to participate in the program than we had resources. So we initially intended to include a couple of observer cities. However, there were so many that wanted to be observers that we ended up working with our partners to launch a community of practice on waste management and the circular economy, which is being run by the Resilient Cities Network. And although it is new, that community of practice already has 38 members. So I think that indicates a real appetite for municipalities who want to engage on this issue, as well as a real need for resources and support. So I would challenge each of you to think about what you might do to address that. So engaging the informal sector in geographies where they are prevalent, which is very common in Asia and the Pacific, emerged as a guiding playbook principle. And following up on that insight, we've undertaken some additional research to better understand what inclusive recycling might look like. And the good news is that informal sector collectors provide a very valuable service. They work very efficiently, and they could be a very important part of the solution with the right incentives and safeguards. Done properly, empowering the informal sector could generate multiple benefits well beyond reducing the flow of trash into the ocean, social, economic, environmental benefits. So we are currently exploring how we might do more in that area, and perhaps there are some of you participating today who might also be able to engage with the informal sector. So finally, to set the stage for the panel to come, I wanted to leave you with a few parting observations. While problem of plastic pollution is indeed formidable, it cannot be viewed in isolation. We are in an unprecedented time, which is how we started this conversation tonight, and we need to respond accordingly. This is a recent article from the South China Morning Post from last week that really encapsulates the challenge we collectively face. It's not just a problem of plastic pollution or marginalized communities that need support. As we heard during the keynote tonight, it's also the current pandemic and the accompanying economic stress. If you add to that additional factors like the ongoing flooding in Vietnam that is likely exacerbated by climate change, the full picture starts to emerge. And this is daunting indeed. However, it is also an opportunity. You know, the pandemic has forced us all around the world, as we sit on our Zoom screens tonight, to adapt rapidly, and we know we can do it. So we now need to think strategically about how to foster new solutions, new innovations, new business models, and new policies to tackle these multiple challenges holistically. And if we do it right, we won't bounce back, we'll bounce forward. So I leave each of you to think about how we might do that. I very much look forward to the panel's insights on this issue, and I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Chever.
I will stop sharing my screen. Let's get this sorted.
Thank you very much, Chever. Do you hear me? Everybody
Yes.
hear me? Yes. Okay, excellent. I'm back. That was an excellent keynote speech. Thank you so much. You really hit on the main points of how public and private sector need to come together for this. You talked about the financing element of it. You talked about the policy element of it. And then you also talked about the context, talking about city space and looking at sort of the recycling and informal sector. So it's really the social dimension, the financing dimension, the policy dimension, all of which you really well covered. With that, I would like to start officially on the panel. We have some excellent guests from different perspectives. I would first like to invite Ms. Janet Salem, the Economic Affairs Officer from the Closing the Loop project, to deliver her presentation. Over to you. Thank you.
Finally got it. Okay, great. So hi everyone. My name is Janet Salem from the UN ESCAP. And I'm going to present one of the solutions that we support from a multilateral perspective to prevent land-based marine pollution. So I'll be talking about the Closing the Loop project, which is supported by the government of Japan. So really pleased to have Toru-san here today. Okay, so the Closing the Loop project is run by our team in ESCAP. We have two goals. Firstly, we want to help cities use innovation and smart technology to monitor and assess the plastic leakage in the cities before it hits the oceans. And then secondly, once we have that information, we want to help cities develop policy and investment strategies so that Anjali can fund them and the Ocean Conservancy. But we need to get those strategies in place to apply the circular economy solutions to prevent that plastic from making its way out of urban waterways and into the ocean. So in doing that in the 4 cities, which you see here, which are Nakhon Si Thammarat in Thailand, we have Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia, Da Nang in Vietnam, and Surabaya in Indonesia. So we have good overlap of the countries that Chever mentioned as well. And of course, the ASEAN countries that Anjali has mentioned. We want to support them on the ground to achieve those 2 goals. But then we also want to share what we've learned with different frameworks. So those would be the national plastic waste frameworks of the individual countries, then global frameworks such as the G20 Osaka Blue Ocean Vision, which Toru-san has shared with us, and the ASEAN Framework of Action on Marine Debris, which Anjali has talked about. And of course, we are contributing always to the Sustainable Development Goals, number 11, number 12, and number 14. So how do we do this? We have 3 steps in our project, and we're sort of halfway through already, which is very exciting. So firstly, we need to get a baseline status in each of these cities. We want to know what is the plastic waste policy framework and the institutions behind it. What is the capacity, both for waste management as well as digital capacity? And then, very exciting, we want to know how much plastic is flowing through those cities, what type of plastic is it, both in terms of the polymer and the product, and where is it actually leaking into the waterways before it goes into the ocean. And with that, we're partnering with IGES, and we're using the ISWA plastic waste pollution calculator to apply an international framework methodology to our calculations. Now, once we know what's happening on land, we switch to the rivers. And that's where the digital mapping tool comes in. So we're designing a digital tool using satellite data, as well as remote sensing, which is like cameras, and then crowdsourced data, which is using phones and citizen science. Now, using the data coming in from those sources, we then use machine learning to identify the plastic waste. And that way we can answer the question, where are the marine plastic hotspots in the cities that need management? And we're really happy to be partnering with Japan Space Systems on developing this technology. And we've had some really great support from technology providers around the world on how to fine tune it. Once we have that information, we move to the city action plans, where we look at the policy intervention areas based on the 3 Rs, reduce, reuse, recycle. And we develop the local action plans and investment strategies, which is like a pipeline for investment in those solutions. And there we work with local governments and partners. Under all of this, we work on regional cooperation and city-to-city learning and policy advocacy activities. So just to wrap up, I just want to mention that we have a lot of partners that we're working with and building on what they're working on. On the ground, we have teams including national government and local government and technical institutions. But then we also have a regional project advisory committee so that we do link and feed into all of these different initiatives that you'll be hearing about today. So with that, I'd like to say thank you to you all, and I look forward to hearing from the rest of the panel. And this is our URL if you would like to learn more. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Janet. It was really good to see how you are working at the city level and through getting, the data and the science, the evidence-based, and then putting it out in a manner which is interactive and useful and can directly link to a city level planning process is really, on the ground and actionable. So it's really excellent to hear this work. And definitely I think there are lots of touch points in terms of collaboration to future investments. I would now like to invite, so thank you, Janet, for your presentation. I would like to invite Ms. Pornpimon Charasong, Director of Waste and Hazardous Substances Management Division within PCD, Pollution Control Department, Thailand. So over to you, Ms. Pornpimon. Thank you. Okay, I think we cannot hear you.
Okay, we can't hear you, but if
Can't
you go
hear you, please, yeah.
If you go to your mute button, next to it is an arrow, and there you may have some audio settings that you need to change. Yeah. Not yet? No, can't hear you yet.
There's one that says built-in microphone, external microphone.
Oh.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, please go ahead.
ต้องเปิดอันด้วยแต่ทำไมไม่เปิดหรอแต่พี่ไม่ได้ยินเปิดนะ sorry ใช่
Please go ahead. We can hear you. Perhaps she can't hear us. Hello, can you hear us?
ไก่หน้าจอนั้นได้ไหมถ้าพี่เป็นหน้าจอนั้นน่ะ
Janet, shall I move on to the next speaker and then come back?
Right now.
Next. Yeah, let's go to the next one.
All right. Well, while we wait, undoubtedly, we're all evolving in terms of our abilities to move to new creative ways of engaging. I would now like to introduce Mr. Nicolas Kolesh, Vice President Projects, the Alliance to End Plastic Waste, based out of Singapore. Over to you, Nicolas, to deliver your presentation. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here, and I will just share my screen as well. So hopefully my screen is visible to you. So the Alliance to End Plastic Waste is a unique organization. We are an organization that is unique and obviously here to represent industry in this discussion today. And we are actually representing the entire plastics value chain, looking from those companies that are producing polyolefins and plastics and other types of materials in the plastic space, those that are involved in the processing, conversion, as well as brand owners and those involved in the waste management space as well, along with recycling. The Alliance is enabling global action to deliver and scale local solutions. So we are focused on action on the ground and bringing the resources, the deep collective effort, and the world-class technical materials and other support that our members are bringing to the challenge of plastic waste in the environment. So with these collective resources, we can actually make quite an impact on the ground, and we'll talk a little bit briefly about the projects and activities that we're doing. But we also work with a lot of great partners in the different localities where interventions are needed. And we bring actually local insights from working with those partners to ensure that what we are doing on the ground is having the greatest impact and actually taking on the challenge where it's greatest. The Alliance is focused on effectively 4 strategic areas, the 4 pillars of the Alliance, as we call it. And these are based around, first and foremost, infrastructure. So funding and implementing waste management infrastructure, the systems to collect, manage, and increase the recycling of plastic waste, ensuring that plastic waste does not get into the environment and that the economic value of it is recovered. A big focus in that area as well is innovation. So supporting and incubating ideas, scaling new technologies, and bringing solutions for a circular economy. So innovation is a core pillar. We do a lot of incubation activities with different entities, including, for example, the Circulate initiative that we heard about a little bit earlier. Education is absolutely key to solving this challenge. So we're working with communities at local scale to drive a deeper engagement for lasting change to end plastic waste in the environment. And last and not least is cleanup. So we support communities and organizations to engage in cleanup activities that will enable an end to plastic waste that's visible in the environment, knowing that we are first and foremost looking to end it at its source. So the Alliance is focused on interventions in effectively under 5 themes. And we have actually quite a number of projects that are running after about a year and a half of activity. The Alliance was founded at the beginning of 2019, and we have actually now 14 projects running across quite a number of cities, as well as 55 projects that are being initiated and undertaken by our member companies. So we're looking to manage our interventions under 5 themes, and I'll just give a couple of examples for each of these here. The first is engaging with cities, and here we are focused on those end-to-end waste management infrastructure solutions that need to happen in cities where it's not happening today. We've recently released our Plastic Waste-Free Cities request for proposal, and we've received quite a number of proposals coming in that we are acting upon. And we have quite a number of actual projects on the ground, for example, in Jembrana in Indonesia, where we're putting an end-to-end waste management solution in place. Another very important industry-based solution is creating value for the recyclates that we do find in the environment and that are resulting from plastic that's found in the environment. So we have a number of projects here where we want to create value through turning waste plastic into new products. Again, projects on the ground, social businesses, for example, in Accra, in Ghana, another one in the south of India, as well as in the Philippines with our partner, the Plastic Flamingo, looking at our Planks of Promise project to turn waste plastic into building and construction materials. A third area, bringing technology and innovation to bear, is in the advanced recovery and recycling space. And here we know that there are a lot of interesting technologies out there that can solve this problem at scale. And we are supporting a number of projects to evaluate advanced recycling technologies. We're highly aware as an organization based across the entire plastics value chain of the importance of designing for circularity and looking at the solutions at different points along the value chain. So our Design for Circularity theme is looking for projects in the area of product design, ensuring maximum recyclability of products from the conception of their design through their use and also into the waste management systems. And last but not least, the area of societal behavior, where we have a high focus on education, but also on some behavioral science aspects of managing plastic waste. And here it's about changing people's relationship with waste, recognizing that there is no away when you throw something away, that we have a personal responsibility, but also that we can work together and bring solutions from different places to bear on problems. So we're leveraging the resources of the Alliance, the industry partners that have come together to form the Alliance, of which we're close to 50 now, as well as a number of strategic allies and supporters in this mission. So with that, I'd like to hand it back. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Nicholas. It was very good to hear about the work that Alliance to End Plastic Waste is doing. And in particular, from my perspective, I thought it was interesting to see about your design for circularity. And I think embedded within that is also a recognition that you have the upstream and the downstream elements of it. And it's great to have new product design, but also to explore the possibilities of new materials. So it's also the reduce and the reuse and not only the recycle part of it. But it was good to hear about the work, and it would be great in some future session to hear a little bit more detail. So with that, I'd like to try again with
Yes.
Bimon. Yes, over to you. Thank you very much. We can hear you. Thank you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Actually, I'm not Ms. Pontimon. I'm Vanit, Director of Waste Minimization Subdivision. Actually, this panel should be Ms. Pontimon here, but today she has an urgent mission to do. So I'm is a representative from PCD. Today, I would like to share about Thailand policy and plans for plastic waste management with related to the land-based marine pollution. Sorry, Anjali, can you show my slide, just one slide that we sent to you for Thailand policy? You have that?
I will get that for you. Just
okay. Thank you, Janet.
No worries. It will be in 5 seconds.
Yeah, just one slide. Yeah, that we show you. So that slide is will show everyone about Thailand policy and plan for plastic waste management.
Maybe 2 seconds more.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. It's coming now.
Okay. Okay. For the next slide. Next slide. Okay, thank you, Janet. So in Thailand, plastic waste was found approximately 12% of total waste generated, or 2 million tons each year. Plastic waste are recycled for an average of approximately 0.5 million tons per year. So the rest of plastic waste of 1.5 million tons, mostly single-use plastic, such as plastic bags, plastic cup, plastic straws, and foam food container. All of these plastic waste are end up at the landfill site without bringing it into the circular economy. So regarding this issue, the Prime Minister had clear dialogue policy in the cabinet meeting on 17 April 2018 for the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment, together with all sectors, also government, private, and public, to accelerate the implementation of integrated plastic waste management from the production process and distribution and consumption and disposal. So in action, Monterey my ministry had established a plastic waste management subcommittee under the National Environment Board and appointed 3 working groups to support systematic plastic waste management. In addition, the roadmap on plastic waste management from 2018 to 2030 and also plastic waste management action plan we developed to serve as a framework and direction for preventing and solving of plastic waste in countrywide. We have the basic apply for the roadmap are 5 principles composed of a life cycle approach and also TR principle and public-private partnership and concept of circular economy and also responsible consumption and production. For the target of this roadmap, there are 2 targets. The first target is reducing and replace some single-use plastics by using environmentally friendly product. So we try to stop using capsule, oxo-degradable plastic and microbead in 2019. But in 2022, we stopped using foam food container, plastic straw, single-use plastic bags thicker than 36 micron, and also single-use plastic cup thickness less than 100 micron. For the second target is 100% recycling to target plastic bag to meet circular economy concept. Based on the situation of plastic waste in Thailand, it will be important to evaluate what are the most appropriate instruments that will be beneficial in addressing the specific problem and need that has been identified. So in developing policy on single-use plastics, we found out the partnership that is the Plastic Industry Association and related business are one of the major organizations that play important role in design policy processes. And also we have a campaign and awareness raising are also promoted to obtain public understanding. Therefore, fewer encounters are found in policy announcement. However, further implementation of this policy by applying instruments such as regulatory, economic combination of regulatory and economic need more concern of policy impact and mitigation measure. So this is the brief Thailand policy that we share with everyone. I would like to thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it was very interesting to hear about Thailand's roadmap. And I know you're in the process of also developing a marine plastic action plan.
Yes.
So we look forward to that. With that, I would like to move us on to the next speaker, Dr. Ida Warma Devanti, Head Research Center for Infrastructure and Sustainable Environment within the Institute of Technology in Surabaya, Indonesia. Over to you, Bu.
Thank you very much, Anjali, for the introductions. You can share my screen from here. Could you hear me? Okay. Okay, thank you for inviting me to join on this event, especially for ESCAP, because right now Surabaya city government also have the activity with the ESCAP. And then what I would like to talk today is about the innovation solution from the part of the local governments, because we are from the Institute of Technology 10 November. We work a lot with the local government, especially for the management of the solid waste management in our city, in Surabaya. Surabaya is the second largest city in Indonesia, and we are the industrial city with a population more than 3 million people. And the location of Surabaya in East Java Island, in the east part of the Java. And then this is the map of Surabaya. Our location is in the downstream area. You can see from these figures that we have a big river. We call it Surabaya Rivers. And then in the center of the city will be divided, become two main rivers again, the Jagi rivers and also Mas rivers, and then will directly flows to the ocean. So this is the waste that like a plastic waste or another waste that released to the ocean in the case of Surabaya. And for the national level, previously the presenter from Thailand already mentioned about the national level. In Indonesia, we have the National Action Plan on the marine plastic debris. And the goals or aims as much as 70% in 2025, based on the baseline in 2017. And this is the 5 different strategy that will be developed by the national governments and of course will be adopted by the local government also. And what happened in the local government, especially in the Surabaya city? Actually, we already start for manage of our solid waste a very good way. We use the semi-decentralized system for the solid waste management, try to reduce the leakage of waste to the rivers and also go to the ocean. So we start in 2005 because we know we don't have a huge budget for the solid waste management. Is why then we try to involve the stakeholder, especially for the community, to take care of their waste. We start with the program that call it Surabaya Green and Clean. In these programs, the community have many innovative solutions how to manage of their waste in their place itself. And this is already successful to conduct and then adopt by so many city and county in Indonesia until now. Other than that, we also have a program, we call it Free from the Solid Waste. This is the bottom-up innovation, how the community will be take care of their solid waste and manage of their solid waste in the community itself. And after that, maybe some of you already know the other activity that I show from these pictures about the waste bank. So in the waste bank, this is the voluntary activity that the people, especially in sub-district area. Right now in Surabaya, we have 374 of the active waste bank to manage of the waste from the community. And they will be bring the valuable materials such as plastic and papers, separate there and then sell it to the larger recycling enterprises, and then they get the income from this kind of activity. This is very successful in the low-income community, especially for the waste bank. Other than that, we also try to incorporate informal sector with this formal recycling facility. This is built by the governments, and also one of this example that I saw here together with a Japanese government also, they help us to build the material recovery facility. And here we try to incorporate informal sector because the people that work in here, previously they are waste pickers, but right now they are recycling the activities will be moved to this area. And of course, based on the benefits that get from the selling of this recycling waste, then they can get the income. But others than that, the operational and maintenance also are still supported by the local government. Other innovative solution from Surabaya, you can see we try to reduce amount of the plastic waste, especially by using this activity. You can see from the figures, bus, Surabaya bus. If you go around of the Surabaya city and you transport by bus, you need to provide the plastic bottle because you go by, you buy the ticket for this bus by using a plastic bottle. For example, from one terminal to another terminal, you need 5 plastic bottles with the volume about 600 milliliters. Then the cleansing agency and also the central unit of waste bank, they will be work together and then sell the plastics that already collect by this activity to the industry. And the other is technical part. We try to captures and remove of the plastic from and also other solid from the rivers. Especially we have so many mechanical screens. Then here we collect the solid waste and then bring to the landfill area. And this is what Surabaya city already have done. But for me, especially for the conclusion, for the local government is a very important to manage of the solid waste by involve all of the stakeholders, because we don't have a huge budget for take care of the solid waste. And the first one, the community involvement is very important. And the second one, innovative solution, in which maybe the what we call it, the budget is not very high, but the solutions can be a massive solutions, okay, for the communities itself. And then engagement for all of the stakeholders, because all of the activity that I already mentioned previously also support by the community itself, by the local governments, and also by the industry in Surabaya City. I think that's all that I can talk today, and thank you very much. Maybe we can discuss after this, and I give it back to Anjali. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu. That was really an excellent presentation, and I think you brought out the importance of innovation and community involvement by giving the examples of, paying for bus tickets using plastic, and I think this is really the kind of customized solutions that need to be rolled out across the board. So with that, I would like to introduce our final panelist, Mr. Zehao Liu, who's the founder of Solaris. Over to you.
Thank you, Anneli. Can everyone hear me? Okay, I will go ahead and share my screen now. So good morning, and ladies and gentlemen. My name is Zehao Liu. I'm representing a design community called Solaris. So we offer a solution which is connecting from upcycled waste of the material to the sustainable product development. So as we see, the good thing about the society today is awareness and the needs of the sustainable product is growing during the past years. And there's a lot of effort and capital being driven into this industry. And we have recycled and upcycled a lot of material into products. But we see one of the quite obvious problem today is we are recycling or upcycle single-use product to another single-use product. So it's can be done in the next step, which we upcycle the plastic or different waste into a broader collection of the different type of products. This is a teaser shot for what our designers and partners they are doing at the moment. Every object you see here will be made by recycled ocean plastics. So we are communicate the vision of taking sustainability as a new premium, given the effort and different parties contribute to these areas. By doing that, we will organize a collection or a series of exhibition to communicate a broader market value of those plastics and with 3D printing technology, which has very minimal waste. So our platform offer a circular value chain, start from the upcycling or collecting of the waste, then we're pulling it waste from the environment into our internal supply chain, which from raw material production to design to product development, and most importantly, after the end of the use life of those products, our system will be able to recycle those products back to our raw material loop and keep reusing them again and again. We have a good partnership with different parties. As I mentioned, our main partner in the upcycling industry is in Renang area. They organize the fishermen to collect the ocean-bound plastic as well as from some islands. And they also have a local factory which is running by the solar power to process the waste, the bottles they collected, and turn those into the raw material, which can be ready to use into the circularity loop. Then we have technology support from a university in Switzerland called IWK. They're under the big university called OST. And we have a partner, Tidal Ocean Plastic, to help us to process those waste to get collected and turn those into the production-ready materials. So far we can upcycle the material into different form or different types, from the filaments for 3D printing to yarns for fashion industry and granulates for injection molding purpose. We have good partners in the additive technology industry who help us to manufacture or fabricate the exhibition pieces. From the large scale printer to the smaller industrial level scale printer, we'll be able to achieve different type and different looks of the product. So far, our community has a bit more than 30 designers globally from different areas. Many of them has a really good reputation in their own part. Give you several examples. Karim Rashid, he's one of the most famous furniture designer. So he did a collection of the furnitures out of the ocean plastic, which will plug into our exhibitions in the future. We also have some artists because of the time zone difference, they can't join us, and they showed a short video for us to introduce the piece.
Ziha, we can't hear the audio on these.
Sorry, give me 1 second. I will share it again. Janet, I forgot to click those box you mentioned. Now it should work.
Hi, my name is Eyal Gever, and I'm an artist. My art, I always explore and examine issues surrounding the human spirit, our nature, environment, relating to ecological problems. For my partnership with Solaris, I decided to focus on a new art series, which I call Uncanny Ocean. And in Uncanny Ocean, I'm trying to sort of create these uncanny feelings when one is looking at a deformed shape of nature. I've created a very realistic 3D physical simulation of an ocean with crashing waves and powerful streams. And then gradually I'm starting to twist and deform the simulation into this kind of twisted nature. And then I choose a moment, I freeze it, and I fabricate it using 3D printing. And when you look at the sculpture, the end result sculpture, it looks almost as if it's a taxidermy of an ocean.
And we also have a representative from Japan. He designed a collection of the furniture for us.
I am Mikia Kobayashi. I'm based in Tokyo and I also have an office in Valencia. When Solaris approached us, we instantly got attracted by the concept behind designing beautiful objects using recycled material like ocean plastic to communicate its value, and interested in doing so with 3D printing, as it reduces waste and makes possible realizing ideas we couldn't bring to life before. Umi, seeing Japanese language is our concept for the design project in collaboration with Solaris. We wanted to capture the fluctuation of the sea and express it with a product that could be dynamic, sculpture, and bring within itself the value of ocean plastic, underlining the beauty of this new material. Our aim is to communicate the importance of quality in life and sustainability through an object that can be enjoyed by anyone from kids to adults, and that can find its place in many different environments.
So yeah, thank you very much for your attention. And this is just the starting point of our platform. So we will organize 7 exhibitions, which you can follow us on our website. And we'll also recycle different material waste from different collaboration with different source of waste to have a collection of different material waste and collaboration with different designers in the future. Thank you very much. Janet, hand it back over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Liu. That was really excellent, really, really interesting and so innovative. Really, I think it's those videos really speak to how one can sort of use this in artwork and sort of bring out the dimension while at the same time raising awareness about the fact that there is so much plastic waste that we need to combat in a way. In the interest of time, I will not try to summarize what we have heard today because there will be a separate session just after this discussion space. But I would like to now invite for interventions from the floor. We have a couple of interventions that were already indicated to us. So let me invite Mr. Anthony Cox, the Deputy Director of the Environment Directorate of OECD, to discuss OECD's upcoming dialogues in this space. So over to you, Anthony.
Good morning. I think Anthony is not around. I will speak on Anthony's behalf. And just to inform you about the forthcoming regional dialogue OECD organizing in December, 15 and 16 of December, in cooperation with the Indonesian government, ESCAP, and COPSI, the coordinating body of the seas of East Asia. And this dialogue is already second in line. We organized the similar dialogue last year in December. And this is, we are going to focus on marine waste, plastic marine waste, and looking especially the financing issue, sustainable financing, and also the policy coherence. And I can see that this event that ESCAP is organizing today is a very good continuation to the discussion on this important topic, on which OECD has also worked already for some years. We have a horizontal program on sustainable ocean economy, and we are working with different directorates in the organization and also outside to address this important topic. We also published a report, Sustainable Ocean for All report this September, which provides a good framework for all the wider ocean economy issue. But we are really interested in meeting with you again in December to discuss this issue and focusing really on the financing solutions and the policy coherence issues related to the marine plastic waste. My name is Eija Kiskinen, and I'm from the OECD Environment Directorate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eija, for stepping in. I would now like to invite Mr. Tierney Pradeep Kumara, who's the CEO for Marine Environment Protection Authority within Ministry of Urban Development, Coast Conservation, Waste Disposal, and Public Sanitation of Sri Lanka. Over to you.
Thank you, Anjali, and thank you, Anjali, for the time given. And actually, from Sri Lankan perspective, I think we are very much active in controlling or fighting with plastic at global level, at regional level, and even at local level. So all the things we discussed here are implemented in Sri Lanka, except that the bus ticket issue with using plastic bottles. But in Sri Lanka, what we mainly focusing is, the establishment of ethical use of plastics. In Sri Lanka, we use plastic for even offering flowers, plastic flowers, and even temples, we use plastic in large numbers. So through awareness programs, we try to establish aware people to use plastic in more ethical way, because now people tend to use plastic for everything. So that's one aspect we are mainly focusing on. In addition to that, we as other countries, we especially focusing on the end part of the plastic issue. I mean, beach cleanups and establishing sprayers and the developing waste management programs. But still, we believe that we should have some sort of a comprehensive overall program. For example, starting from product designing, and again control of import export from to the international market, and again we should have some global initiative to control plastic production in large numbers. For example, UN or other agencies can get together, and we also can get together and start some sort of controlling mechanism to avoid plastic being produced in large quantities and actually dumped in countries like Sri Lanka and other small state islands. So therefore we are very much supportive into that the initiative also. And Sri Lanka, we must mention that we are very much active in international coastal cleanup weeks, and we always Sri Lanka ranked in number 15, 16, 9, 11 from the participation, and we have a very good awareness system for the country. And still, we need some global and regional global collaborations. We are very much expecting to know that we can work as a team, and because the plastic is a global issue and it comes in larger pressure for countries like us. Therefore, we should have we should be prepared to face on that, and we should have the same strength from our side as a countermeasure. So for that, we are very much open to work and discuss everything with you. And we are very much happy to work in a collaborative manner from regional level and again local level. And I must ensure that we are always with you in the fight of fighting against plastics. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just waiting to see if there are any other questions. And I don't see anything in the chat box. So please flag it in the chat box if you do want to ask a question. But in the meanwhile, I will take my role as the moderator to ask a couple of questions to some of the panelists. So importantly, we're hearing that there is the scope for doing work in the space of combating marine plastics at different levels and in different contexts. So in this regard, what I would like to ask is, from Janet and from Janet actually, in the city space, you've talked increasingly about intervening in that city space. And I want to hear from you and from Ibu Warma, because she is in the local sort of space to see, how you can make a difference. So from your side, Janet, what is the main challenge that you face in being able to get the political buy-in and the sort of enabling environment for you to operate at a city space? And Ibu Warma, if you can, say from your side, what are some of the challenges you face in terms of maybe asking for more from national governments or from other partners who are interested in the financing? Janet?
Okay, so what we find is there's a lack of data at the city level. So we think that cities need support for getting the right monitoring and measurement of plastic waste system set up. And then they need support in forms of financing and technical assistance to build on their waste management infrastructure, as well as engaging businesses in providing more circular products and solutions. So that's where we're at, trying to build that pipeline based on the right data and information so that we can have accurate interventions, and then helping out partners that are ready to come in with financing, but making sure that that pipeline is ready for the money that's available and technical support. That's what I would say from my side. Thank you.
Ibu Warma?
Yeah, thank you, Anjali. Maybe this is the case may be different from one country to another country. For example, for us especially, because we have the national government, so like maybe Janet right now also work with us together in the local part. So the ones that are a little bit difficult is how to finish everything in national level first and then go to the local government, because we cannot directly work with other partner as long as the national government, they don't have any MOU or any activity that can work together with them. So I think this is the one that is a little bit difficult for the financial part in the case of our country. So, but on the other hand, in Surabaya itself, for the industry itself inside of Surabaya, they are very supporting for our activity, even because they are work in our city and then they get a profit from our city. So they're willing to work together with the local government and community and help, for example, the waste bank. They always support the waste bank to work. And then they also have the activity for selling, like I mentioned previously, this, they buy the plastic waste from our government. So then we already can collect in around from the middle of the, and from the middle 2018 to January 2019, we can collect already 39 ton of the plastic bottle. So then we can sell to the industry. They are very support for this one. But the difficulty is from the local part, we need to have a support from the national government, especially for this one. This is my
Thank you so much to both of you. Let me ask a question to Nicola. So from where you sit and your perspective in terms of sort of bringing financing to the table to be able to address some of the solutions in the space of marine plastics, what are some of the, are you facing any issues relating to the availability of bankable projects? Because clearly you're looking to help put together investment financing in the space, but one of the issues that, you know, is often brought up, and I know Circulate Capital had also faced that issue, that, you know, they have this money available ready to go, but they don't have that pipeline of bankable projects. So from APW's side, what are you doing to help sort of finance some of these proofs of concepts, etc., in the space of plastic recycling? And a related question to that, of course, is with the crash in oil prices and you know, sort of the fact that virgin plastic is actually cheaper than recycled plastics, what are some of the ways that governments can sort of step in to sort of level the playing field, because otherwise you're not going to be able to revitalize the recycling market?
Okay, no, thanks for the questions. Maybe to start on the first point. So the Alliance is actually receiving really many project proposals, many in the area of cities, where while the Alliance is providing grants and also facilitating the provision of funding from other parties, that can be in grants or loans, and loans are typically focused on bankable projects. So in the area of creating value for recyclates, which I mentioned briefly, there are a lot of business opportunities that are there that we are funding, and there is actually quite a demand for funding in those spaces, and they do present very interesting return-based opportunities. So I would say that we do see a mix of types of projects that are coming to us as proposals, both in terms of grant funding to prove something and to put in place some of the basic infrastructure that's needed in order that it can run on its own afterwards as a viable business. And that's in the waste collection area in cities or in communities where that's not present. And again, the area of funding for profits, that's a space where we believe those economic models are coming to the fore. A big area of our activity is in the area of incubating startups. So we work with an organization called Plug and Play, as well as with the incubation network from the Circulate Initiative.
Yeah.
And in particular on Plug and Play, we've identified 32 companies where we have really bankable opportunities for solutions that will come into play to end plastic waste. And they're very much spanning a broad spectrum there. So plenty of opportunities. On the second question, you're absolutely right. And the challenges that are faced by the recycling industry are many. But at the same time, we are, through the support that we are providing, enabling the recycling companies to bring viable opportunities forward. So this area of turning waste into valuable products is an area where they can actually bring more meaningful interventions that are actually resulting in a better ultimate economic outcome for those enterprises. For sure, what is needed is a comprehensive framework that is not specifically focused on individual companies trying to address the problem. So
Thank
support
you.
from
Okay,
government and so on.
We have to cut off now because we'll be moved in 7 seconds. Just wanted to say that while we haven't asked a question to Solar,
I hope you had a great discussion in your interactive dialogues. I'm going to give the floor back to Mr. Stefanos now to introduce our upcoming remarks. Over to you, Stefanos.
Thank you very much, Irene, and apologies to everybody for the slight delay because of a small technical problem, but also there was a very rich dialogue. So I tried to go in different groups, so that's why you were showing me popping in and out from rooms. It's not that I left the rooms because I didn't like them, but I felt I had to do justice for everyone, and I tried to join all the rooms for some time. So there was a very, really rich dialogues taking place simultaneously. And I'm very happy to see the level of engagement with innovative ideas, experience that they are shared by participants. So in this group, we will try to summarize before we do this, we have a message from Mr. Kitaek Lim, the Secretary General of the International Maritime Organization. And it's a pleasure to have the message from Mr. Lim. Can we have the video message, please?
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are now in unprecedented times. The pandemic has affected all corners of the world and all levels of our society. The last 8 months have shown how incredibly connected we are, how dependent we are on these networks. As this day for the ocean has illustrated, the ocean is truly at the heart of what connects us all around the world. The maritime sector provides an example of this and shows the importance of the ocean for a truly sustainable development. Despite the tremendous challenges throughout the pandemic, international shipping has kept the trade going within region and between continents. It has made sure that critical supplies such as medicine, food, as well as the basic resources that we all depend on have been able to move without major interruptions. IMO has spared no efforts in this regard, working with the member states, UN agencies, the shipping industry to ensure that operations can continue safely, not least through the facilitation of crew changes. This is essential since shipping continues to deliver more than 80% of all trade, with the Asia-Pacific region being at the center of those maritime activities. This day for the ocean is very timely and appropriate. With this in mind, I'm certain that shipping as one of the major users of the ocean will also be at the heart of the economic recovery and the future sustainable growth far into the future, both at the sea and the shore, supporting an inclusive and resilient economy to underpin the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. As you may be aware, the IMO's World Maritime theme for this year, 2020, is sustainable shipping for a sustainable planet. This theme could not be more relevant now and for many years to come. We know that in the post-COVID world, there will have to be a significant focus on the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its 17 goals. Now more than ever, these goals must be at the heart of the actions to achieve the future we want. The ocean is essential for sustainable development, and the 2030 Agenda will only be realized with the sustainable transport sector supporting world trade. To ensure a sustainable global economy, IMO continues to work together with the member state and maritime industry to support decarbonization of shipping and improve energy efficiencies. The facilitation of shipping through increased digitalization involving supply chain, and not least ensuring sustainable maritime workforce with emphasis on diversity. All these aspects are keys to successful and sustainable governance of the ocean. Cooperation and communication are prime elements to achieve our common goal, which is a protection and the sustainable development of the ocean. I'm certain that fruitful discussion you had today will lead to concrete proposal for regional cooperation to ensure conservation and the sustainable use of the oceans, seas, and marine resources for sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Mr. Lim for this very timely message. Indeed, shipping is at the heart now of the efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And I think, as most participants know, on 16 to 20 of November, the IMO's Marine Environment Protection Committee is scheduled. And I think we all hope that the previous commitments will be reinforced in this committee about reduction of greenhouse gases emissions. Lately, we have seen a lot of news about the recommendations to this committee, but I think everybody is hoping that the decisions of the committee will be very, very firm, and they will indeed make the maritime industry a leader on reducing greenhouse gases emissions. It's time now to collect feedback from the interactive dialogues, and I will invite the rapporteurs to provide a 3-minute summary of the discussion, highlighting any takeaway messages and recommendations that can contribute to the development of solutions to the challenge of the ocean. Let me say that I will use my prerogative as a moderator to remind you of the time, so please keep it to 3 minutes. If you listen for me to say the word time, it means that you need to wrap up, and I'm doing this for the interest of everybody. So we'll follow the alphabetical order of the 4 dialogues, A, B, C, D, and let's start with the interactive dialogue A on fisheries and tourism, where Mr. Taholo Kami, Fiji's representative on oceans, will brief us. Mr. Taholo, the floor is yours for 3 minutes.
Thank you, and thank you again. I just want to first of all just acknowledge the panel and also the Minister, His Excellency Minister Kofi, for their interventions, and the difficulty of digging deeper and covering everything that they brought to the table. But very briefly, I'd like to just share the following: some key messages. A need to accelerate action to implement the 2030 agenda by taking full advantage of the blue economy in a sustainable manner. Fisheries and tourism sectors remain the key drivers of sustainable development for ocean resources dependent economies. Improve access to factual, transparent, and harmonized data. And then enhance international and regional cooperation and better enforce international frameworks, norms, and standards. And then we must build resilience to external shocks through lessons learned from the emerging crisis, the COVID-19 pandemic, and the intensifying impacts of climate change. We can't go back to we need a new norm. And I think we've heard that in many other forums as well. I'll just sort of finish with some thoughts again. I think some things that came up again was we need to think out of the box, innovative solutions that look at infrastructure needs, that look at better collaboration and more effective collaboration, that improve capacity building, and whether it's technology and infrastructure or capacity building with Pacific people, and also ownership in tourism and the fishery, both sectors. And I think the term that came through quite clear was the one of we've got to build back bluer. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tahalo, and thank you for reminding us that building up better actually meaning building back bluer. Next, I will invite Ms. Audrey Aumua. I'm sorry, madam, if I don't pronounce your name correctly, from the Pacific community to summarize the discussion on Group B.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the invitation to feedback on behalf of the very esteemed panel that were represented, both on the Building Back Better dialogue as well as sustainable maritime connectivity. Our ocean is our people across both the Pacific and Asia. And I think this came through very clearly. It's true that for marine communities globally, but of course the intrinsic connections that we have across our peoples, our culture, and our region means that the loss of our ocean is really the loss of our peoples. His Excellency, the President of Palau, stated in the opening tonight that this year was really our super year for the environment. And the fact that we are facing COVID-19 and the global shutdown only means we have to find other ways to meet and to drive sustainability into our ocean for the future of our people. And we really don't have the benefit of time on our side. A couple of points I think were re-emphasized during the sessions, and these points really centered around, again, as Taholo has shared, building back Blua, reducing our economic impact by exhilarating, modernized, digitized, and green shipping, with the recognition that we must do this together. So firstly, we must not allow the current global crisis caused by COVID-19 to slow our progress towards more sustainable, accessible, and efficient shipping. We heard about the building back Blua, and to do this, we really must drastically reduce our reliance on fossil fuels for both the economic cost savings across the sector, but also to exhilarate towards innovative, efficient, and modernized and digitized services. Secondly, we heard about the tyranny of distance for many small island states, meaning shipping becomes really costly and uncompetitive. But at the core of the sector is our societies and our people with really great challenges. But also the challenges provided us with great opportunities. And we're really witnessing this dynamic shift as a result of COVID towards IT and innovation and digitized services. And thirdly, I think the last point really was that we must take opportunity to promote long-term growth with decisions that boost our sectors in areas of decarbonization and digitization, and a very strong message around doing this collectively, doing this with partners, doing this together so that we could be transformative. So thank you very much for your time and the opportunity to feedback. Inaka.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Director General of the Pacific Community, and thank you for your very explicit messages when it comes to fossil fuels and decarbonization. Next, I'll give the floor to a very good former colleague, actually former ESCAP colleague, but always a colleague, Mr. Michael Board, which is the co-chair of the Global Ocean Accounts Partnership, to brief us from the Group C on ocean accounts, data, and statistics. Michael, the floor is yours for 3 minutes.
Right. Thank you, Stefanos. We had a very rich discussion in the statistics, data science, or data statistics accounting session, and it reinforced the rather straightforward thinking of statisticians, which is you design a system, you build it, you analyze your data, and then you use your data. And we had several suggestions and recommendations for improving the design. We're all working on our own data-oriented frameworks. In fact, linked to the IOC UNESCO Decade of Ocean Science starting in next year. There's a focus on interoperability of existing data. We're working on an ocean accounts framework through the Global Ocean Accounts Partnership, which is bringing together a lot of these frameworks and trying to make them interoperable through pilots with countries. And we heard from countries that we've supported on the pilots, but also countries that we've been working with in other ways. There wasn't, collecting new data isn't necessarily the main focus of improving ocean data and statistics, that there's a lot of existing data that we can repurpose. We saw some very good examples of that, but repurposing the data, using the data needs collaboration, technical capacity development, and certainly getting started on what ESCAP has been supporting in terms of ocean accounting pilots. It's not enough simply to create the data, to create the accounts, but we need to apply them as well. The accounts can give us consistent and comparable data, but there needs to be a reason. And we heard some very good examples of countries that are applying the indicators, not only to understand how certain aspects of the ocean are working in terms of tourism and waste, but also in terms of making decisions about financial compensation, marine spatial planning, and establishing protected areas. So there are many opportunities to get advice from the experts, to engage in pilot studies, to contribute to the development of the technical guidance on ocean accounting, which is out for consultation at the moment. But the overall message is get started, collaborate, find an application, find a use, work with your stakeholders, and use the data that exists to solve an existing problem to inform your decision making now. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Stefanos.
Thank you very much, Michael, and thank you for closing with the word informing, because I go 30 years back when I had my first course on knowledge management, and I remember there the steps were data, statistics, information, knowledge, wisdom. So hopefully, as you said, there is a lot of data. Let's repurpose them to create knowledge that it will make us manage the oceans in a sustainable and wise way. So last but not least, Rapporteur will share the messages from our dialogue on marine pollution. Ms. Anjali Acharya is the Regional Coordinator for Marine Plastics in the East Asia and Pacific from the World Bank. Ms. Acharya, the floor is yours for 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Okay, great. Thanks. So we had a fantastic panel session. It was really, really excellent hearing the range of panelists and speakers at the session. 4 words: passion, creativity, partnerships, and momentum. There is really a need for emphasizing the importance of bringing the private and public sectors together, of different stakeholders together. We talked about the need for new and innovative platforms, for example, in terms of financing. The Alliance to End Plastic Waste mentioned circular capital and some of the impact investing that was mentioned by Oceans Conservancy. And from the World Bank, we talked about identifying opportunities to finance infrastructure, equipment, and measures. We also talked about the need and the momentum in changes in policies and regulations. The Oceans Conservancy talked about possible pathways that different countries will be taking into account, looking at different policies such as extended producer responsibilities, looking at different combinations of phase outs and bans. We also talked about the potential for innovation in product design and in using smart technologies to monitor plastic pollution. We heard from ESCAP and some of the work that they're doing in this regard on looking at interactive tools, but also innovation at the community level. We heard from our colleague from Surabaya about how they are working to buy bus tickets with plastic products. The issue also needs to be addressed in different contexts and at different scales, from the regional level, where we're working with the ASEAN Secretariat on preparing an ASEAN Regional Action Plan, to the national level, where we heard from the PCD in Thailand about their roadmap for addressing plastic waste, and they're also looking at a new marine plastic action plan, to the city level, where we heard ESCAP talk about closing the loop, as well as we heard from Oceans Conservancy about the urban ocean project that they're looking at city level context, and then right down again to the community level, where we're talking about the Surabaya green enclaves and waste bank initiatives that have been so popular across Indonesia. But beyond this, we also needs to be addressed. This is the human experience, and we've heard from Solaris, really brilliant, about how to communicate sustainability and plastic circularity through art and using 3D printing and promoting the upcycling of waste. It's really, really creative. I would really encourage everyone to see those videos. So what do we know now? The time to act is now. Just as we are working to flatten the curve of the pandemic, it's also important to flatten our curve on plastics usage. And really start to reboot our actions. This is a moment where the world is shut down. Let's reboot our action. Let's reset our ways of doing business, and let's rethink our relationship with plastic. So in the end, one word: optimism. There is so much momentum here. There is so much clear thinking, and we know what to do. Let's try to move forward on this. And maybe this is one of the clear environmental success stories where in our lifetime, we can move the needle on plastics. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Azaria. And thank you for closing with the word optimism. And let me add a little bit more to the optimism. I think we need probably to go beyond flattening the curve, but reversing the curve. And from an exponential increase to see an exponential decrease, if it's not a sudden fall of plastic waste. I think it's something similar we can do. And in ESCAP, we work a lot on this, and I would like to acknowledge the support of many partners, including the government of Japan, that it has supported us with the Closing the Loop project. So the intervention from Ms. Azaria completes the feedback from the rapporteurs. Thank them very much for the very concise messages. We have taken note of all the valuable messages, and we appreciate the quality of these dialogues. I would like now to proceed with a message to be delivered by His Excellency the Ambassador Peter Thompson, the UN Secretary General Special Envoy for the Ocean. Ambassador Thompson has been actually an integral part of the Asia Pacific Day for the Ocean since its first edition, and I must say he is a pivotal person that has made oceans a very big part of ESCAP work. So this year, he could not participate in person due to the time difference. We are certain that as he's waking up in the other part of the world right now, he's thinking of us, probably he dreamed of us. So this year we welcome his virtual participation with the video. Irene, let's have the video, please.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Sawadee Krap and Nimbuluganaka. Greetings to you all, and I hope that you and your families are safe and well during these troubled times. My special thanks today to the ESCAP Executive Secretary and the dedicated staff of the ESCAP Secretariat for the invitation to address you today. Ladies and gentlemen, we can't have a healthy planet without a healthy ocean. And in any global discussion on biodiversity's plight, the ocean must be front and center. Why? Because the ocean hosts the great majority of biodiversity, in other words, life, on this planet. I'm sure you know by now that the ocean's health is in deep trouble. Its ailments of acidification and deoxygenation and warming are principally due to our burgeoning levels of anthropogenic greenhouse gases. They're also due to our long-standing harmful fisheries practices and policies, our wanton destruction of natural habitats, and our unconscionable levels of pollution. To reverse that decline in the ocean's health, we have to implement SDG 14's principles of sustainability, at the heart of which is the sustainable blue economy. We can no longer pollute the ocean with impunity or destroy its natural habitats and ecosystems without existential repercussions. Nor can we exercise harmful fisheries practices and other damaging extractive activities without serious consequences for people and planet. These are not idle words. They are the environmental and humanitarian imperative of our times, and they emanate from the global spirit of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda, universally adopted by the member states of the United Nations in 2015. Ladies and gentlemen, I recently joked to some colleagues that when the going gets tough, the tough get virtual. But I said that only partly in jest. For it's been my experience over the last 8 to 9 months that we've been able to maintain the momentum on SDG 14's implementation by conferring through the connectivity of the internet. Yes, anecdotally, there may have been backward movements in areas like plastic pollution and IUU fishing, But overall, I judge the momentum to be positive. There is a growing acceptance that humanity has been pushing the planetary boundaries too far and too hard, and that we must get back into balance with nature by following a blue-green recovery road out of the inevitable economic hardships caused by this pandemic. May I say here that SDG 14 has always stood for that balance, to conserve and sustainably use the ocean's resources. On a daily basis, I am participating in virtual events around the world in support of SDG 14, and I'm witness to this positive momentum. I've seen it through the SDG 14 webinars organized by UNDESA, and I thank the ESCAP Secretariat for its involvement in those very successful events. In fact, they are ongoing. I saw it in the virtual ocean dialogues organized by the Friends of Ocean Action and the World Economic Forum. These dialogues were held during the first week of June, the week in which the UN Ocean Conference was to have been held. Their main sessions attracted over 60,000 participants, equating to football stadiums filled with people keen to support the ocean's well-being. It may be unfair on me, on others to single out events on which I've been had the privilege of participating of late. But let me just give a couple of examples to demonstrate the momentum underway. I recently addressed the Global Mangrove Alliance, which since its launch in 2016 has grown to 22 members, all leaders in the field such as IUCN and WWF and Wetlands International, Nature Conservancy, Conservation International. They're all working together across more than 50 countries on more than 200 projects across thematic areas including mangrove policy, science and implementation of restoration on the ground. I wanted to address the Alliance in that meeting in order to express my deep appreciation of their development of a science-based methodological approach to mangrove conservation and restoration for the benefit of all. And I wanted to congratulate them for the launch of Global Mangrove Watch, giving universal access to real-time data on where and what changes are occurring to mangroves around the world. I encourage ESCAP's membership to get involved in the work of the Global Mangrove Alliance. Another address I gave recently was to a virtual event organized by the Malaysia-based Infofish organization. In that address, I gave a shout out to the Global Tuna Alliance that is operating with the support of the World Economic Forum and the Friends of Ocean Action. The Global Tuna Alliance is an independent group of very important retailers and tuna supply chain companies who are committed to realizing harvest strategies for the world's tuna fisheries. The Alliance believes that harvest strategies, which include pre-agreed frameworks for making fisheries management decisions, including changing limits to catch or effort, will help move beyond the current political gridlock too often seen in the tuna regional fisheries management organizations. I commend such efforts to ESCAP members with a view to cooperation by all stakeholders in restoring and maintaining fish stocks at biologically sustainable levels. Like the two organizations I've just mentioned, I know that many participants in our event today are representatives of NGOs and civil society. I want to underline here the partnership message that is central to the implementation of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda, and to thank you for your amazing efforts in support of the SDGs. It's clear that the contribution of your efforts will be critical to our achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Ladies and gentlemen, I applaud ESCAP for adopting Resolution 76/1 in May 2020, encouraging concrete actions to remedy marine pollution, especially plastic pollution, to enhance cooperation on ecosystem restoration, on sustainable management of fisheries, aquaculture, and tourism, along with coastal habitat restoration. I'm very encouraged to see that regional cooperation, strengthening policy coherence, and promoting public, private, and civil society partnerships are at the heart of this resolution. And I applaud the ESCAP Secretariat for continuing to demonstrate leadership in the region's ocean action agenda, as mandated by member states, including creating such platforms as the Asia-Pacific Day for the Ocean. The celebration of the third edition of this event is timely as we prepare ourselves for the launch of the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. The ocean decade offers a unique opportunity to give us the science we need for the ocean we want. Considering the major role the ocean plays in the lives of the people of Asia and the Pacific, SDG 14's attainment is fundamental to us all. And the UN Ocean Decade is what will give SDG 14 the firm foundations it needs to succeed. As I said at last year's Asia Pacific Day for the Ocean, our region must become intimately involved in the workings of the Ocean Decade in order to reap full benefits for our societies. I'm therefore very happy to learn of the current development of ESCAP's Decade program to support the regional implementation of the Ocean Decade by optimizing common resources and securing the engagement of all stakeholders in our region. In this, you will have the support of the UN system. And may I say that I'm also very happy to witness many of the UN agencies working together as one big UN family committed to our common goal of conserving and sustainably using the ocean's resources. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, as I'm sure you know, the holding of the next UN Ocean Conference to be held in Lisbon has been postponed until 2021, with confirmed dates to be announced once the course of the COVID pandemic is clearer. In the meantime, step-by-step preparations for the conference are proceeding, and there are many things about it which are already certain. One is that science, innovation, partnerships, and solutions will be infused into the work of the conference. This is guaranteed as the UN member states, in their wisdom, decided as such in designating the conference theme. A second is the fact that the co-hosts are determined to oversee a conference that will emulate its 2017 predecessor by being a global game changer for ocean action, all in support of SDG 14's successful implementation. I hope to see you in Lisbon next year, either in person or virtually, that we may gather together once more in our common purpose of scientifically managing the resources and well-being of the ocean. And I thank you for your kind attention to my words today and wish you a happy Asia-Pacific Ocean Day.
So a sincere appreciation to Ambassador Thompson that he's spearheading the work for sustainable management of ocean. And we look forward to meet him again and to host him in Bangkok in another event. So we are approaching the end of our day. It's a bit long, but before we go to the closing, we will have two brief interventions that they are coming from two parts of action that I will call them, it's the best chance we have for a sustainable ocean future, from science and from youth. And let's start an intervention and welcome Mr. Wengxi Zhu, head of the IOC Subcommission for the Western Pacific, with a call for action during the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. Mr. Zhu, the floor is yours for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Stefano. Right, okay.
We can hear and see you well.
Okay. Can you hear me, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so distinguished delegates, colleagues and friends, I think it's more than happy for us to join this Asia Pacific Day for the Ocean. UNESCO IOC and would extend our sincere appreciation to our ESCAP colleagues for the tremendous efforts has been made in making this wonderful events possible. So indeed, I think all of us, including all of us, people and all countries on this blue planet, are not separated, but rather closely connected by ocean. So I think on behalf of the IOC Executive Secretary and also Assistant Director General of UNESCO, I would sincerely invite you to join the Ocean Science Decade for Sustainable Development that will start from 2021 until 2030. So either by proposing your engagement proposal or engaging in various decade platforms. The first call for decade action has been launched on 15 October this year with a focus on proposal for decade programs and large-scale contribution to decade coordination costs. So future periodic call will target additional program as well as other types of decade action, include project and activities. So I would strongly encourage you to visit the dedicated website or contact us through the dedicated email address at oceandecade@unesco.org. So dear colleagues and friends, UNESCO IOC and also ESCAP and all our decade partners firmly believe that humans cannot survive without ocean, but ocean can thrive without humans. So UNESCO IOC and also its subcommission for the Western Pacific and our colleague would rather to work more closely with UN ESCAP and all our decade partners to further assist you in embracing the new decade and delivering the transformative ocean science we need for the ocean we want. Thank you very much for your attention. We look forward to your active engagement in this new decade. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zhu. And I'm sure many organizations from the region will be submitting their actions very shortly. We will include relevant information on the website of the Asia Pacific Day of the Ocean, and we will also make everything possible from our side to advocate and contribute to this work. I would appreciate if you stop sharing your screen now so we can proceed. So I would like, as final intervention, to welcome a youth representative to voice the engagement of newer generations for the protection of the ocean, generations that they can create a sustainable future. Ms. Priyanka Prakash is the focal point of Asia Pacific of the United Nations major groups for children and youth. Ms. Prakash, you have the floor for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Stefanos. Hello, everyone. My name is Priyanka Prakash, and I'm a youth representative from India, here today to present my statement on behalf of the United Nations Major Group for Children and Youth, to highlight the urgent need for protecting our oceans and the growing importance of youth participation in this movement. It has been 3 years since the 2017 UN Oceans Conference, and yet we continue to overburden our marine ecosystems. As the population exorbitantly grows year after year, our demands only seem to rise with complete disregard to the well-being of our planet. As we enter the decade of ocean science, let us focus on strengthening our foundation and reworking on our roadmap for ensuring sustainable development of our oceans. Undoubtedly, the first step calls for the coming together of all stakeholders. We need to forge transformative and innovative partnerships to secure the future of our planet. And in this process, we kindly ask you to actively engage the youth. The youth today are the torchbearers of the movement to protect and save our planet. Precisely so, because we are going to be the ones inheriting the future that is being left behind for us. But if the generations behind us continue to have a casual approach, then it is going to leave many ahead struggling to sustain, let alone live in a clean world. The future generations are going to be none other than all our children and grandchildren, left to not just survive, but reverse the mistakes of the past. Hence, now more than ever, we ask for all stakeholders to realize the role of the youth and give them the front seat at all important discussion tables. We also need to focus on enhancing capacity building and education initiatives that can impart ocean knowledge at school and university levels, equipping the youth to become a generation of solvers. But while the youth are the leaders of tomorrow, it is also important that we create and strengthen intergenerational partnerships to successfully achieving a clean and healthier future. As we work on building strong solutions together, it is important that we have a global, regional, and sub-regional approach, taking into account the role of oceans in the lives of the more dependent and vulnerable communities around the world. While the development of science and newer technologies will play a very critical role in achieving ocean sustainability, we must also ensure equitable access to these advanced resources for all nations. Governmental bodies and policymakers too need to realize that their decisions have the power to change the fate of our planet. So let's keep the conversation alive at every dinner table, every meeting, every classroom. Talk about what is happening and what needs to be done. If we want to move from the ocean we have to the ocean we want, we need to take action today. With each passing day, the crisis is worsening. So let's unite and show solidarity in our actions for building a healthier future for us, our oceans, and all other species that call this planet their home. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Priyanka, and thank you for your call to put the sustainability of the ocean in the classrooms, because it's there that a more sustainable future will start, the places that the youth gets educated. So we have concluded with our interventions. We are approaching the end of our day. Before we do this, we would like to have one more interaction with you. And you remember Irene described previously how MENDI works. So I will ask our technical facilitators to put again MENDI so we can have another question for you. You remember mendi.com, the code, you can see it in the screen. And the question we have is the following. Regarding the protection and sustainable use of the ocean and marine resources, in which areas ESCAP should lead or support regional programs throughout the ocean decade. A, intergovernmental process, B, capacity development and technical assistance, C, engagement with CSOs, D, facilitation of science policy interface, E, engage with the private sector, and F, all the above. So let's see what you're thinking ESCAP should be doing. I hope that the people look more large letters in their screens.
Yes, Stefanos, I can step in here. So from the participant side, when you're voting, all of the options can be read very easily. It's just that nice. on the slide, it's not very visible. I can also write down the options into the chat in addition to the screen so that it's clear for everyone.
You could do this so in the next 20 seconds. I mean, we are seeing an emerging pattern, which is all of the above. I think participants recognize the multi-sectoral and multi-service line scope of ESCAP. So I can see an emerging platform there. And I thank for some of the colleagues are putting their vote in the chat. So for sure, as ESCAP, we're listening to you, and we are going to work towards these areas. I think it's more than clear that the capacity development and all the other mentions they are having the preference. So let's go to the final question. It's a difficult question. And the final question is, can we count on you to engage in regional ocean initiatives and programs? And we need a yes or no here.
There are also some yeses in the chat, Stefanos.
Yes, I see yeses in the chat. I see yeses everywhere. I see 0 no, and that's very, very encouraging. And this is probably the best way to start closing this Asia Pacific Day for the Ocean. With all of yeses on all organizations and participants, that we can count on them to engage in regional ocean initiatives and programs. So thank you for your answers in these polls. We have now reached the end of our program. Many valuable inputs came up in the dialogue and in the chat box as well. We have taken note of all your comments and questions, and we will, of course, follow up on them. Now, your contributions will help ESCAP develop a program, a decade program, as we prepare for the UN Decade of Ocean Science. We have committed that we will prepare such program and we will submit it to the IOC, which is managing the Decade of Action. So rest assured that your inputs will be reflected in the ongoing preparatory work for the Ocean Conference, also that ESCAP is a very active participant, as we continue to voice the concerns of our region and to showcase all the impactful work of the stakeholders in Asia. For your information, the outcome of this day will be reflected in a report which will be uploaded to the events website. And of course, all materials, presentations, and the recording of this session will also be available on the website. I would like to thank you very much for your active participation in this dialogue. All of you that you took times from your very busy schedules to be actively in this dialogue. I want to also thank very much all the ESCAP colleagues that they have made this day a reality, our partners, and of course our technical facilitators that they help with the organization of the virtual meeting. Thank you for your continued commitment to protect our oceans, and see you in the next year at the 4th Asia Pacific Day for the Ocean in 2021, which we will continue organizing whatever the global situation is. Thank you very much and have a nice afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.